Good morning, everyone. Calling today's first Finance Committee hearing to order. Today's Wednesday, February 28th at 10 a.m., and we're in room 308. First up on our agenda is House Bill 1941 HD1. This is making an emergency appropriation to the Department of Health to implement quality improvement recommendations for the Hawaii State Hospital. First up to testify is the Department of Health.
Hi, Aloha Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa. My name is Naomi. I am one of the Associate Administrators of the Hawaii State Hospital. And the department and the hospital stands on its testimony. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Testimony in support. We
Yes.
also have comments from BNF and supportive testimony from other organizations. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Takenouchi.
Hi, for Department of Health. Hi, so since we last saw you guys, I know that the GM message had kind of just gone up when we heard this in health and homelessness. Did anything change in what was sent and what got sent to the legislature and the GM if it came to us from what we talked about in
As
committee?
far as I know, no, nothing has changed. What was submitted is what I understand to be true, and yeah.
So it's still the $14.2 million on top of the budget request?
Okay, that's actually a good question, right? So for the Hawaii State Hospital, we're just looking for things that were in the GM. I'm not really sure where the other $11 million came from. I think that could have been some miscommunication between, the legislature and DOH. I'm not sure, but from what I understand, what's currently in this bill, right, which is I think there's 4 positions. There's 4 positions. There's I think $920,000 for upgrading of our PA system and our phones, cameras, that kind of things, and then another $1.1 million for our security contract, and $700,000 for our guard shack. That is what is currently in this bill. Yeah.
Okay, because we were told that, I thought this bill was supposed to just be the second vehicle to match what the GM was. Or is the GM a separate thing now?
No, so it's the same. So I believe if you read in our testimony, the last paragraph, it just says the refined request is reflected in the governor's message. Either vehicle is acceptable. However, the complete needs are included in the GM.
And so the total is?
So that is what I don't know. I can take that question back to DOH because this is for Hawaii State Hospital as far as the whole entire department, and how, they, what they're funding, right? Because there is, in previous testimonies from the hospital and from the department, what we're trying to do is get funding for the entire continuum of care, right? And so, and the hospital is just one part of the entire mental health continuum of care. And again, this bill is just for the hospital.
I can take a look at it, but my understanding was there's a lot more positions than 4, even after Health Committee discussion. For the state hospital.
Again, I think there was some miscommunication or somebody communicated, right? I apologize, I was not part of those, right? These 4 positions are the only ones that I know that are actually going through the legislature. The rest of the positions, I'm sorry, Representative Takenouchi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very much.
Is that a question? Do you want me to take that back and get back to you folks? Or, I mean, what do you guys, so the,
Sure, yeah. Can you clarify? I just wanted to check if anything had changed from Health Committee. So if this is supposed to mirror the current GM, I just want to make sure that that's still accurate, and I guess what those things are specifically.
okay,
Just the things for for Hawaii State Hospital in the GM, and just making sure it aligns with this bill.
okay, got it. I will make sure that we send you guys a response. Thank you.
Nope, seeing none. Thank you very much. Okay, next up on the agenda is House Bill 2805 HD1. This is relating to health, and it appropriates money for the University of Hawaii to conduct a multi-ethnic cohort study and registry regarding the health effects of the 2023 Maui wildfires. First up to testify is Department of Health. Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Hawaii Public Health Institute.
Good afternoon. We'll stand on our testimony.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have individual Ruben Warris.
Hi, aloha. So I'm Dr. Ruben Juarez. I'm the HMSA professor in health economics at UHIRO, and I'm one of the colleagues along with Alika, who's going to testify in a bit. So I stand in support because it's a financially prudent step towards our community. So I would like to emphasize that funding HB 2805 will enable us to systematically track health impacts, predict outbreaks of chronic diseases such as cancer, and inform early interventions before disease manifests in the larger population. So while informing basically the population affected through this registry that we are trying to create. Both the active collection of the multi-ethnic cohort and the registry go hand in hand. The level of proactive planning is something that would have been highly valuable during past disasters, for instance, 9/11. Now we have the learning experience from previous disaster and actually the science, so we didn't have it at that time, to truly make this work for Hawaii's populations. So needless to say, this foresight can save millions of dollars in potential healthcare costs, reduce the strain of emergency services, and preserve the economic productivity of the workforce. So I think investing in HB 2805 is investing in the economic health of Hawaii. And I'll let Alika, who's going to be coming next, to talk about some of the impacts that we've found so far.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Next, we have Alika Maunakea.
Yeah, aloha mai kākou. I stand on my written testimony, but would like to add to that here, if I may. Mahalo. So I'm Dr. Alika Maunakea, born and raised in Waianae, and professor of epigenetics at the University of Hawaii, where my research focuses on understanding how the environment affects our genes at the molecular level, and how this relates to diseases of health disparities that are pervasive in the state, especially of Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders, to improve public health and enable prevention. Some of you might remember me on the tour that we gave of my lab just this year. As co-director of the Maui Wildfire Exposure Cohort Study, or Maui West, I strongly support HB 2805 relating to health, not only as it will provide crucial funding that will meet an urgent and currently unmet community need, but as it represents a genuine extension of invitation for the state to join in our monitoring, our ongoing efforts to strategically support a genuine extension, strategically support each other in helping our Maui community recover by monitoring environmental exposures and health among those affected by the wildfires. Now, from the data collected years after the tragic events of 9/11 and the California wildfires, for example, we can expect that individuals impacted by the wildfires will likely be at a higher risk for adverse health conditions over the short and long term, including PTSD, lung and heart disease, and even cancer. As far as we can tell, Maui West is the only active surveillance and monitoring service in the community where those impacted by the wildfires get a free assessment that examines mental, cardiovascular, and lung health, collects critical biospecimens from them to capture any exposures before this disappears, gives them their personal data to help them make informed decisions about their health, and links them to care if needed, and even pays them for participating. Over the past month, preliminary data we collected so far from 650 adult participants in the cohort show alarming emerging health issues that, if left unaddressed now, will only get worse in the future and bury the state in painful funding crisis. As an example, 51% of participants we have seen shown signs of depression, over 70% are at increased risk for cardiovascular disease, 40% show signs of respiratory issues, and 11% remain uninsured. Given that this is a pretty representative sampling of approximately 11,000 individuals affected, not including children, these numbers should shock. Many of our participants told us that this was their first health assessment since the fires. Of those that remain presumably healthy, we do not yet know whether they have been exposed to environmental hazards. but they are likely to have increased risk to health conditions in the future. Of course, if there were no budget limitations, we would recommend the state to cover the health of everyone impacted, not only now, but when future conditions arise, like the federal government did post 9/11, but without any further federal support, that's likely impractical. So what's the solution? Well, the funding that this bill would provide will enable Maui West to document the degree to which environmental hazards left in the aftermath of the wildfires might impact health, and to gather much-needed information to better identify those at risk of developing future disease conditions. So care can be provided in a targeted fashion and hopefully prevent the onset of these future adverse health conditions that will be more costly to deal with later and have a higher likelihood then of leading to further mortality. Research showed that more people died from toxic exposures, from cancer, airway, and digestive disorders, for example, 20 years after 9/11, than those that died from the attacks themselves. Let's learn from this and prevent that from happening here on Maui. I welcome members of the committee here today and the diverse communities we represent to join us in a unique initiative that has never been done in our lifetime in Hawaii by supporting this bill, enabling us to expand the study to include children, first responders, and volunteers helping with the cleanup and rebuilding of the affected communities, and to start a Maui wildfire exposed registry to include all those impacted. And the experience we undertake here and the lessons we will learn from this study will lay the foundation for disaster recovery now and into the future so that we can better equip our communities with the tools, resources, and knowledge to shorten the long road to recovery while mitigating the adverse impacts on health and well-being of our people, not just on Maui, but throughout our Pai'aina. O ka pono ke hana ia a iho mai na lani. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Nikima Glatt. Not present, but, on Zoom. Great.
Hello. Sorry, I apologize. I'm in my car right now. I support this bill. My name is Nikima Glatt. I'm a mother of a student who goes to Lahaina Luna. And I'm sorry, I'm going to get emotional because it's very personal for me. I'm in my car right now because 6 months out, I am already feeling the impacts from the exposure. So I'm waiting to go into the doctors. I've been in and out of the hospital 3 times already from the exposure itself. From the beginning of the wildfires, I've worked in Lahaina, serving the medical needs and the mental health needs of our community, and still am up to this day as best as I can. I'm also medical director of the Maui Medic Healers Hui and co-investigator on the Maui West study with Dr. Juarez and Dr. Mauna Kea. I've worked in emergency medicine for about 15 years, and I'm a certified trauma nurse, and what I've seen in Lahaina is I wasn't prepared for. Since the fires, I've assisted in a few births. I've treated newborns, children, teens, military, first responders, even tourists and the elderly who are confined to their homes. I'm sorry. I think it's imperative that we expand the study, especially to study children and the first responders and military, everybody who was involved and impacted by the fires. I'm sorry. I know that this study is really going to help people in the future, not only just on Maui, but I know it's going to substantially help Maui. It's going to help Lahaina. It's going to help upcountry. But I really feel that this study is going to have a very positive global impact in the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for sharing your story, Nikima. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this measure?
Aloha, Vice Chair. Pedro Hara with the American Lung Association.
Hi, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you both to the Chair, Vice Chair, and the committee for hearing this incredibly important bill. The American Lung Association stands in our full support of this bill. Apologies, my testimony was late. You'll have my written comments. One of the things that we wanted to point out is that we have been working with 9/11 responders who worked in Congress to be able to appropriate the funds that now have created the 9/11 registry and the subsequent studies and medical care that has been provided. What we know today is that there are more people that died from the inhalation after 9/11 than people that were on the towers. And what we know is that the director of EPA has declared that one of her biggest mistakes was declaring the air around the 9/11 zone to be safe. We don't want to repeat those mistakes of the past. We want to be able to take care of the people of Lahaina and Kula as well as possible and as well as we can. So I applaud the University of Hawaii, the researchers who are conducting this research. We're working very closely together to make sure that not only is this far-reaching, but it's also relevant to our communities, and we stand in full support of this bill and urge for passage. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify?
Yes, hi, this is Veronica Mendoza-Jahowski with Roots Reborn. Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair, for giving us an opportunity to talk about HB 2805. I stand in full support of it, and by the written testimony by my colleagues at Roots Reborn, Stephanie Villalobos-Genesis, and Ann Dion. Roots Reborn was actually founded in the aftermath of the fires. We stood up in an effort to help our immigrant community. We know that Lahaina is made up of at least 32% foreign-born, but we actually know that that number is actually higher because a lot of our folks who lack status don't necessarily raise their hand to be counted. I would love to just commend and highlight that the design of the study was actually set up to really be inclusive. And I think that is so not just important, but imperative to ensure that minority groups are being represented in a study that is as significant as this, because these communities are often overlooked, but they compose a large segment of our community. So by actively engaging community groups, the study can really assess the impact of wildfire toxins and safeguard the health and well-being of every individual, regardless of immigration status. Not only is this for the long term, but I would really like to talk about how this study has already found individuals with real high risk and concerning metrics that have shown up. Just this past week on Sunday, we had an individual who is Spanish speaking, does not qualify for any health insurance at all. And she actually is a client of Roots Reborn. And she had elevated high blood pressure. She had significantly reduced lung capacity, elevated blood glucose levels, and she had increased lactate levels that were exceeding over the normal ranges. So because this study is partnering with grassroots organizations like Roots Reborn that has not only intimate connections with the community, but we have the community's trust. And we've been able to build partnerships with folks like Kaiser. We can now take this client and advocate for them so that Kaiser can hopefully, Kaiser or community resources like Malama Ikeola, we can now advocate for her to make sure that she gets immediate help that she actually needs. This client would not have known of this if the study had not been on the ground. So I would love to be in full support of this and also just commend the study for their design and their engagement with grassroots like us, like Tagnawa, and other folks who are ensuring that representation is a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify?
Yes, can I testify?
Oh, yes. Okay, go ahead on Zoom.
Thank you so much. Aloha, Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES in strong support of the Maui recovery study. So Maui has a very diverse ethnic group, and some of them are non-English speaking and are Spanish. I think a multi-cohort study will benefit the state's understanding of Maui's cultural people and ancestry, and from there create an action plan to help get language access and translation needs for them so that it can help them get their resources. So we can look at a comparable study from the University of Hawaii, the Cancer School, which held a multi-ethnic cohort study consisting of men and women, primarily of 5 ethnic groups: Caucasian, Japanese, Americans, Native Hawaiians, African Americans, and Latinos. At the baseline, the final sample, it consisted of more than 215,000 participants. The great majority of the African Americans and Latinos in the cohort were in the study with the great majority. And then there was also a great majority of Japanese, whites, Native Hawaiians. So the cohort encompasses a broad spectrum of the ethnic groups sampled, And then they compared the distributions across educational levels and marital status between cohort samples and also the 1990 census data. And the distributions were remarkably similar, suggesting that study findings should be broadly generalized to these populations. So, you know, we can try to perhaps include University of Hawaii because the UH system led a very good multi-ethnic cultural study to help plan the Maui recovery. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And come on up to the microphone. Can you please state your name too?
My name is John Burrell. I go by Jack. I'm here in support of this bill as a representative of the College of Social Sciences and the University of Hawaii at Manoa. This bill gives our team, our researchers, an opportunity to collect the data that's going to be absolutely necessary at the time now so that we can best help the community moving forward. And if it's not done now, we won't be able to collect this really critical data. So I, as an individual and the University of Hawaii, is in strong support of this bill.
Very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members' questions. Yes, Representative Ward.
UH or UHERO? Are you a UHERO researcher? Could I call you up then, please? UHERO. The issue of being time-bound, I mean, this thing is got it's a placeholder, but it says it's going to be approved in 2000. The point is, if we don't get on to these people quickly, are we going to lose some data because some conditions or symptoms are going to be lost?
100%.
And we should basically fast-track this bill?
Yes, and we should fast-track this. Thankfully, we're able to start already collecting this information. So far, we collected 650 people.
How many?
650, thanks to funding from the Hawaii Community Foundation. And we're hoping that this will allow us to at least expand this to 1,000
How many are you
people.
going to have? What's your end?
The goal is 1,000 so far. That's the limitation of the funding. We're hoping to go for 2,000, yeah.
And ideally, when should you finish and have the data in hand for utilization?
By the end of the year.
So if we move this and it gets signed by the governor,
If you sign it tomorrow, we'll finish in 3 months or so. To give you an idea, 650 people we collected in 8 recruitment sessions, 8 days, over 1 month.
so you guys can move quickly.
Yes, we just need the money.
Show me the money. Okay, thank you very much. Chair, I also have another question.
Sure, go ahead.
Online, thank you very much, Yuhiro. You guys are invaluable to this committee. The lady who said there's 32% foreign-born who are there, I forgot her name or her organization. 32% of the Maui casualties were foreign-born or the population?
Hi, this is Veronica. I can
Veronica,
speak to that.
okay,
if you'd
sorry, I
like.
forgot your name. Veronica, question. There was some question between FEMA and Micronesians and others. Who are the, first of all, who's the baseline of the 32%?
Right, so this is 32%, which is almost it's almost double the national average of foreign-born in Lahaina. So the specific numbers of the makeup of direct impacted is something I think a lot of community organizers are working to get. But we know for sure that we have a very large Filipino community, we have a large Latino community, we have a large Japanese, and we have a lot of folks that are Micronesian COFA that belong to that COFA community.
That was my question. The COFA.
Yes.
The COFA being turned
Our
away from-
organization has a great privilege of being able to serve these groups. And so we have been able to bridge their participation because we've established trust. And the way that you establish trust is by being a part of that community, first and foremost, and then also knowing that when we service folks It has to be done in a really culturally sensitive and competent manner. And that's what we were able to bring to the study.
Okay,
We were able to
that's-
bring a lot
that's
of
what my question is
bilingual
about.
interpreters.
My question is about the culturally sensitive matter of being a COFA, a Micronesian, and not being acknowledged by FEMA for reimbursement to the state. Do you know anything about that? Some of the FEMA people I have read have, not some of the Micronesian people have not been accepted by FEMA for reimbursement. Are you familiar? or
Correct.
have any-
FEMA is ineligible for FEMA. So our COFA, there are 27 households. We have the great fortune of being in touch with every single directly impacted COFA household because we have Antion Celestine, who is our COFA rep. And they're small and they're tight knit. And so we know that our COFA, that their status is unqualified citizens. And as
Because of what?
unqualified
Because
citizens,
of-
even though they have social security numbers, they do not qualify for FEMA.
According to FEMA or according to something else jurisdictionally? Why are they being
According to
excluded?
FEMA.
Why are they being excluded?
Their status, they are unqualified citizens.
What if they came in from the southern border? Are there any of those people there and they're getting qualified?
We have a lot of folks who lack status, and
And they're
they're
covered.
not only not qualifying,
Oh.
they cannot even register and become FEMA ineligible because applying and registering for FEMA is a high risk, especially as we go into this election period.
Okay, we won't go down that rabbit hole.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
But I'm happy to chat on the side.
Okay, but the point is the Micronesians are not getting the status that otherwise they would deserve in any other situation in the state of Hawaii.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Very
Thank
much.
you.
Any other questions? Chair.
Dr. Monacare. First of all, thank you for hosting the Finance Committee when we did our site
welcome.
visit. So
That was a
thank you
fun
very
tour.
much. That was very impressive. So the subject matter committee added 2 lines in there for an appropriation. It is to conduct a multi-ethnic cohort study, and then the next one is to do a registry. Okay, so for those 2, do you have a number in mind of what those would take to do those 2? How much?
How much funding it would
Yeah.
take for this year?
For both.
I believe it was requested 1.5 million for the multi-ethnic cohort study, and around 850,000, if I'm not mistaken, for around that for the registry.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item. House Bill 1624 HD1. This is relating to insurance and provides coverage for standard fertility preservation services for persons undergoing medically necessary treatment that may cause iatrogenic infertility. First up to testify is DCCA.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. DCCA stands on its written testimony, available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Very much for the comments. Next up is the Hawaii Association of Health Plans. Thank you very much. Next up is HMSA.
Morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Don Carisu on behalf of HMSA. We do stand on our written testimony providing comments, but I just wanted to point out that we did offer some suggestions if this committee does decide to move the bill forward. We're here for any questions.
Thank you very much. Next up, Department of Health. Department of Health? Oh, no, sorry, wrong bill.
DOH.
Yes, never mind. Nope, that was it. That's all who've indicated they'd like to testify on this measure. Anyone else?
Yes, I will testify.
Oh, okay, hold on, Angela. Go ahead, Manny.
Is it my turn? Hello?
Hold on, Angela, it's not yet. Okay, great. Thank you. So that was the Hawaii Society of Clinical Oncologists. Wait, Manny, you're here for the Hawaii Society of Clinical Oncology. Yeah, okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to testify in the audience first? Okay, seeing none, go ahead, Angela.
Thank you, Chair. Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of CARES. So iatrogenic or medically induced infertility refers to when someone becomes infertile due to a medical procedure. So that's chemotherapy or radiation for cancer. So this is caused by a medical procedure, the infertile womb. So if this happens, then of course the state should consider policies for standard fertility preservation services for people undergoing medically necessary treatment for the iatrogenic infertility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify on Zoom? Nope. Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Kobayashi.
For insurance division and also maybe for the health insurance plans. It seems like we're not progressing very far in terms of a whole bunch of definitions. What, for instance, might essential health benefits be per your testimony, and the quote standard fertility preservation services, and then medically necessary. All of those, I think, need to be researched at least by the time Governor gets this bill. If you could do that, that would be helpful.
We could go back to the health branch and look at what could be done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to our next agenda item. This is HB 408 HD2 relating to health and authorizes the Department of Health to certify community care foster family homes for a fourth adult who is Medicaid recipient and has documented housing instability. First up to testify is the Department of Health. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Department of Human Services.
Morning, members of the committee. My name is Eric Nochi from the MedQuest Division. On behalf of Dr. Kathy Betts and the Department of Human Services, we stand on our written testimony supporting the intent and offering comments.
Great. Thank you very much. We also have supportive testimony from the Office of Homelessness and Housing Solutions. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, committee members, questions? Seeing no questions, let's go to our next agenda item. This is House Bill 2806 HD2. This is relating to opioid litigation proceeds. Establishes the Hawaii Opioid Litigation Proceeds Special Fund. Establishes the Hawaii Litigation Proceeds Council to oversee the Settlement Advisory Committee's expenditure of these proceeds. First up to testify on 2806 is the Department of Health.
Morning, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members. My name is Grant Conventer. I'm the opioid settlement project coordinator for the Department of Health. We have submitted testimony, but I'd like to just emphasize a few points if I could. While we appreciate the intent of the bill, the conclusion is that the critical function of the bill, which is to create a second oversight committee, is redundant at this time. We currently have an oversight committee, which is HOSAC, the Hawaii Opioid Settlement Advisory Committee, which was created by the Master Settlement Agreement that was entered into between the state and the counties. It's a diverse body made up of the representatives from the county governments, the Department of Health, the Department of Education, Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, and the UH Medical School. In terms of transparency, our mandate is very clear. If you've read the memorandum of agreement between the state and the counties, it explains basically how the funds are to be used for opioid remediation statewide. That agreement is on the internet. It's also on the ADED website if you haven't seen it. But it basically allocates the funding into three different buckets, which is the treatment for people who already have opioid use disorder, funds for harm reduction and prevention, and then it mandates 85% of the funds be used for opioid remediation and up to 15% for other substance uses. We also follow state procurement laws and monitor the use of funds to make sure they're not being misused or inappropriately. And we are getting ready to stand up, hopefully in the near future, a dedicated website for the settlement fund, so that will assist with future transparency. So it's the department's view at this time that this bill is not necessary, and that's why we're asking to defer it. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Next, we have Tax Foundation of Hawaii on Zoom.
Morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation of Hawaii. We are concerned that we share the concern of Budget and Finance that this creates a special fund that does not meet the standards in 52.3, and that we're basically creating new government when we don't really need to. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Kapalama Neighborhood Security Watch on Zoom.
Aloha, this is Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of Neighborhood Security Watch, Kapalama. And we are just testifying because we are in support of the Opiate Litigation Special Fund. So the state has received over $19,000 in 2023 in litigation proceeds from legal claims made against manufacturers and distributors of prescription opiates and pharmacies that have dispensed opiates and other related parties for their alleged roles in contributing to the high rates of drug overdoses and other drug-related harms. The Hawaii Attorney General estimates that the anticipated recovery of litigation proceeds will exceed $100,000, and so we should really think about if we need this special fund. Why is the opiate crisis a concern? Actually, it is a national concern. In 2022, the CDC released an emergency declaration, a renewal of determination that a public health emergency exists. As a result of the continued consequences of the opiate crisis affecting our nation, on this date and after consultation with public health officials as necessary, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, pursuant to the authority vested within Section 316 of the Public Health Service Act, renewed the October 2017 determination by former Acting Secretary of Health that a opiate public health emergency exists nationwide. And from the Federal Office of CDC, it declares that drug overdose deaths and opiate-involved deaths continue to increase. Since 1999, the number of opiate overdose deaths have quadrupled 4 times. From 2000 to 2015, more than 500,000 people have died. Opiate overdose involves a multi-sector approach, nonprofit sector, social services, health departments, emergency department response teams from the city, the county Honolulu Police Department, the Attorney General, and the prosecuting attorney from the city. It involves the doctors, the distributors, and the pharmacies. Experts from health, policy, law enforcement, and social work can provide a more authentic picture when examining this subject matter. And it starts with this Opiate Litigation Special Fund.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Takenouchi.
For Department of Health, please. Thanks. Just a quick follow-up. Great news about the website being ready to go live soon. Is there any estimation on when we can expect the money to start going into providers in the community or to projects?
So as far as the website goes, we're using the ADAG website temporarily, but it'll go up in stages. As far as when the money's going out, it's already going out. Some of the counties have requested their shares. The Hawaii County requested theirs, and that was, I understand that's to be used for the detox facility that they are in the process of opening with BISAC in Hilo. Other monies have gone out. We are purchasing naloxone for statewide distribution, and we're trying to saturate the state with that drug. Other funds have been approved by HOSAC, but they are sort of in the process of MOAs are being created and sort of contracts are being, considered. considered in terms of who would provide services. So there is approximately 13 million that's sort of in the pipeline, but it takes time to execute the MOAs and comply with procurement rules and things of that nature. So it's going out.
So how much has already gone out? And so this 13 million in your testimony, those are, you're currently working on
Yeah.
getting it out, and how much has already gone out?
So 18 million, well, 19 million came in. I believe some of that was used for legal fees. I think we had 18 million after all of that was resolved. 2 million has gone out, I believe, where the current balance is just under 16 million. And then, you know, hopefully more money will come in over time. We don't know when exactly. It just depends on when the lawyers work out all the settlement agreements. So the fund will go up and down sort of consistently, I would say, for the next perhaps several years as funds go out and then hopefully more come in. Because some of the settlement agreements are payments over a period of years, and some will be front-loaded, heavy on the front end, and then light on the back end. But that we'll just have to wait and see how the Attorney General's office works all that out.
Okay, thank you.
Much. Any additional questions? Representative Kobayashi.
From your testimony, it seems like you're actually opposed to this bill because you're talking about redundancy, you're talking about oversight committee already having been formed via the Master Settlement Agreement, which controls in part how you spend the money and who spends the money.
Right.
So I find your testimony a little bit off base in terms of not saying that you oppose the bill because of its redundancy.
Right. Well, I guess the request from the department is to defer the bill. And so if in the next session, based on everything that's happened from inception to then, that it's concluded that we need additional oversight, then, you know, that would be a discussion to have perhaps in a year from now. But for now, we are underway. HOSAC, like I said, consists of several, a diverse body of government representatives already. The bill itself would create a secondary committee and not disband HOSAC. And that committee would also have many of the same members, except more. So, you know, there would be logistics in setting up another committee and then managing everything that comes with managing two committees instead of one, which are essentially going to do the exact same thing. So since we're already underway, the view is that we can just proceed for now, and if circumstances change, then the legislature is within its rights to make changes.
I think you made my point. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Ward.
Continue on the notion of redundancy. This bill forms the special fund. Does the existing one have a special fund and a place to receive all the money that's anticipated?
The money, as I understand it, is held in a Department of Health trust fund.
So we would be creating another special fund for the same purpose? Because this one says, I get the main purpose is to get a special fund.
Right, yeah, I don't think that we characterize the Department of Health trust fund as a special fund. I'm not an expert in that area, but the money is held, as I understand, within the Department of Health. But if the bill, you're right, would create a special fund.
Specific opioid litigation special fund or whatever.
And then the money, you would need a mechanism to transfer it.
So you need that one, or you agree with that?
I agree that's what the bill does. We're just saying, the department's view is it's not necessary. The money's already held in a trust within the Department of Health, so it's.
I see.
It's safe in that sense.
How would you, as the department, respond to the tax foundation that said that there's a special fund, this does not meet the congruency requirements to have a special fund? Money is used for an effect out of the purpose of which it was created.
I wouldn't comment on the legal aspects of that in terms of tax law, but the master settlement agreement between the state and the counties, it basically dictates how the money is to be used, and it's to be used for opioid remediation, 85%, and then up to 15% for other substances. And then the master agreement lays out 12 or 15 pages of ways to utilize the funds specifically statewide.
You have control over the It's steadying, going down, going up? And what's the role of fentanyl?
Yeah, the introduction of fentanyl, I think, is a game changer from what I've seen so far. That, you know, that's why we are continuously purchasing Naloxone and distributing it throughout the state. The reports that we're getting so far, and we're still compiling data, is that it is being used to
Numbers of overdose, 2023?
not with me, but
2022?
I don't have numbers with me, but we can forward you the numbers that we do have.
So has it stabilized, or is it still going crazy off the charts?
I don't think that there's any data that makes it clear that anything has stabilized. Fentanyl is, you know, currently coming into the state. We've had meetings with law enforcement. They're obviously doing everything they can to limit the supply, but the contention is that we need to reduce demand by the population and or folks who just are using it and maybe don't even know they're using it because the drugs they're using are laced with it.
What percent of the overdoses are?
I could check our statistics. I don't know off the top of my head.
Get those numbers to this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Much. Is there anyone else with questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go on to our next agenda item, House Bill 2341 HD1. This is relating to funding for the Tobacco Enforcement Special Fund and increases the ceiling for the Tobacco Enforcement Special Fund from $500,000 to $750,000, as well as does a few other things listed in the bill. First up to testify is the Attorney General's office.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Rich Stacy. I'm the Unit Supervisor for the Tobacco Enforcement Unit at the Attorney General's office. Thank you for hearing the bill. We're in strong support. Our Tobacco Enforcement Special Fund is primarily funded through cigarette tax stamp revenue. In recent years, as in our written testimony, since 2015 to 2016, that revenue has dropped from $116 million to around $78 million, and it's expected to keep decreasing. While it's good that cigarette sales have gone down, we know that vaping has gone up, but our responsibilities in the Tobacco Enforcement Unit are to enforce the Master Settlement Agreement, the Tobacco Master Settlement Agreement. And with that enforcement comes the annual MSA money to Hawaii. Last year was $40 million. Since the inception of the MSA and our enforcement, it's been about $1.1 billion just through annual MSA money. And through the MSA also, DOTAX has collected over $2 billion in cigarette tax stamp fees. So these are slight increases, but it's not related to the downward trend in smoking. Our responsibilities under the Master Settlement Agreement are that we have to enforce it against bad actors that might sell cigarettes in Hawaii. That's our responsibility. If we don't do that, we face risking half of, for example, last year's $40 million. We could lose about $20 million just for 1 year loss in arbitration. So we're trying to stabilize the funding to keep our efforts in diligent enforcement up so that we don't lose arbitration in the future. So we'd ask you to pass this bill. As you may remember, I was here last year. HB 982 went all the way to conference on that Friday night, and it just didn't get heard. So we are hoping that this will pass. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Department of Taxation.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Winston Wong on behalf of the Department of Taxation. We stand on our written testimony, but would like to supplement that with revenue estimates for the next 5 years. For each of the next 5 years, revenue estimates for the Tobacco Enforcement Special Fund are estimated to increase at $0.3 million each year. I'll be available for comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Department of Health. Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Hawaii Public Health Institute. Thank you very much. Next, we have Tax Foundation of Hawaii on Zoom.
Thank you, Vice Chair, Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation of Hawaii. We have submitted written testimony. The point of it is that you have here a tax that is basically designed to make people stop smoking. And so the long-term trend over time is going to be that the revenue is going to fall. And we see this in the chart that is copied on page 3 of our testimony. This is from the Department of Taxation's annual report. And no surprise, the revenue is falling off. So for that reason, we don't think it's wise to continue special funding all of these important programs off of the cigarette and tobacco tax. Consideration should be given to a different funding mechanism, such as general fund appropriation. I think I'll be available for questions.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure?
May I testify?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. I did not submit testimony. I will testify now. Okay. So Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES. So the Tobacco Enforcement Unit is tasked with administering the STAMP program. The unit provides a reporting form to wholesalers and distributors and gathers information from the responses and invoices submitted by the wholesalers and distributors. Based on this information, the unit verifies that only compliant brands are sold directly or through distributors, retailers, or similar intermediaries in Hawaii. In addition, the unit verifies that only compliant authorized brands are stamped and sold in Hawaii by investigating cigarette brands on store shelves. To maintain the Tobacco Enforcement Unit's diligent enforcement efforts and to minimize the risk of losing settlement agreement payments, it is critical that the unit receive adequate and continuous funding. The purpose of this act is to stabilize and to increase funding for the unit within the department by increasing the amount of the Tobacco Enforcement Special Fund. And this is very concerning. Bad actors selling non-compliant cigarettes, because the electronic nicotine vapes is a concern within the state of Hawaii and across the nation. This is a concern of the Hawaii Children and Youth Summit, which is chartered into law, by the state of Hawaii to create a children's conference every October. And it's been going on for 30 years. And they declared that electronic nicotine vapes is a dire concern. And also the Keiki Caucus, they also declared that electronic nicotine vapes are a grave concern. So I think, although this is not a big deal within the special fund, it's still something that affects it. So we should really consider this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify?
Yes, I'm sorry if you did not receive our testimony. I'm Tina Yamaki with the Retail Merchants of Hawaii, and we are opposed to this. Last year, the legislature passed a vape tax, so we're looking at about over $100 million coming in from not only tobacco, but also vape taxes, and so this should also help to fund these types of things. Retailers right now are on a very thin margin, and making these types of things more expensive just pushes it onto the black market where people also buy from the military or steal from our stores. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wanting to testify? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions. Yes, Representative Kobayashi.
For Attorney General, I think people are getting confused by the revenues that come in through this cigarette tax stamp program and revenues that are coming in from this master settlement agreement. So the master settlement agreement is one of our most lucrative sources of outside settlement money. You mentioned $1 billion, and it is to continue in the future.
Yeah, it goes in perpetuity until all cigarettes are basically not sold anymore.
So you actually want to continue because if your efforts in handling the master settlement agreement proceeds go awry, we could lose revenue from the master settlement agreement, which you said in another committee has already occurred, I think, in the state of Washington?
Washington just lost again. So they lost the 2004 arbitration, which was around 2013. And they just lost 2005, 6, and 7, and that was announced a couple months ago. So they're looking at losing
So
at
those
least.
were all 8-digit numbers that they lost.
I think that one they lost, they're expected to lose maybe 10 million for each year they lost. But in the 2003 arbitration, states lost in hundreds of millions.
Thank you.
Much. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. I think it was the first testifier, was that Department of Health?
That was me.
That was you? Okay, terrific. If we back out the people who've stopped smoking and we move in the vapors, what do the numbers look like? In other words, the state of the art of smoking and vaping, give me a sort of an equilibrium, or, hey, we've got more vapors now and the smokers are on their off.
Well, it's hard to characterize that way. So I would say if you look at DOTAX collecting cigarette stamp fees, it's going down about 10%.
Yeah, that's for sure. But
So
how many of the new guys are coming on board because they're vapors and the vapors are getting right on the edge to become smokers? In fact, you can get a vape nicotine vial for you can also get a THC marijuana vial also. So to assume that the numbers are gonna go down because the smokers and the stamp tax goes down, I think maybe a little bit outside of reality.
So the vape tax that was mentioned on other testimony came in Act 62 last session. That's unrelated to this. So the MSA is only cigarettes.
No, I'm just talking about people. I'm talking about the human condition of why we're even dealing with this.
Okay, well,
The point of the settlement was to get people off cigarettes. We've got a number off cigarettes, but how many are we coming on board with vaping, i.e. quasi-cigarette? I'm looking at the shift in a macro
Yeah, I think
societal
Department of
level.
Health has provided a lot of testimony on other bills that has the numbers. I don't have those numbers right now, but yes, vaping is way up. Vaping among youth in Hawaii is way up.
That's what I'm getting at. You're the Attorney General, though, right? So you're probably not expected to answer that question.
I
Is
don't-
the
I
is
don't have
Department of
those
Health here? Anybody
Mr.
knows these
Stacy,
vaping and other numbers?
can you talk into the mic? Sorry.
I'm sorry, it's a sideways
Is
thing.
Department of Health or anybody who's got numbers on vaping and smoking quitting? Because I think we're going 5 steps forward and 3 steps backwards, I think, or maybe even 4 steps
Yeah,
backward.
the industry tends to be fluid and move in a direction where it can make profit and not be regulated, so. But Department of Health does have testimony in other bills.
And you
that
said the MSA goes forever and ever?
goes until basically cigarettes are not sold anymore. Right now, they're supposed to pay $9 billion a year. They pay it gets adjusted, so that lately they're paying about $7 billion a year to the states as part of the master.
Ours is what?
We get 0.6 based on size, and California gets almost $1 billion a year. So, yeah, it goes in perpetuity. It's expected to go down with the rise of vaping and lower cigarette sales. That will reduce it, but
Ever stop smoking?
Thank you,
Very
Chair.
much. Yes.
Stay there. So the purpose of the stamp was that originally to have a mechanism to deal with the gray market. Has there been an increase or decrease, or do you see any changes in the gray market?
it's been pretty stable. They still come in through the customs or the post office. It has definitely stabilized. In the early days, the MSA was kind of the Wild West, and we had a lot of action. But most of the industry has realized that we'll take them out of, we won't allow them to sell anymore. We'll crack down on them. But so the move is to vaping and other, I don't even want to hear cannabis with tobacco, but there's a lot of other things. But gray market's been pretty stable.
What is the minimum you're going to need to still manage the gray market?
Well, I mean, that's part of what we do. Right now, we have.
So that was the original intent of it also.
Well, yes, right now, we are fortunate, we're one of the only states in the whole country that doesn't have what's called a NPM, a non-participating manufacturer. That could change at any time. So we've had inquiries the last couple of years. Once you have one NPM, then you're at risk because then you're at risk of arbitration. So we've been very fortunate the last couple of years. A big player out of Korea just pulled out. They were about to come into Hawaii, and we were going back and forth with them. So they pulled out across the country. So it's always an issue, and we've been fortunate, and we're trying to stay on top of it. I don't know a minimum amount, because we do about 1,800 inspections a year. And now with Act 62, there's more vaping that we're going to have to deal with. So we're trying to just keep our numbers up, because for arbitration, so I've been in depositions with the tobacco attorneys, they will easily say, well, why did you cut your positions? Why did you not fund those positions? And that turns into a factor at arbitration.
Okay, thank you. Department of Taxation?
Morning, Chair.
When we have increases like this, do we have a floor tax?
Pardon me?
When we have increases on tobacco or any, the next bill is going to do an increase also. Do we have a floor tax? Do you impose a floor tax?
I'm not familiar with the...
Okay, so when the feds increase their taxes, they require a floor tax. In other words, you have to take an inventory of your existing tobacco, and then you have to add the taxes on what you already have in your existing inventory. Okay, do we just start taxing from the point of new sales, or do we charge a floor tax?
Oh, we have both of those. We have tobacco stamps as well as the
No,
tobacco
no, no.
tax rate.
But do you require the retailers to do an inventory, and then they have to pay you for the increase of their current inventory that they didn't buy from the wholesaler that had the increase in the taxes?
Oh, I'm not aware of that.
Okay,
Sure, I can get back to
so you don't have that. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go on to our next agenda item, House Bill 2504. This is relating to cigarette taxes and increases the cigarette tax and amends the cigarette tax disposition of revenues by allocating the increase in the cigarette tax amount to the Hawaii Cancer Research Special Fund. First up is the University of Hawaii.
Good morning, Chair, members. Calbert Young for Dr. Ueno with the UH Cancer Center. The university has submitted testimony in support of this measure. This measure would proposes to increase the cigarette tax by 2 cents per cigarette, and having that additional 2 cents go towards the Hawaii Cancer Center operations via the special fund. Currently, the cigarette tax is 16 cents per cigarette, of which 2 cents of that 16 cents does go to the Cancer Center. So this would essentially add an additional 2 cents and therefore double the amount that goes to the Cancer Center. This is critical to future Cancer Center operations. When this approach was initially established near the early part of this century, when this Cancer Center was created, the purpose of the state in the approach was to help support the cancer research and the Cancer Center. Over that period of time, though, cigarette sales have decreased, and with it, the revenues that have supported the Cancer Center. By increasing the tax to this level, brings back the revenue to what it was originally established back in the early 2000s. Thank you, Chair.
Very much. Next up is the Department of Taxation.
Morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Winston Wong on behalf of the Department of Taxation. We stand on our written comments, but would like to supplement with revenue estimates for the Hawaii Cancer Research Special Fund for the next 6 years. Starting in 2025, the increase would be 7.6 million. 2026, the increase would be 7.8 million. In 2027, the increase would be 7.4 million. 2028, 6.9 million. 2029, 6.6 million. And 2030, 6.2 million. And if I may, just to the previous chair's question, if the cigarettes aren't sold, then they're still taxed at the wholesale rate. So there is a floor to be applied. If they're not sold, if they're just possessed by a dealer, then the wholesale rate is applied, but not the standard or the elevated rate. Okay, thank you. Available for questions afterwards.
Much. Next up is the Department of Health. very much. Next up, we have Retail Merchants of Hawaii on Zoom.
Aloha, I'm Tina Yamaki with the Retail Merchants of Hawaii. We are opposed to this measure. I wanted to point out that the Hawaii tobacco sales brought in over $83 million in tax revenue last year alone, and that is down from $92 million the previous year. But even with the decline in the tobacco tax, it shows that people are smoking less. We also know about the vape tax that has also started. So we anticipate this number, like I said before, to be over $100 million. In previous testimony too, like I mentioned, bringing up tobacco taxes makes it a little bit more expensive for people, which makes it more attractive for people to come in and steal, or people no longer buying in our stores, but on military bases where the state will no longer get taxed on that. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next up is the Hawaii Public Health Institute. Thank you very much. Next, we have Tax Foundation of Hawaii on Zoom.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Tom Yamachika from Tax Foundation. Our testimony on this bill is similar to that for the last one, and we'll stand in our comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Valerie Smalley. Testified in support. Next, we have Young Park on Zoom.
Aloha.
Hi, go ahead.
Aloha. My name is Young Park. Firstly, I'm the father of 3-month-old girl. I'm also a small business owner. My business is a small convenience store in Waikiki. I have owned and operate this store with the help of 3 employees for last 5 years. It's also important to note that we have a perfect tobacco compliance record and take carding everyone very seriously. The reason I'm here today is to request that please do not pass the cigarette tax. This tax increase will put even more pressure on our business and surely cause a loss of income and hurt the community. That's all.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Jinsan Oak on Zoom.
Hello.
So, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jinsan Oak. I own a convenience store in Kailua since 2019. And our store was the first store to adapt age verification technology to support the local bill. Today, I'm here to oppose Bill 2504. This bill will hurt our revenue and sales, and it'll turn the economy growth, it'll impact the economy growth to slow down and overall. So today I'm here to oppose Bill 2504.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
That's all who have indicated they'd like to testify. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this measure? Yes, come on up.
And Maui, the University of Hawaii. I'm also a member of the University of Hawaii Cancer Center. Surprises me that no one's talked about the issue here, why the tax was issued in the first place. That was to reduce people's smoking behaviors, which were attributed to the increasing cancer incidence that was striking in Hawaii, especially among lung cancer. That still remains a problem in the state, more particularly among female Native Hawaiians. So I would testify in support of this bill because it would provide revenues needed in order to address this increasing concern. So behaviors change. There is reduced smoking behaviors due to the tax, that's true, but the rates of cancer still remain, and the reason why is because some individuals who continue smoking remain more vulnerable than others to developing these problems in the future. So although although we do see reductions in the rates, our population, compared to other parts of the country, is more vulnerable to these influences. and that creates higher rates of cancer throughout the state. This is from the University of Hawaii Cancer Center. Just recently, on average of 7,400 individuals residing in Hawaii are diagnosed with invasive cancer. 2,400 die from cancer every year in the state. There are 67,000 cancer survivors in the state. Among Hawaii men and women, they have the highest incidence of cancers of liver, intrahepatic, bile duct, and stomach cancer compared to the rest of the country. This is crazy. Lung cancer continues to be the leading cause of cancer death in the state amongst females, like I said, in Native Hawaiians in particular. And thyroid cancer incidence is the highest amongst Filipino. A lot of this is linked to these kinds of behaviors and exposures to smoking. So of course, we're trying to encourage healthy behaviors using the tax, but we also have to have funding available to help mitigate those problems that appear from other situations. So again, I would urge support for this funding. Aside from the impacts on the economy, of course, this is going to have. You have to also think about the health conditions and the cost of the health conditions that occur. So there's a lot more complexity than just the revenues generated from the sales of cigarettes. Mahalo.
Very much. Come on up from the back.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Ra Long, owner and operator of R&K Groceries located in downtown Chinatown. I'm here to ask you to oppose HB 2504 to increase of tobacco taxes. I've been operating my business since 2013. I moved here from California with my wife and at the time 2 kids, but later being blessed with a 3rd child in 2017. My family sold what we had in California and invested everything into this business. We have been a part of the Chinatown community for a little over 10 years. I'm telling you this because I want you to understand what it means to my family and I. And not just my family, but small business like mine all over the state. Every year, droves of people leave Hawaii, marking 7 straight years of decline. The cost of living here is twice the national average, and now we are talking about another significant increase in tobacco taxes. Not only are you forcing the increase in operating costs of my business, but ultimately putting a burden on the customers. We just came out of COVID shutdowns, forcing a lot of local business to close their doors and incur debt just to stay open. Unlike the city council, the local population does not have the luxury of increasing their income by 64%. So how much harder do you intend to step on us? According to the National Association of Convenience Stores, tobacco products constitute 30% of the revenue. Indirectly, it's close to 40%. This tax increase will hurt legitimate business and push everything to the black market. I guarantee you will see an increase in tobacco purchases on the internet. Currently, the state of Massachusetts is renting a warehouse just to house seizures of illicit tobacco. They had to create a task force while putting burden on local law enforcement and courts. Mind you, that Honolulu Police Department has 400 vacancies. The state of Massachusetts tax revenue has fallen almost 23%. In 2023, adult smokers in Hawaii bring in $154 million in federal and state taxes just on cigarettes. Total state taxes generated from cigarettes decline on an average of 40% annually from the last 10 years, like you also heard from the tobacco enforcement earlier. We all know the end game will be a ban on cigarettes altogether. Why a large increase now for something that is gradually declining anyways? A significant increase in taxes will result in a large gap in funding for public health, including tobacco prevention and control programs, especially credit for the Hawaii Cancer Research Fund. Let me ask you this. What can you tax that's being sold on the streets if it comes to pass? You can only tax what's legal in retail stores. So if you're thinking about research funding or funds for different research, you can't tax anything that's sold on the streets. I'm asking you to rethink what you are doing and oppose this tax increase. It does not make any sense. Thank you.
Very much. Anyone else wishing to testify?
Hello, Vice Chair. Pedro Haro with the American Lung Association. Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair, for hearing this bill. I apologize for my late testimony. The American Lung Association is in full support of this bill. Just wanted to point out a couple of things what the industry does to be able to confuse not only the public, but legislative bodies is number one, they use local merchants to be able to be the face of this issue rather than the lobbyists showing up in person to be able to make that same argument. Because what happens after these tax increases, and we see it in state again, is it will actually reduce the price of tobacco so that there won't be a sticker shock for either the retailers or for the consumers. So that's when you start seeing those 2-for-1 sales. If you go to almost any shop, you'll start seeing them, those 2-for-1 sales, or buy 2 packs, you get the third free, so that people don't feel that sticker shock, so that they will remain addicted to a product that, if intended, that if used as intended, will ultimately kill them or create serious disease. The other part, there was a question earlier about vaping and tobacco use. About an NIH-funded study in 2015 found that about 30% of youth who start with vaping end up going into combustible tobacco at some point or another. So we're not anywhere near of the end of this cycle, as Representative Ward was pointing out. What is important is that there is a lag in cancer, in tobacco usage in cancer, right? You don't start using tobacco and then you get cancer. There's a lagging opportunity. What we hope is, in seeing these reductions in tobacco, is that there will be a less need for our programs, for our services in helping people quit tobacco. Put us out of business. We would love to be put out of business. We would love there to be no tobacco taxes coming into the state, because we have completely achieved our purpose. That is perfectly fine with us, because it will mean that cancer will be reduced immensely, as will other diseases. But for now, the need is still there. Thank you very much. We urge you to pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else on Zoom?
Aloha. May I testify?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Angela Melody Young, testifying on behalf of CARES, a grassroots in strong support. So I help with the team at Hawaii Children and Youth with planning for the summit, representing 100 or so of the state of Hawaii's most diverse youths. And this subject matter is brought up a lot because it's important to the kids, smoking. And the Hawaii Children and Youth advises the KK Caucus. And although I'm not representing on behalf of the summit, but as an art teacher from CARES with students from various districts, I noticed these things in the community with the children and what they like to study, and they like to study smoking. And so this bill would add to the Cancer Research Special Fund, and that can balance the education of those who like to study smoking behavior to get a really more authentic picture. Smoking can cause cancer, which will then lead to death. And for example, why should we be in support of the Cancer Research Special Fund? Because it can fund a new study to analyze cancer disparities amongst Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders, and Filipinos in Hawaii. The research can help researchers get started on a multi-ethnic cohort study, which makes it easier for them to justify requests for federal funding after the study has launched. And multi-ethnic cohort studies, in terms of a cancer research, can focus on social determinants of health, lifestyles, environmental exposures, and resilience factors of Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders, and Filipinos. And it can really boost the education level of the state of Hawaii. And the Cancer Center operations can really benefit from this special fund with access to doctors and the cancer epidemiology at the University of Hawaii and the Institute for Biogenesis Research at the university. Those are educational resources. And if you collaborate those things with the Cancer Center operations and the special fund, I think there's going to be just a really next level of education for the state of Hawaii. And, for those who are opposed to smoking, we will always advocate for more policies to regulate tobacco tax for the health of Hawaii and because the students care.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing that there's no other testifiers, committee members' questions. Yes, Representative Ayu.
I guess for the University of Hawaii. Are you the only one covered?
I'm representing on the testimony submitted by Dr. Ueno for the Cancer
Okay.
Center, but there's a Cancer Center research. So if it's a medical question, you probably want to
I
talk
guess
to
I just want to understand the business plan of the Cancer Center. Like how much longer are we going to need to infuse monies into the special fund? And when is the Cancer Center going to be able to start generating revenues?
Yeah, so I think you'd want to hear from Dr. Ueno directly on the business plan. But I would say from what I see is, I don't see that the Cancer Center would ever get to a place where it's self-sufficient. I'm going to air quote self-sufficient in the sense that the state is not contributing money or that the university is not contributing money not generated from the Cancer Center itself. That's not, that does not look like a viable business model.
Wasn't that like the business plan that was presented at the inception of the Cancer Center though? That the research would generate revenue for it to be
I'm not certain.
self-sufficient?
Yeah, I'm not certain about that. That
Okay.
doesn't sound, that wouldn't sound reasonable to me. The way the approach is in statute, it's pretty clear that the state set it up that a portion of this dedicated revenue stream from cigarette tax revenue was to go towards the construction of the Cancer Center and to augment up the cost of operations of the Cancer Center.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's just that since the time of that inception, the amount of cigarette tax revenue overall have decreased, and thereby the proportion that goes to the Cancer Center has also
Well, we also use
decreased.
cigarette litigation settlement money for funding as well, right?
I believe that goes towards the medical school.
Not the Cancer Center.
Not the Cancer Center.
Okay. And so if we don't pass the tax increase, what is the university or the Cancer Center's plan for meeting the funding deficit?
That will be a very big question about what the university and the state would propose towards the future viability of the Cancer Center.
Okay. Well, based on what you said earlier, I assume there's no one from the Board of Regents here to give us their strategic plan for the Cancer Center?
Not the Board of Regents.
Guess they didn't get the message yesterday, but okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing that, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 2415 HD2. This is relating to the Nurse Licensure Compact. It allows the governor to enter the state into a multi-state nurse licensure compact, which will allow a nurse who is licensed by a home state to practice under a multi-state licensure privilege in each party state. First up to testify is DCCA. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Department of Labor and Industrial Relations. Very much. Next, we have the University of Hawaii. Clementina Surya, yes.
Good morning, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the committee. My name is Clementina Seri-Ulep, Dean of the UH School of Nursing and Dental Hygiene at Manoa. Thank you for hearing this measure. We support the intent of this bill and offer comments. Thank you.
Very much. Next, we have Healthcare Association of Hawaii.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Paycheck Thorne Choi. I'm testifying on behalf of Hilton Rathel. He apologizes that he wasn't able to be here this morning, and on behalf of our 170 members of the Healthcare Association of Hawaii. As we testified in a hearing yesterday, we have almost 1,000 vacant RN positions across the acute care setting, post-acute care setting, and our community-based setting. That's probably an undercount. We did a survey. We can't reach every single provider in the state, but we know that workforce shortages are a major, major issue for all of our members. They bring that up every time we talk about our priorities. This measure is very important to our members. It's one tool that we can use that 41 other states and 2 territories, including Guam, have used to help address their shortage of nurses. As you heard also in this committee yesterday, we're doing everything we can to grow our own talent, to retain the folks that we do have currently working in our healthcare facilities, but we need every tool at our disposal to start really attacking the issue we have with the workforce shortage. So thank you very much for hearing this measure, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Very much. Next, we have Board of Nursing.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Chelsea Fukunaga on behalf of the Board of Nursing. The board will stand on its written testimony, appreciating the intent of the bill and offering comments. I just want to highlight that the board, in consultation with the Professional Vocational Licensing Division, is respectfully requesting a delayed implementation date of at least 2 years, which would be July 1st, 2026, to ensure that appropriate updates are made to the division's database and that the board staff has appropriate time for training and onboarding from the NLC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Kaiser Permanente on Zoom. Not present, they are in support. Next, we have the Hawaii State Center for Nursing.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair. My name is Laura Reichar. I am the director of the Hawaii State Center for Nursing. We had the great pleasure of conducting the study for SCR 112, which preceded this measure. I just want to know, in addition to stating the Center for Nursing support, that we have also identified that there would be fiscal impacts. And I want to commend DCCA for their recommended amendments, which were adopted in the HD2 version of this measure. And that would help address those fiscal impacts that we had identified in the study. Thank you.
Very much. Next, we have Hawaii Public Health Institute.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Peggy Mirzwa with the Hawaii Public Health Institute. We want to thank the committee for hearing the bill. We're in support of this measure because without healthcare workers, we cannot have good public health. So thank you so much.
Very much. Next, we have Stonewall Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii on Zoom.
Good morning. Michael Galoya Jr. on behalf of the Stonewall Caucus of the Democratic Party of Hawaii. We're in opposition to this bill because we don't know where these nurses are coming from. As we saw last week in Alabama, if they're not all training's the same, not all state standards are the same, and everybody that gets involved in this compact has a vote. And we want to make sure that the nurses that we have that have been trained here in Hawaii know our local culture, know that we respect and respect the gender diversity that we have here in this world. And we have grave concerns that this bill sounds like more like legalized scabbing than anything else. We have grave concerns over implementation of this and having nurses coming in from Florida, Texas, Alabama, where they're not all education is the same and not all nursing standards are the same from state to state because not everybody believes in science and facts. If that were the case, we would have less concern about this bill. But given the world that we live in today and not everybody believing that the world is round and evolution is real and gender equality means gender diversity, we must be opposed to this bill until these measures are addressed and taken care of by this cohort. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Hawaii Association of Professional Nurses on Zoom.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the ability to testify. I'm Dr. Jeremy Creekmore, APRN, President of the Hawaii Association of Professional Nurses. We stand by a written testimony in opposition to this bill with some emphasis on some concerns that were shared in a recent Board of Nursing meeting concerning Operation Nightingale and some of the things that were happening with some of the schools on the mainland that were essentially selling nursing licenses. And there was a couple of other things that came up in that meeting that were a concern of the board to be able to provide the rigorous standards that Hawaii requires for nursing care in our state. We also do have concerns at the impact of Hawaii joining the Nurse Compact on the bargaining power of our unions. And with that, I'll step aside. Thank you again for the ability to testify, and I'll stand by for any questions or comments.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Queen's Health System. Thank you very much. Next, we have Hawaii Association of Health Plans. Very much. Next, we have HMSA. Thank you very much. That's all who have indicated they would like to testify on this measure. Is there anyone else here who would like to testify on this bill? Yes, come on up. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Chair. My name is David Issei. I am from Issei Consulting, Issei Staffing, and Moala Health. I've had extensive years of human resources recruiting in health, in the healthcare field, government and non-government field. So this is a multi-pronged approach. I think we should be looking at this. To hire a nurse to come out here, there's a lot of human resource paperwork we got to go through, from credentialing and then some. And we have requisitions where we have different centers wanting different kind of nurses or physicians or whatever the case may be. We have difficulties with just getting people here because we don't have enough. That's a given. So we have most of our physicians and nurses going to other states like Alabama, some of the states that was called, and they're getting paid more. So we have a retention problem, that's one, and we have an attraction problem, that's two. Then we have a pay problem, that's three. So I understand that standards are different across the board in terms of whatever state and whatever nurses, whatever nurses or physicians, whatever the case may be, but we are in a crisis. We can create a situation where we can create some checks and balances where we keep our quality the same. But it takes a long process just to onboard a nurse because they have to go through a whole bunch of other processes. They have to be compliant. They have to have all this LCRCs and then some. They have to be monitored across along the way. So that's our job as HR professionals. I think we need to be out on the table to talk about what we go through when we are onboarding professionals, clinical and non-clinical. We support this because this will bridge the gap in the longevity of hiring professionals to come to Hawaii. Thank you.
Very much.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Ted Kavalis with Grassroot Institute. We stand in strong support of this bill to join the NLC. We think it's a good bill that we should be trying to give our hospitals as many tools as possible to recruit nurses. I mean, everybody, I think, recognizes our nursing shortages here. A lot of times hospitals and other facilities will require work experience for hiring nurses, and a lot of times that work experience can only be found on the mainland, if we're being honest. So it again just makes it easier to bring in these nurses and allow them to get to work. I also just want to point out that, and I think most people have mentioned it that are in support in their testimony, but there are some differences between the physician compact and the nurse compact. But 41 other states are already doing this and 2 other territories. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel here. This isn't something that's brand new. These safety concerns have already been addressed by a lot of these different states that have already adopted this. And I think it's also important to point out that this bill has the opportunity to help treat more patients through telehealth by allowing them to get a license here in Hawaii. These are nationally established standards for education and for training. So I think it's something that is a great solution. It's not going to be a silver bullet by any means, but if we don't do this, I think we're going to have a much more difficult time in addressing our healthcare worker shortage. So mahalo for your time this morning.
Very much. Any additional individuals want to testify? Seeing none.
Can I testify?
Go ahead.
Aloha, Angela Melody Young, on behalf of CARES, testifying in strong support of House Bill 2415 and the Licensure Compact. So from the National Council of State Boards of Nursing, The Nurse Licensure Compact increases access to care by allowing nurses to practice seamlessly in other nurse licensure compact states without obtaining additional licenses. The Nurse Licensure Compact helps protect patients by maintaining high standards of care and facilitating communication of the states. And nurses who live in the compact state can apply for a multi-state license if they get the licensure requirements. 41 jurisdictions are from the Nurse Licensure Compact. So we should consider including Hawaii in getting to the Nurse Licensure Compact. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other testifiers, committee members' questions. Yes, Representative Kobayashi.
For a healthcare association or one of the hospitals who testified. It seems that people are concerned about quality and safety of these nurses that are coming in. My understanding was that each of the individual hospitals or the hiring officers actually reviewed the credentials of these incoming out-of-state nurses. So that is a check as to whether you're going to get a qualified nurse. Is that correct?
That is correct. And if I could expand on that a little bit, the Nurse Licensure Compact is authorized by the National Council of State Boards of Nursing. And that entity has membership from every single state, right, including Hawaii. And they take their charge extremely seriously to maintain patient safety in every single state. And so we do use several products that come out of the NCSBN. The nurse exam, the NCLEX that comes out, that is a standardized exam that we use to accept nurses. That is already weighed in on and approved by the NCSBN. And there's several other standards that you have to meet, right, in order to be licensed with this multi-state compact license. So it's not just willy-nilly. There are stringent requirements that you have to meet to even qualify to receive a multi-state license. Our understanding, based on data that we look through in the working group, is that the safety rating for these multi-state licensees is very high. And so we do believe that at its core, right, in the foundational aspects of the compact and the multi-state licensure, that there is a safety component, there is a quality component, and we do believe that it is something that our patients would benefit from having. And then, of course, and that every single one of our organizations do their own vetting, their own credentialing. Our members do not want to have to come to you folks, right, if something goes wrong. They share your concerns, they share your motivation to keep patients safe.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions? Yes, Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I guess the State Center for Nursing as well as the UH School of Nursing, please. Good morning. My questions are going to be similar to the line of questioning I had during the Joint Health LGO Committee a few weeks ago. I voted in support of this bill then, but I still have some concerns about unintended consequences. The fact that we may be making it easier for veteran nurses to leave Hawaii and go to a lower cost state. Do we have a sense if this is going to basically be a wash? We're going to get as many coming in as that might depart? Whoever wants to answer that.
I'll take that question, and thank you, Representative Garrett, for that question. Nationally, the data shows that there's 11% interstate transfer, so it kind of is equal. The Nurse License Compact addresses license portability. It does not create new nurses. So new nurses would be nurses coming back into the workforce, for instance, who have let their licenses go, or through nursing education programs. In our state, we don't have borders, so it is a little bit more challenging to leave the state. However, because of the cost of living is very high and because there is a nursing shortage across the nation, certainly by joining the Nurse License Compact, there would be a risk that other hospitals start to recruit nurses from Hawaii. And it would be it would continue to be the work of local employers to support that favorable working environment, to not only recruit nurses from the mainland, which is one part of the goal, but also then retain the nurses locally.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I note the Healthcare Association said that surveying their members, they felt there's about 1,000 RN short. Does that sound about right to you folks?
That is
Yes.
accurate, yes.
999, close to 1,000, yes.
Okay, Dean, you also mentioned in your testimony you produce about 96 RNs annually.
From our undergraduate program as well as the graduate entry program in nursing, yes.
Right, and you also note that your acceptance rate is 10 to 12%. You note that it's much tougher to become a nurse than it is a doctor in some regards.
We're the most competitive program in the UH system.
Okay,
Yes.
I guess my question is, if we know we need at least 1,000 nurses, why are we being so selective when it comes to the number of students? Clearly, there's demand, there's interest in people going into this field.
Correct.
But I imagine part of this is probably faculty challenges. You probably don't have enough.
So
you can just elaborate on that,
you're,
please.
you're mentioning one of the key factors in limiting our enrollment. First is the nursing faculty shortage. We are addressing that by offering a master's in nursing education and leadership that started this fall, 2023. The other issue is the limitation on clinical placement. During the pandemic, our clinical partners, and I understand they were not able to allow our students initially, and then limited the number of students going in because of the complexity of care as well as the chaos at that time. And so the limited placement continues to be an issue. The Healthcare Association of Hawaii recently has been working with us, Hilton Rathel in particular, in accessing additional placement for our program.
Do you know offhand how much graduates the other schools, the private schools, produce?
I can provide that answer. So the Center for Nursing conducts a study on the educational capacity. We do have a dashboard on our website, and I'd be happy to send that to you afterwards. We graduate about 400 pre-licensed students, so that means people who aren't already a nurse. So they're first nursing education. There's about 400. It varies between 350 and 450 depending on the year. And so UH Manoa, as Dean mentioned, produces about 90, 95, and then the remainder of those schools, the university community colleges, UH Hilo, HPU, and Chaminade contribute to the remainder.
Okay, thank you both very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Keela.
For UH. So noting that 10 to 12% admission, when a student seeks to appeal that decision, how does that process work?
So usually, they would ask our Associate Dean for Academic Affairs, why is that? And so the response, like what I'm responding right now, is that we acknowledge their qualification and affirm that they're qualified. It's just that we are limited with our placement. And that's the issue, not so much their qualification.
So you're saying they can't appeal your decision?
Well, no. The decision on how many students get admitted is actually made by a committee, the Undergraduate Student Affairs Committee of our school for our undergraduate program, and for our graduate entry program in nursing that rests with our Graduate Student Affairs. So it is made by the faculty on the number of students that are admitted on an annual basis.
I don't know if you can do it based on privacy. Is there a way that you could pull a sample of students that were denied and appealed that then made into the program and provide that to Chair?
Just those, how
A
many, okay,
pull
that
5.
appealed and denied?
Please.
Okay, all right.
Is that okay, Chair? Thank you.
Thank you, all right.
Very much, Representative Ayu.
I have some questions for UH, I guess. I know you talked about staffing or instructors. Like, because we offer the program at like the community college and the university, like if we offered it only at one location, would we be able to educate more students total because we'd have all the staff in the same place?
I think that might be a problem for our neighboring island.
Okay, what
islands,
about just Oahu then?
Hawaii with you're talking about Kapulani and
Yes.
UH Manoa
Yes.
joining. That's a potential. I think the way we have it set up right now is that we follow the same curriculum in Maui College, Kauai Community College, Kapulani Community College, and Manoa. Upon graduation from the associate degree from Kauai, Maui, and Kapulani, they transition or matriculate into Manoa to get their BS in nursing. So we do have a system that provides seamless admission from our community colleges at this point. To join Kapulani, that would be, and Manoa, not an impossible situation. Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
And I guess the question was for DCCA. How difficult or how long does it take if you have, say, a license in California to get licensed in Hawaii, if we didn't have this program?
I think someone from our licensing division would
Okay.
be better able to answer that question.
So the answer would depend on whether or not they have a complete application. So if they
Okay.
have no deficiencies, general processing time, what we've been quoting is 45 to 60 days, but it's been under that. It's been under 30 days to my knowledge.
Okay, so what is the rub why more nurses from other jurisdictions are not coming to just get registered through the normal process in Hawaii?
Wait, can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
What is the friction why nurses from other states are not coming here to get licensed in Hawaii, considering that, actually some of the nurse wages in the state is some of the highest in the nation?
I can't speak to the motivations as to why they wouldn't come here.
Well, I mean, this compact would mean that you'd be able to just travel between, right? So, but I mean, if our process to get registered in the state is not difficult, or it doesn't take a long time, then what would be the friction? Why would we need this program if our process was seamless? Or you could just go online and submit an application, get approved tomorrow, and then you could come and be a nurse in
We're
Hawaii.
looking at a volume issue, I think, is the part of the problem, is just the sheer volume of applications coming in and our lack of staffing to handle that.
What is the application number then that are coming in? Because I mean, the testimony was that we're 900 nurses short. If we have such a voluminous applications coming in, why can't we get them approved to get more nurses registered or licensed in the state?
So there's different reasons why applications may be held up. It could be that they didn't get fingerprinted, they didn't submit certain certifications. So
we're making it more difficult.
We're not making it more, I mean, this is just the requirements. People aren't meeting the requirements.
Is that set by statute or is that set
It's
by
set by
rule?
statute.
So the legislature says that you need to get fingerprinted and.
Yes.
Okay, what are the other, requirements that typically trip up an applicant?
It could be that they have disciplinary actions in another jurisdiction that they didn't submit documentation for, and then it may need to go to the board for review.
Okay.
So that's a lot of the times what's happening. It could be they may not have submitted a license verification. Sometimes the education, we're trying to evaluate whether or not it's comparable to US standards.
Okay. So how many applications in the queue do you currently have?
I don't have that number for you. I can get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Very much. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Ward.
Chair, if I could follow up with these two witnesses. We have the equivalent of a doctor's pack, basically, right? How are the numbers on that one? How utilized has that been? How many doctors have put their license from another state and come in easily?
Are you speaking?
Talking about what Governor Green has, I think a number of years ago, gone through. It hasn't been implemented, why not?
Okay, hold on.
Sorry, we got a
You
third
want-
mixrophone.
Well, you would need to have her come up if you want to ask her a question.
Could you come up? You seem to be knowledgeable. Not that you two are not knowledgeable, but she's more specific. I thought that was already operational
Hold on,
and people were bragging about it already.
Hi, I'm Dr. Smith, Esther Smith from Kealakekua, and the Interstate Compact for Physicians passed by law in Hawaii last year, but I was actually on the website for the Interstate Compact just a couple weeks ago, and we are in the in-progress category still, so we wouldn't have any numbers. We wouldn't see the impact of that decision yet.
So we didn't pay our dues, we didn't do this, we didn't do what? I mean, it's been passed for a whole year.
I don't
We have
know.
a 500 at least doctor shortage.
Yeah, closer, I think it was closer to 800 last I looked.
800, okay, almost.
But I'll be back.
Exactly as the nurses almost.
Nurses, I don't know.
So why are we dragging our feet in? Who's breaking through these barriers of bureaucracy?
I do not know if it is our level or if it is at the level of the Interstate Compact. It's in the bureaucracy somewhere, I suspect.
Who's the point person in the state of Hawaii to break through or to get knowledgeable than that you have, even though you've given?
I am
the
only
latest?
able to tell you that it has not made it completely through the system to be implemented yet.
Is it secret? I mean, it sounds like.
I'm afraid I have immersed myself in the process and the many processes as much as I can, but I'm afraid I have not found out
I mean,
that.
if the chair wanted to call up and say, what's holding this up? Who would he call?
Representative Ward, you probably want to ask DCCA.
Okay, please. I mean, this is very important stuff.
And it's true that the Licensure Compact was passed last year. It has a 2-year implementation date, so it's in progress. We are working through setting it up and getting through with the compact people. To
Is
get it
that
underway.
complicated and sophisticated? It takes 2 years to go through the
That
implementation?
is what the legislation provided for. in
Although,
terms
I
of
mean,
how
that would
long
be
it would
the
take.
kind of the boundaries of the banks of the river sort of thing, that
Well,
you won't go
I
farther than that.
understand, Representative, but I'm just telling you in terms of the person who is on the medical licensing board is not here from our professional licensing division to answer this because we were
Okay, who's the
prepared
contact
to
person?
discuss.
Who's the contact person who knows where this thing's at?
Representative Ward, I just would kind of stop you in that this is not the bill on
I know it's
the
not, but
agenda,
it's-
so it
it's
might
as
be a
important as that.
conversation you want to have
If we can't learn from
separate.
this bill, the nurses' bill may take 4 years to go through. I mean, this is shocking.
Representative Ward, if some of these things you can take offline, and for the efficiency of the committee,
Okay,
we prefer
my
that you stick
apologies.
to what's before
But
us.
the fact that we can't get the
I
person
understand.
so we can
I
speed
understand.
this thing up is to
Yeah,
be,
please do that work before you come to
Can
committee.
you
Thank you.
tell me offline who that person is?
Here, you can contact, I will contact your office.
Please do
with
that.
the contact information.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes,
One more set
Representative
of
Ayu.
questions, maybe for Queens. And I don't know if HPH is here, but I think the testimony from the dean was that there's not enough clinical positions open. So what are we doing as far as opening up more clinical spots for our students?
Sure, it's a great question, Representative, and we're working closely with HAH as well as the School of Nursing to open up more of those. As mentioned, during the pandemic, we had limited space just due to the disease and the spread and so forth. So it's a process of just amping that back up and finding the appropriate cohorts to match students to and expanding that. So we're working actively along with our other hospital partners to do that.
Okay, because my fear is that if we pass this bill, there will be less spots available for our students because you're going to fill them with, nurses from other jurisdictions.
As we've said many times before, we are committed to growing our local workforce first and foremost. And so that's what we will prioritize those residencies for in our hospital. I can't speak for the other hospitals, but certainly for Queens, that is our priority.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 1675 HD1. This is relating to the general excise tax and exempts medical services provided by licensed physicians and advanced practice registered nurses acting in the capacity of primary care providers from the general excise tax.
Do you have a
First
card?
up to testify is the Department of Taxation. Thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii Provider Shortage Crisis Task Force on Zoom.
Hi, my name is Dr. Scott Grosskreitz. I'm a breast cancer specialist
in Hilo. And I would strongly like to support this bill for our primary care colleagues. I'd like to thank the committee for hearing this bill. Just in a way of putting some context on this issue, back in 2000, there was a similar bill in the legislature that passed the Senate Ways and Means Committee, and every committee that heard it without a no vote to accomplish a similar exemption from the GET tax. And then COVID hit, and that session was suspended before the House Finance Committee could hear that bill. In the last half a decade, no action has been taken on GET reform. It's resulted in kind of a worsening shortage of providers on the neighbor islands, where most of our doctors, nurses, APRNs belong to small private practices. Basically, the number of doctors has gotten worse in 2023 on the neighbor islands, is demonstrated by AHEC. This has resulted in excess mortality on the neighbor islands. Some information has been shared, which kind of demonstrate a higher mortality, significantly so, for stroke, cancers, trauma, suicide, adolescent deaths, hepatitis C, COPD, asthma. So we have a lot more of our neighbor island friends and neighbors and family that are dying of diseases that they would not have had they lived on Oahu or someplace where we had adequate access to care. I'm a breast cancer specialist. I've talked personally to dozens of women who have come in with delayed stage breast cancer to inform them that we needed to do biopsies, and they had very worrisome conditions, that have told me in the last several years that they came in late because they did not have a primary care provider. These women often had noticed breast masses for 6 to 12 to 18 months ahead of time, and they couldn't find anybody to take care of them. Some of them were actually diagnosed when they went into urgent care centers or emergency rooms. So, and unfortunately, these women, when they're diagnosed late like this, our ability to cure them is significantly reduced, and unfortunately, many of them will have much shortened lives. Having worked here for 30 years and served as chairman or chief of staff of the medical clinic or medical center here in Hilo, I've just seen way too many patients die because we didn't have specialist care. They may have died because they had a torn artery, we didn't have a vascular surgeon, or because they had sepsis, we didn't have a urologist or a GI doctor that could stent their infected systems. There's many causes of death that are related to the lack of specialists as well in the neighbor islands. Hawaii's GEG taxation of Medicare, unfortunately, is in violation of Medicare policies. We've contacted the State Department of Taxation and shared our concerns with this. We've been contacted directly by the San Francisco branch of the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, of which Hawaii's under that district. And basically, we've been warned that any healthcare provider that follows the issued guidance to pass the GET tax onto Medicare will have to return those fees and could well be referred to the Inspector General of the United States for investigation of Medicare fraud. If that happens, that would be catastrophic for a medical provider, because every time you fill out your hospital privileges every year, you have to say if you were investigated by Medicare. And if you were, you could lose your hospital privileges, your license. We're so short of doctors already. We certainly can't afford to lose any more because we have this persistent language or thought that this is something that Medicare allows. Even the current bill states that providers can charge the patients as a way to recoup their expenses with the GET. And this is frankly forbidden by both Medicare and by TRICARE. Dr. Leslie Wolf, who is the chief medical officer for the Western United States for CMS, held a town hall with us recently, talking to a number of providers and others. And again, we had the San Francisco branch medical officer, Neil Holt, basically just said, listen, again, if you guys anyone's passing the GET to patients, you could be, investigated for Medicare fraud. And I don't know that recommendations and that language been there for many years. I don't know how many thousands or tens of thousands of Medicare patients could have potentially had that tax applied to them. So it's worrisome. So that's kind of where we're at. It's been a long time. I don't think we can. Eliminating the GET tax on primary care is a step forward. To me, it's kind of like trying to play a football season and only putting the offense on the field, because you're missing the specialists who also provide a lot of care and could help prevent some of this excess mortality we have in the neighbor islands. And I want to thank you for considering this bill, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Tax Foundation of Hawaii on Zoom.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Dang, that was a tough act to follow. We will stand on written testimony and be available for questions.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Hawaii Association of Professional Nurses on Zoom.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Hawaii Association of Professional Nurses stands by our written testimony in support of this bill with advocacy for an amendment to include specialty care as well. Thank you again for the ability to testify, and that's all. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Hawaii Association of Health Plans. Thank you very much. Next, we have Kelly Withy on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita and Vice Chair Kitagawa. My name is Dr. Kelly Withy, and I do the physician workforce assessment. I'm testifying as a private citizen, and I believe that this is the most important thing the Hawaii State Legislature can do this year to save the physician workforce. So I just want to thank you for hearing the bill, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Esther Smith.
Hello, I am Dr. Esther Smith. I am owner of Dr. Smith Family Medicine in Kealakekua, and I am president of West Hawaii Independent Physicians Association. I have heard that one of the reasons this bill might not go forward this year is the difficulty in defining what primary care is. And while there are many simple definitions, what we do is provide preventive health care, and we diagnose, treat, and organize the care of diseases from Parkinson's disease to ingrown toenails. But I want to talk a little bit more about what we do and what we face. We primary care providers are up until 10 o'clock at night because we took time in clinic to talk to Uncle about his PTSD since he survived the unthinkable. We are not spending time with our own families on the weekends because we're doing prior authorizations that we couldn't get to because we're doing procedures that would be done by specialists, but the line for the specialists is 6 months long, and we can't see our patients suffer. We are up early hours of the morning, reviewing charts, looking at lab results, so that we can have the time to sit with Auntie and talk about her biopsy results. And we have to explain to her that we will be there for her when the locums oncologist, i.e. the temporary oncologist, has to hand off her care to the next temporary oncologist because of our physician shortage, that she will not fall through the cracks. So if you have to limit this to primary care, the simple definition would be to include all outpatient care given by family physicians, internal medicine doctors, and pediatricians that occurs in the outpatient setting that is covered by insurance. And you should include the OBGYNs who provide preventive care, who provide primary care to thousands of women in this state. Because if it is inappropriate to tax cervical cancer screening, it's inappropriate to tax prenatal care. And it is hard to understand why we could not resuscitate the bill from last year, HB 662, SB 1035, which already makes the restrictions based on payers, the payers who the taxes cannot be passed from, Medicare, Medicaid, and TRICARE, instead of limiting it by type of provider. Because we primary care providers know that maybe next time Auntie doesn't get her diagnosis on time because there is no interventional radiologist like my colleague to catch that in time, because you can't do a biopsy through a screen. I am telling you that every day your primary care providers' hearts are broken by the care that we cannot get for our patients because of the disaster, the ongoing disaster that is healthcare in this state. And it threatens to break our spirit watching our colleagues leave to the mainland or quit the profession out of despair. So I'm asking you to help us help your constituents who you are here to represent. Thank you.
Very much. Anyone else would like to testify on this measure? Yes, come on up.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Ted Kafalis with Grassroot Institute. We're in strong support of this bill, and we feel it's been long overdue. Hawaii is the only state that taxes gross receipts on patient copayments and deductibles, and we're the only state that is taxing Medicare and TRICARE. So we think this would bring Hawaii into the mainstream. Last year, we sent a policy brief around to you folks, and I'd be happy to resupply that. But it talks about exempting the GET from medical services. And in that report, we explain kind of what other testifiers have already mentioned, that the GET cannot be legally passed on to TRICARE or Medicare patients. So it forces doctors to absorb those costs. The loss of revenue, I also want to just point out, according to DOTAX and a few others, it's really negligible in the grand scheme of things. Consider how many physicians are on the verge of leaving. And with that goes the GET revenues. Think about all the income tax revenue and spending in the economy that goes with them, all of the benefits that come with public health care and healthcare access with more physicians. So we do hope that you weigh those kinds of rewards with the risks here. We do have concerns, as others have mentioned, that it doesn't go quite far enough. It isn't just a shortage of primary care providers that we're dealing with, but also specialists. So I understand that we have to start somewhere, but we do hope that there's a way to include more medical services in the future. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify today.
Very much. Is there anyone else wanting to testify? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Garrett.
Thank you. DOTAX, please. And while they come up, I just wanted to disclose that my wife is general counsel at HDS, who's one of the parties that submitted testimony today. I'm taking a look at your Tax Fax 98-1 that was issued January of this year.
Okay.
So it's the whole thing is about GET on medical and dental services. And the first question here is, can my doctor and dentist charge me GET? So it says, just want to paraphrase here, but it says essentially, yes, they can. It's an expense that they incur by doing business here. They're allowed to recover it. But that seems to run contrary to what we just heard from the providers, that this would be fraud if they tried to pass on the GET specifically for Medicare and TRICARE beneficiaries. Do you stand by this guidance here? Because it seems to be contrary.
Thank you for the question. Well, I'm not familiar with how Medicare and TRICARE reimbursements would apply. Generally, just as a general practice, which is what the tax facts were intended to address, is that if you are any sort of business, whether it be a regular business or a medical business, you can pass on the GET. And I wasn't really familiar. I haven't spoken with the witness, but it's not as if the GET is required to be passed on. It's all a choice made by the business or by the professional there. The expectation with the GET was, even if it's not explicitly passed on, that the business or that the provider, in this case, would be able to adjust their prices accordingly to account for that GET, because ultimately the medical provider or the business is responsible for paying that. So even if the GET is not cooked in directly to the invoice that is sent to the patient, or it's not included as a result of the co-payment or of even the Medicare reimbursements, the expectation is that if the businesses do want to cover that expense on their end, they can adjust their own prices accordingly.
Okay, I'm not sure if you have an answer to this, but is the GET charged on the gross charge or the negotiated rate with any of the plans?
It's always on the gross receipts, so any amount that is received would be subject to the GET and without any deduction, unless it's an explicit deduction enumerated in statute.
Okay, yeah, I think this section is a little confusing, especially as it relates to federal payers, so you might want to take a look at this. Again, this is Tax Fax 98-1 that was issued by your department January of 2023.
Certainly, I can do that. I can do that for you, and I can get into contact afterwards.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Representative Kobayashi.
For DOTAX, do you absolutely have to have a definition for primary care provider? Because in your testimony, you also say you request definition be included, but then you also say, additionally, the department can administer this bill for exemptions beginning January 2026.
Right, we do request that that be defined, and that it would be a condition of our administering the bill as of the date that we set, but the expectation is that that would be set if passed.
But if it's not set, you can't use another definition
It would be
that's
difficult.
in HRS?
It would be difficult to administer, especially because GET exemptions are so specific. They're strictly construed by all of the courts. So when we do go to administer these, we have to know exactly what set of services they would apply to. Without that definition, it would be a lot of ambiguity with all the taxpayers and all the medical professionals seeking to claim this credit, and we would sort of be at the mercy of whether or not the court wants to let one in or the other. So it leaves a very loose standard for both us and the courts to apply without a definition from the legislature.
Well, I believe that the definition for primary care provider found elsewhere in HRS is a little loose to begin with. So maybe you can assist all of us here by proactively proposing an amendment in specific language so as to clarify, number one, the definition, and number two, a definition that you can easily apply. Thank you.
The department is willing to provide such a definition and can do so.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go on to our next agenda item, House Bill 2744 HD1. This is relating to oral health. It establishes an oral health task force to review the status of oral health in the state and make recommendations to improve the state's oral health infrastructure. First up to testify on 2744 is the University of Hawaii.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members of the committee. My name is Clementina Seriulep, Dean of the UH Manoa School of Nursing. And thank you for hearing this measure, and we support this measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Department of Health. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Department of Human Services.
Good morning, members of the committee. Eric Nucci, MedQuest Division, testifying on behalf of Director Betts and the Department of Human Services. And we stand on our written testimony in support. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Next, we have Hawaii State Council on Developmental Disabilities.
Thank you. Dean Bartolos, Executive Administrator, will stand on our written testimony in support.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Hawaii Dental Hygienists Association. Oh, not present. Okay. They submitted testimony in support. Next, we have Hawaii Oral Health Coalition, Hawaii Public Health Institute.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, Patrick Donnelly with the Hawaii Oral Health Coalition and Hawaii Public Health Institute in strong support for this measure, and want to highlight the current financial context of our oral health systems in Hawaii. Between the years of 2016 and 2020, the state was charged over $30 million for emergency room visits, and this is specifically just for Medicaid patients, all related to preventable oral health conditions. I just want to emphasize the importance of convening a dedicated group to better assessing the gaps and barriers that our communities and systems face, and to make those recommendations. So thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Great, thank you very much. Next up, we have the Hawaii Association of Health Plans. Thank you very much. Next, we have HCAN Speaks on Zoom. Oh, present, great.
Aloha mai kako, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the committee. My name is Mai Hall. On behalf of Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks, we are in strong support of HB 2744 HD1, which would fill a need and create an oral health task force to gather information on the status of oral health. Just a few more things to highlight. This task force could examine the needs and barriers in our communities to gather those collective voices and share our mana'o and knowledge. We can better understand the full scope of oral health needs for Hawaii. It could also examine such questions as, do we have enough dental providers on every island? Are we reaching our communities in highest need? And how do we address barriers of transportation and access for families and children? And how do we address reimbursement rates and workforce retention for providers? These are just some of the conversations that need to happen, and this task force could promote that healthy and well communities. Hawaii has some of the highest prevalence of dental decay in children and adults. According to studies, our children in Hawaii, 70% of third graders have dental decay versus 52%, which is the national average. Hawaii children suffer the most dental decay of all other states in the nation. This is just one step in the right direction to gather all those stakeholders to the table to assess the needs and to actually do something about the needs in our communities. We believe the task force is a robust, well-rounded, who supports our Native Hawaiian healthcare systems and our people with intellectual and developmentally disabled residences. It would also address the disproportionality amongst our Hawaiian and Pacific Islander communities, as they also face some of the highest caries rates in the nation. We must invest the time to address the needs of our most vulnerable residents, and this is one step to support the oral health needs for all our communities. Thank you for accepting the testimony.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure?
I will testify.
Okay, go ahead.
Angela Melody Young on behalf of CARES, in strong support of the creation of this task force to support this measure, which will set forth a law for an act to manage the orthodontia health infrastructure of Hawaii. This health task force will review information and data relating to this subject matter, including reviewing the Hawaii Oral Health Coalition's environmental scans for evidence of key health issues and evident areas for action. Orthodontia is critical to general health and well-being. A healthy mouth enables us to eat healthy, work in an effective manner, and go to school ready to focus on learning. The mouth is a gateway providing clues about oral health. Unlike other states, Hawaii does not have an ongoing and routine system for assessing the quality of the health of the mouths of the people of Hawaii, and it does not have a dental public health program within the State Department of Health. Because of this, Hawaii received a F in the last 3 report cards published by a division of the Pew Charitable Trusts. Although Hawaii does not have a routine system for assessing the quality of mouth health of all the people, there is a study relating to Hawaii public schools and its students for preventative screenings to protect students from orthodontia issues with protective sealants. Sealants prevent cavities. A 2013 report by the Pew Center on the States called Falling Short, Most States Lag on Dental Sealants graded all 50 states on their efforts to prevent cavities by improving access for low-income children to sealants. Pediatric dentistry is a concern in our schools and across the state. So this data study includes data from the National Oral Health Surveillance System about meeting national goals set by the federal government's Healthy People 2030 goals. And based on this National Health Surveillance System study, Hawaii was one of the only 5 states to receive an F. So CARES is in strong support of this act to create a task force to assist with the oral health of Hawaii and those who are experiencing a disproportionate effect because of health and wealth disparities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item. House Bill 2556 HD1 relating to the Hawaii Able Savings Program. This amends the sources of funding for the Hawaii Able Savings Program Trust Fund. First up to testify is the Hawaii State Council on Developmental Disabilities.
Thank you. Dean Bartolos, Executive Administrator for the Hawaii State Council on Developmental Disabilities. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. We are in strong support of this measure. For decades, we've been telling individuals with disabilities, don't work, don't save your money, or you're going to lose your benefits. Now we have an opportunity to educate that we have CalZA and ABLE savings that people can do it. Within our testimony, we refer to an ALICE report that shows 43,000 individuals under the age of 18 have a disability. They could be eligible for a ABLE savings account. Within that 43,000, 40% are under the poverty level. We've been forcing individuals to live in poverty to receive the benefits they need to live in our community. It just isn't right. But this bill will be able to educate and incentivize and let people know that just because you have a disability doesn't mean you can't work and save money. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Hawaii Disability Rights Center on Zoom. Not present. That's all who have indicated they'd like to testify. Anyone else like to testify? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing no questions, let's go to our next agenda item. This is House Bill 1834, HD1. This is relating to the Department of Human Services and appropriate funds to increase the Department of Human Services Homeless Program Office base budget. First up to testify is the Department of Human Services. Great, thank you very much. Next, we have DLNR. Thank you very much. Next, we have the Institute for Human Services, IHS. Not present, they are in support. Next, we have Catholic Charities Hawaii on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Betty Lou Larson, representing Catholic Charities Hawaii. You know, our hearts are going out to the people of Maui and their tragedy. Catholic Charities is actively working there to help with case management and other basic needs of the people. But we also recognize that the state has other critical needs that will only become more urgent and more of a crisis and impact a wider range of people than already are being impacted if attention and funding are reduced. And this is so true of homelessness. So we are asking you to consider an increase of 20% for the base budget of the DHS Homeless Programs Office. This is needed to maintain services because no contracts haven't increased in 10 years. It's just, you can't hold people, you can't get good people, and the good people you have dangerous jobs. They're on the streets, and yet people at McDonald's can be paid more. So we really need to look at the needs of this wider range as much as we support Maui. So we are a member of the Hawaii True Cost Coalition, which is composed of over 50 community-based organizations that are looking at this issue. We serve over 500,000 people, and yet we can't continue serving people if there's no funding. So we do ask that you look at, especially for homelessness in this bill, to look at the funding for this so that we really can make an impact on this particular issue that is really hitting home to so many neighborhoods and so many people across our state. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have IHS. Bruce.
Mahalo, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members. You know, over 18 years ago, I'm in support of this bill, but about 18 years ago, I was on the board of IHS. Spent many years during that time, and at that time, IHS was managing the resources that they had. And while, you know, homeless was not a front and center issue at that time, I recently got back on within the last 8 months. And the reason I did was because I was working with Connie on the outside, just helping her. And the magnitude, the seriousness of the homelessness, you get to see it on the front line. Labor shortages that they have, the funding shortages, and more importantly, the volunteers that needed to help with this issue that we're dealing with. And so while I appreciate the 5% increase for helping us on for the admin side of our business, anything above that would be very much appreciated. I tell you, I didn't want to get back on any boards. I did my boards many times. But this one was, you know, knowing Connie and her passion for this, she's the ED for this issue, I just felt that I had to get back in and see what I could do to help. So I'm here today in that regard and support. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next, do we have Hope Carpenter on Zoom?
Aloha, I'm Hope Carpenter. I'm an undergraduate student at the University of Hawaii at Manoa. I live on the east side of Oahu and I work at a local church in the Children's Ministry Department. I come before you in support of HB 1834 because I'm terrified to imagine one of my kids becoming houseless and left without any support from the state. The Department of Human Services deserves our financial support because they're taking care of those who are once children themselves. It is our kuleana to constantly serve our community, and that includes those who are unfairly looked down upon due to their lack of housing. The point-in-time count for 2023 by Partners in Care Oahu finalized that 59% of homeless individuals are unsheltered, in which they live in unsafe and dehumanizing conditions. There's no justification for this. We need to do better. By giving the Department of Human Services an increase of their budget by 20%, we're already providing a way for the keiki of today to not have to fear what their future could look like. As an educator, I cannot force my children to make the decisions that they do. However, I would like to know what our state is going to do to provide for my kids when they get older and know that they will have the support they need if harsh life circumstances alter the trajectory of their life. The people who work for the Department of Human Services are already sacrificing an immense amount of mental and emotional work. So it is vital that the state provides the financial substance for them to do their job, not just satisfactorily, but truly change the lives of those who society looks down upon for not being the same socioeconomically. I humbly ask the committee to look at the people who the Department of Human Services work with and remind yourself that these people were once children too. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. That's all who have indicated they'd like to testify. Anyone else want to testify on this measure? None. Committee members, questions? Okay, seeing no questions, let's go on to the next agenda item. House Bill 1830 HD1. This is relating to mental health. It establishes provisional or associate level licensure requirements for marriage and family therapists, mental health counselors, and psychologists, and authorizes insurance reimbursements in certain circumstances. First up to testify is DCCA.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Rochelle Araki, Executive Officer for the Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs. The department stands on its written testimony offering comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is the Office of Wellness and Resilience. Thank you very much. Next up is the Hawaii Psychological Association.
Good morning. I'm Alex Lichten. I'm the legislative chair for the Hawaii Psychological Association. We're in very strong support of HB 1830, which would increase the number of mental health providers at a time of a very acute shortage of providers. This bill would allow agencies and psychologists and others in private practice to bill insurance for the sessions conducted by, for example, in psychology, these are sessions conducted by people who have their doctorate degree in psychology, and they're just completing 1 year of supervised experience in order to obtain their full license. So this would allow money to come in so that the agencies and people in private practice could hire them and pay them. Right now, these people are working for very little or sometimes no money. They often give up completely, or they move to the mainland, where 21 of the 30 states that we surveyed do have a form of temporary associate license for psychology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up is the National Association of Social Workers, Hawaii chapter.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Finance Committee. My name is Becky Gardner on behalf of NASAW. I'm also here with the Hawaiian Islands Association for Marriage and Family Therapists, and I do also represent the psychologists, so I'll try to be brief to wrap up my comments for all three. It seems today there's a general theme that there is a severe workforce shortage in the healthcare sphere, and I just want to thank the House for hearing all these bills and giving your concerted attention to it, and also especially for putting this proposal as part of the House Majority package. I'm also just wanted to express gratitude to the various state agencies that support this measure, especially also DCCA and their comments providing specific numbers for what they'll need to operate the program. I just want to note the social work executive director, NSAW, is not here. She wanted to be, but she is in Maui right now, covering for someone who normally does a lot of the trauma response there, who's burnout. And so the mental health professionals that are working so hard right now, they're on their last legs. And what this bill will do will greatly multiply the number of providers who would be doing this work anyways, but they're electing to go to the mainland where they can get paid to do this. For example, if you look at the marriage and family therapy statutes, and a supervisor can take up to 6 trainees under their wing. And with this bill, we could pay those trainees with the insurance reimbursement. So imagine 6 times the number of providers that this bill will allow. And we would be delighted if you pass this unamended. We think the lion's share of this bill will take care of the majority of the issues, but we do offer some nuanced refinements in the testimony. We'd be happy to work with you to get that taken care of in the House. But this is the only measure alive right now. The Senate measures had a misreferral, and this is the only one that we're looking at right now. So happy to answer you any questions. And one other note is we are also in agreement with the Board of Psychology on the timing of the flexibility of the licensing exam. He may be up to testify to that as well. And I'm here for questions.
Thank you very much. Next up is HMSA. Very much. Next up is Board of Psychology.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Christopher Fernandez, Executive Officer to the Board of Psychology. I'm here to stand on the board's testimony supporting the intent of the bill and offering comments. Thank you.
Very much. That's all who have indicated they'd like to testify. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify on this measure?
Hello, Vice Chair.
Hello, yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of CARES in strong support. So from the Department of Budget and Finance, the website, the ABLE Act, Achieving a Better Life Experience Act of 2014 allows states to create tax advantage savings programs for eligible people with disabilities.
Angela, you're on the wrong bill. We've passed that bill already.
Oh.
We're on a different
Are we on
bill.
the homeless one?
No, we've passed that as well. So we're on a different bill now.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Chan.
Thanks, Chair. Question for DCCA. Thanks for your testimony. You know, I was looking at your testimony and noticed you had some recommended language in there that I didn't see from previous committees. So did you have a chance to work with the advocates on drafting that language?
No, I haven't. But that recommendation for the amendment is just to facilitate provisional licensure. But we would still require all of those requirements for full licensure, but we wouldn't require for the provisional. Sorry, does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay,
And
thank you.
one more follow-up, if you can. So also, you know, in your testimony, you're also asking for general fund appropriation instead of CFR. So I was just wondering, you know, we heard a bill yesterday on appraisal management, and that was a CRF appropriation. So I'm just wondering why there's a need to have general funds for this bill and not others.
I'm unable to answer that question, Representative, but I can get back to you.
Okay, if you could do that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Great, thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item. House Bill 1831, this is relating to crisis intervention. It establishes the Behavioral Health Crisis Center pilot program and authorizes DOH to establish or contract with behavioral health crisis centers in each county. First up to testify is the judiciary.
Sorry. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Wong, and I'm the staff attorney for the Criminal Administrative Divisions. Sorry. But we stand on our written testimony and support, and I'm available to answer any questions the members might have.
Thank you very much. Next up to testify is the Department of Health. Thank you very much. Next up is Office of Hawaiian Affairs. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Community Alliance on Prisons. Not present. They are in support. Next, we have Jamie Green in support. That's all who have indicated they'd like to testify on this measure. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing no questions, let's go to our next agenda item. House Bill 2451, this is relating to mental health and authorizes examination of defendants via telehealth as well as other things listed in the bill. First up to testify is the Office of the Public Defender. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair. Great, thank you very much. Next is the Judiciary on Zoom.
Good morning again, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Wong, and I am the staff attorney for the Criminal Administrative Division of the First Circuit Court. The judiciary stands on a written testimony in strong support of this measure and respectfully requests that the bill be amended as outlined in our testimony to include the appropriation that we requested. In addition, we requested any appropriations added to this bill not supplant the judiciary's existing funding and current budget requests. I'm available to answer any questions members might have.
Thank you very much. Next up is the Department of Health. Thank you very much. Next, we have the Hawaii Disability Rights Center on Zoom. Not present, they provided comments. Next, we have the Hawaii Psychological Association.
Hi. Hawaii Psychological Association is in support of HB 2451. We'd like to point out for your attention that in order for the evaluation process of criminal defendants to work, you have to have examiners to do the job. There is an increasing shortage of examiners willing to do these evaluations due to low pay. These examinations pay $1,000 for an exam of not only fitness to proceed to trial, but also sanity and dangerousness. That's well below what psychologists in Hawaii are paid for doing other evaluations, including child custody, workers' comp, and civil tort litigation, and it's well below the national average. The fees have not been increased in over 20 years. In order to address this shortage and avoid costly court delays, we propose increasing the exam rate to $2,000 per exam. The estimated cost would be approximately $3 million. However, there is money being saved by doing these exams on video instead of traveling to the neighbor islands. Also, the cost would be offset by reduced length of stay in the jails and the state hospital due to the delays in examiners being able to do this with a limited number of examiners. And also, there'd be an offset in avoiding costly lawsuits where Washington State has paid out $25 million due to delays in examinations. Colorado has paid out $30 million. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. That's all who have indicated they'd like to testify on this bill. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item. Next up is House Bill 2159 HD2. This bill has 4 different parts on it, all relating to mental health. First up to testify is the judiciary.
Good afternoon again, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Owong, and I'm the staff attorney for the Criminal Administrative Divisions of the First Circuit Court. Regarding House Bill 2159, the judiciary stands on our written testimony and strong support of this measure, and respectfully request that the bill be amended as outlined in our testimony to include the appropriation that we requested. In addition, we request that any appropriations added to this bill not supplant the judiciary's existing funding and current budget request. I would, however, like to point out that the judiciary does strongly support Part 4 of the measure, which has brought some questions from other testifiers. It actually permits the court to divert a person who is already pending a motion to revoke probation due to inexcusably failing to comply with the substantial requirement of their probation. We get to divert them into mental health evaluation and treatment as a condition of continuing their probation rather than immediately revoking that probation. This will provide the court with a valuable tool to both determine and address whether or not an individual may be having difficulty with the terms and conditions of their probation due to a mental disease, disorder, or defect, and treated. If it is determined that the defendant's conduct, if after being assessed and treated, it is determined that the defendant's conduct on probation is not the result of a mental disease, disorder, defect, or the defendant fails to comply with the requested treatment, then the court may continue with the original filed motion to revocation. We wouldn't be revoking them due to their failure to comply. It would be the original revocation. I am available to answer any questions members might have.
Great, thank you very much. Next up is the Attorney General's office.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Ian Suda with the Department of the Attorney General providing comments. The amendments regarding the jurisdictional exemption and the criminal penalty decrease may require additional readings. And at this point in the session, we believe that the only way to really address this is for those amendments to be removed. But I do want to note that the other mental health and assisted community treatment amendments do not appear to share this issue. So our recommendations won't affect the overall objective of this bill. I'm available for a question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is the Office of the Public Defender.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. The Office of the Public Defender primarily stands on its written testimony, mostly in support of this measure. The only concern we raised in our written testimony was that if a defendant is referred for assessment and treatment, the cost of the assessment and treatment may present an issue to some of our clients who are indigent. I'm available for any other questions.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Hawaii Disability Rights Center. Not present. They are in opposition. Next, we have Institute for Human Services. Not present. They are in support. Next, we have ACLU Hawaii. They are not here. They are in opposition. Next, we have Institute for Human Services, Bruce Copa. Her turn. 2159. Would you like to testify? In support? Okay, in support. Next, we have individual Christopher Thomas. Christopher, are you there? Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay.
Hello, Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, can I go? Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
So, testifying to support mental health for children. So why is mental health important at the policy level to supporting Hawaii's children and schools? So this year at the Hawaii Children and Youth Summit, the children declared that 2 subject matters they want to see more policy action on is 1, more resources for tutors and counselors to improve education and mental health resources at school. And 2, they said they'd like Hawaii schools to have a class to educate students about the importance of mental health issues. So that's what the Hawaii kids care about.
Angela, I think you're on the wrong bill. We're on HB 2159. This is not specifically with mental health.
Oh my
for youth.
gosh.
Okay.
Wait, okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. So we're gonna. Is there anyone else? Nobody else on Zoom. No. Okay. So committee members' questions on 2159. Okay. Seeing none, let's move on to our next agenda item, House Bill 2042. This is relating to mental health, appropriates funds to address mental health and wellness needs of youth in the state. First up to testify is the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. Great, thank you very much. Next up is the Office of the Public Defender. Thank you very much. Next is YMCA Honolulu.
Hey, thank you and good afternoon, Vice Chair, Chair, and committee members. I'd like to thank Angela for giving us a preview on this bill and getting us kicked off. Again, my name is Kyle Ishizaka. I'm with the YMCA of Honolulu. And currently, the YMCA is, since October 1st, 2023, has been providing mental health services to 9 middle schools and high schools on Oahu. I'm here for HB 2042 in support of it so that monies can be appropriated to expand mental health programs statewide to provide screening, prevention, and intervention services to the youth throughout the state. The YMCA currently, through our programming, teaches skills to youth to help them manage their emotions, help them find coping strategies, and help them deal with their mental state. Through social prescribing, we help youth build protective factors. And the results from the WISE mental health program so far, we've seen them become more aware of their mental health conditions. They have been able to learn their coping skills, and they have been able to increase their support network. Teens that are in an intervention program, they utilize these skills that they learned, and they apply it in the real life situations. These intervention participants, when they came in and were identified through screenings, the screening process, they had higher levels of need, reporting loneliness, depression, excessive levels of stress or anxiety. So hopefully, through this expanded services where we can screen the youth to see what their needs are earlier, as well as provide these prevention and intervention services, we can help them before they need more clinical type of services in the future. So through HB 2042, I'm hoping that other community-based organizations will be able to provide mental health programming to teens statewide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all who's indicated they'd like to testify. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure?
Vice Chair, this is the one that I was trying to testify.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. CARES, Angela Melody Young, in strong support of mental health for youth. And actually, we testified last year to support YMCA's bill about mental health. So, at the policy level, it's important to the kids, like I just said, because at the Hawaii Children and Youth Summit, the Kikis declared that they want to see more action on this to improve the quality of education at schools by providing mental health resources. And so, when they get mental health resources, they learn social emotional learning strategies, which helps them process their emotions and the things that they go through in life so that they don't cause conflict at school, right? So it's very important to have a productive school learning atmosphere. So, at the federal level, the United States Health and Human Services published the new national guidelines for improving youth mental health crisis care, which sets a standard for how mental health care should be provided for children. Okay. And it helps to address communities and the gaps in care. And this generation, there are a lot of gaps. Okay. So this new model of crisis response system is when a youth or a student is experiencing crisis, the new response model is someone to talk to, a team to respond with, and providing a safe place. And also, the United States Surgeon General issued an advisory highlighting the urgent need to address the youth mental health crisis, which has been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. So, children deserve appropriate, well-informed, and effective behavioral health crisis interventions. All too often, children and youth experiencing a behavioral health crisis face hospitalization or justice system involvement instead of receiving the home-based care and community-based services that are, in many circumstances, best for de-escalating and stabilizing a crisis. This is from the Assistant Secretary for Mental Health and Substance Abuse of the AM HST. And as the national guidelines outline, the need for developmentally and culturally appropriate crisis response for youth is critical. And yet, while many crisis response systems have robust services in place for adults, there are often considerable gaps in capacity to serve youth and families. And so we need to support this measure, support improving the quality of mental health for the students of Hawaii.
Very much. Anyone else? Okay, committee members, questions? Okay. Yes, Representative Ward.
The YMCA, please. Thank you for the great services you guys are providing, even though the results don't seem to be too encouraging. There's a lot of hardship out there, it sounds like. My question is, has there been any research or correlation or association between the condition you find these youth in amount of time spent on social media?
I think that's something that's ongoing right now. I do believe that social media does impact their, I guess, their mental state or their wellness, in that their lack, or through the social media, their inability to relate and build relationships with other people. And that's why I believe having a role model and bringing them together in groups is important, where we can teach them those skills, how to communicate, how to respect one another. What we found even in our groups, or when they're hanging out in our drop-in program, they may be sitting next to each other and they're texting to one another and conversing. So, our counselors can go and intervene on that and ask them to talk using, communication versus their social or their phones.
Mainland, it's a big thing with the big high-tech companies, and some of the states that we're going to ban it, and they say, no, you can't ban it, it's First Amendment, versus some of the mental health of these younger people. It doesn't look like it's going to get better either.
Thank you.
Very much. Any other questions? And let's go on to our next agenda item, House Bill 2084 HD1. This is relating to homelessness and establishes a vacated homeless encampment cleanup task force to identify parcels of land that require intergovernmental coordination for cleanup. We do have testimony from a couple on comments and a couple on support, but no one's indicated they'd like to testify. Is there anyone here who would like to testify? Okay, seeing none.
Yes, I would testify.
Okay, go ahead.
Aloha, Angela Melody Young on behalf of CARES, testifying in strong support. So this homeless effort requires multi-jurisdictional efforts, and I think the county should be included as well. And when there are efforts to put the residentially challenged people into shelters, the policies need to consider that this is not just a humanitarian concern, which is stated in the emergency declaration from the state of Hawaii, that homelessness is a humanitarian concern. This is not only that, but it's also a safety concern. And this is not about creating, wait, sorry, let me back this up. Okay, so when the state and the county housing offices work with the HUD, which is the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, to create housing parameters about placing homeless people, it has to meet a federal standard. If the qualifications of the homeless are not clarified, the applicants cannot access grants from HUD, or if the standards are not set by HUD for housing, then the homeless cannot get into the housing, right? So that's why the HUD defines by United States Code the terminology chronically homeless as unsheltered persons with medical conditions. So this is not only a humanitarian thing, but it also requires medical access, right? So the chronically homeless suffer from medical, physical, and mental health conditions. And so when creating policies, there really has to be a stronger collaboration with the medical sector, with the doctors, but also with the county and the homeless office from the county.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, committee members? Okay, seeing none, let's go on to our next agenda item. HB 2544 HD1, this is relating to medical transportation and establishes within the DOH a 2-year pilot project to charter flights from rural islands to an urban island to provide medical care. First up to testify is Department of Human Services.
Thank you, members of the committee. Again, Eric Nochi, MedQuest, testifying on behalf of Director Betts and the Department of Human Services, and we stand on our written testimony, providing comments.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Department of Health.
Department stands on its testimony.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Molokai Drugs, Inc. on Zoom.
Shucks. Good afternoon. My name is Kimberly Mikami Svetin. I'm the president of Molokai Drugs, and we did submit some testimony, written testimony. I would like to stand on the written testimony, but I would like to add to it that today we found out that one of our longtime providers, Dr. Douglas Chu, comes to Molokai to see a number of our patients as an ophthalmologist. He has decided not to practice here anymore, and his last day of practicing on Molokai after over 14 years of practicing is next week, Tuesday. And I'm going to be one of his last patients he's going to see on island. From next year on, I'm going to have to now fly to Oahu to see this doctor. So I know that the first version included physicians coming here from the neighbor islands to Molokai, but I just want to add to my testimony that losing this very important specialist is going to even multiply the problems we have with garnering flights from Molokai to the neighbor islands for medical care. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have HMSA. Thank you very much. Next, we have Austin Jonathan on Zoom.
Aloha, Austin Jonathan here, testifying as a private individual. I'm also the general manager for Kamaka Air and former command pilot for Angel Flight West. I'm available for any comments, questions, and stand on my written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Kyra Kaina on Zoom. Not present, but she is in support. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Poi Poi.
For Department of Health. Good afternoon. In your testimony, you say that Department of Health has no experience or expertise with airline operation. I just wanted to confirm that department understands you wouldn't actually be operating an airline. You would more be handling logistics and that sort of thing.
Understood. The model is there.
I'm sorry, sorry, Lauren Kim, Policy and Planning Officer for the Department of Health. You know, the model being proposed is still in progress. On one end of it is a highly structured program, and certainly we're not going to get pilot's licenses, but understanding schedules, FAA rules, working with the Department of Transportation, with that, you know, there's a possibility that will be part of what the department needs to understand to run this efficiently and effectively. How do we deal with cancellations? What are the federal regulations dealing with reimbursement, et cetera? What can be reimbursed? If it is contracted out, or if there's a lighter touch to this, you know, that's all can be discussed. But this is not something we've ever tried before. That doesn't mean it can't still happen if the legislature authorizes it, but it's a learning curve. I guess the point is that it will be a learning curve for the Department of Health, depending on the
Thank you. The department does manage the EMS, which, are there any air transportation components within the EMS?
The medevac and air ambulance systems are considered airlines by the FAA, and local regulation is preempted. So the current air ambulance, and the department actually submitted a bill to enhance and back up the air ambulance system, is all market-based. It's all private sector. So we do not regulate or coordinate air emergency air evacuation.
So there isn't an air ambulance with the AMR under EMS?
They may have a helicopter on Maui, I'm not quite sure, but the primary entity, private sector entity, is Life Flight.
Yes.
Yes, with a
But
plane
they
and
do have a helicopter on Maui that is used for medical transportation, for emergency medical
Correct,
transportation.
medevac on Maui, but the department does not regulate that or have any say in its operation.
Okay, maybe I should.
You have to talk to the Federal Aviation Administration.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for coming, and you know, it is a pilot project, is to test the concept. I think that, you know, we hear from the providers and from even the insurance companies and so many in our community through testimony and other means of hearing that this is a crisis situation for our communities on Molokai and Lanai, and I would encourage the department to try to gain a better understanding of the need or and maybe even consulting with employees on Molokai under DOH who are very experienced with this issue, and just trying to grasp a better concept of where this is coming from, so that I think you would be able to, I guess, understand it better.
We have a degree of understanding. You know, the department has federal grants as well as authorization from the state legislature to support rural health policy. So we definitely understand and acknowledge this is legitimate, and we do have a sense of how this disrupts the lives of many of our state residents and our colleagues at the Department of Health. You know, we manage the certification of medically underserved areas, health professional shortage areas. So we do sit on the data. Certainly the personal stories really give another dimension, and we've heard, you know, Ms. Mikami talk about that. The question is, and this is a policy call for the legislature, is it the role of the Department of Health to facilitate private sector medical services? That, to me, that seems one of the big policy issues on the table. The Department of Health is generally interested in prevention and may be a provider and payer of last resort for populations that cannot be served by the private sector. But somewhere in the middle is a mostly private sector solution for this, especially since the state pays for EUTF and Medicaid services through private plans and payers. So like I mentioned before, a pilot can be anywhere along this continuum, but we certainly appreciate and understand the urgency that our residents and colleagues face. We're just wrestling with, is this a function of the Department of Health? And if the legislature says it will, then we will do our best.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Kobayashi.
Lauren.
Yes.
Your request for an additional 2 to 5 FTE seems excessive. And I don't know why you even want to get into the middleman position of trying to coordinate a doctor's schedule with a patient who happens to be on one of the rural islands.
That's-
Because, I mean, obviously, it'd be easier if there could be a direct contact so that an appointment be made, and after the appointment be made, then perhaps some sort of contact person at one of the airlines would be the liaison.
And that, thank you for that. That concept is part of our recommendations. We offer some options from owning all of the above to a completely private sector model to something in between where government, maybe it's the Department of Health, convenes the private sector, and the private sector can work out an arrangement, whether that's a standing charter, which was the original, that flies every Tuesday and Thursday, that the state buys out the seats or guarantees, that's one model, and patients and doctors take care of appointments themselves, or we rely on case management staff in clinics or health plans. So there are several options with a lighter touch that can achieve the goals, the intent of this proposal without necessarily relying on civil servants.
Yeah, I mean, I think the goal would be reduce those FTEs from 2 to 5 to 1.
Possibly, but we do think at a minimum program specialists who will, invest themselves in the details of how to work with physicians, how to work with cancellations. It's not just the plane, right? It's also the ground transportation.
Yep.
What's the point of flying somebody over in a charter if they can't drive the 15 miles or the 5 miles and park and be ambulatory and be mobile? So it's not just not just gate-to-gate airline, it's everything, it's all the other services. Will they need a wheelchair? Do they need an attendant? Is there mobile IV? So, there are levels of complexity, and if this is a state program, that they may become a state liability. So there are lots of things to think about aside from the core question of, is this a function of government? If yes, is it the Department of Health? If yes, what's the most feasible and sustainable model? But there are many complexities that we need to think through.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kim, the conceptual, not disagreement, but confusion that you put out, the state getting involved in a private sector thing. I mean, take it to its extreme, there would never be a U.S. Postal Service if it wasn't the government going into an area which, because of the same, it just doesn't make sense to the airlines, market-wise, economic-wise, to do it. So this is why you guys have. The second question is, did you refer earlier to that you wanted to do an enhanced EMS, but you haven't, or that's where you wanted to interface in this problem?
So speaking of air transport, whether it's urgent or emergent, we do recognize the needs for routine healthcare access, which is what this bill gets at. We also really recognize the urgency that our that our emergency air evacuation resilience isn't where it needs to be. You can't, you have to have a certain kind of helicopter, twin-engine helicopter to fly across water, and most counties simply don't have that. So we did experience a tragic incident with a Hawaii Life flight in November of 2022 when their plane went down, and inter-island medical evacuations were disrupted for about 6 months. So in terms of emergent air transport, we need a backup for that system. Our system is simply not resilient enough.
Is that what you said the department wanted to do an enhancement with or get engaged with?
We have proposed in a bill that's being heard in the Senate a backup plan for statewide air ambulance.
Which detail is what?
It involves, there's a couple models because every county is different. EMS is either through a private vendor like AMR or through first responders like the fire department. So it depends, but the model is to have a long-term lease on helicopters that include maintenance, and we would need public sector or private sector partners to help offset the cost by potentially maintaining infrastructure and potentially personnel.
That's what the department is actively proposing with the Senate bill.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Just to follow up, what part of the bill or why would you think that the Department of Health would need to also cover ground transportation?
That was authorized by the legislature in their wisdom many years ago to have a fully professional 24/7 ground ambulance policy. So whether you live in Nu'uanu or Na'alehu.
For, sorry, if this pilot program happened
Oh,
and then.
I'm sorry.
From like the gate to the
Well,
facility.
you know, if for the pilot program to be successful, we just sort of analyzed all the variables that could help it fail.
Okay.
So if Auntie flies from Kaunakakai to Maui or to Honolulu, how does she get to the appointment? Otherwise, you know,
Okay.
there's just complexities that we need to be aware of.
So, in my experience, being a patient, traveling with insurance, the insurance company books your reservation. They arrange your ground transportation. They give you a call. They say, you're booked on this flight. This is your flight number. We're sending you a taxi voucher. This is the number you call for the taxi cab. So this component would just be for the air transportation part, not the ground transportation.
It sounds like you may be a member of a very large, resource-rich health insurance company, but not all health insurers may have that scalability or that internal case management capacity. So we simply don't know, but we're just pointing out, like I said, trying to identify variables that would
I've
prevent
been
this
a
from
member
successful.
of Aloha Care, of Medicaid, of private insurance, of partial insurance, so I've actually, of Kaiser, of HMSA. So I've had an experience with many personally, but okay.
Yeah,
I
let's
look
hope-
forward to talking more.
Yeah, let's
offline.
hope all members of all insurance companies would have those opportunities that were afforded to you, but we
Thank
just
you.
don't have that information.
Okay, thanks.
Much. Okay, seeing no more questions, I was just informed that a testifier who had submitted testimony is now available on Zoom. So if she'd like to testify, Kyra Kaina, are you there? Oh, she left. Okay, well, she was in support. Okay, now we're gonna go to our last bill on the agenda, House Bill 1591 HD1. This is relating to Microenterprise Kitchens and establishes a regulatory framework for microenterprise home kitchens and authorizes DOH to adopt rules. First up to testify is Department of Health.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Yamashita and Vice Chair Kitagawa. I'm Peter Oshiro. I'm the Program Manager for the Department of Health's Food Safety Branch. The Department of Health opposes this measure. We oppose this bill for the reasons detailed in previous testimony on this measure and other similar cottage food bills. The department already allows foods that do not require temperature controls for safety or potentially hazardous foods to be made in a home and sold directly to consumers. So these are already classified as homemade food operations in our rules, and that is allowed currently without any permits or inspection. The department will oppose any attempt to expand cottage foods or homemade foods to include foods that require temperature controls to prevent or eliminate the growth of pathogenic bacteria that are known to cause food illnesses. The current version of Hawaii Administrative Rules that regulates the food industry adopted the 2013 version of the FDA Model Food Code that does not allow home kitchens to be used for the commercial preparation of food. Particularly problematic foods include beef, pork, poultry, seafood, cooked starches, including cooked plant products which become hazardous when cooked. The utilization of private residences for commercial food production is simply inconsistent with DOH's mission to protect public health. Private residences are not designed, nor are they constructed to be commercial spaces, and DOH cannot regulate them as such. DOH does not have the staff or resources to inspect persons' homes, and we do not feel it is safe for our inspectors to do so. A person has a reasonable expectation of privacy in their homes. Thus, DOH inspections of a person's residence will be little more than superficial. Moreover, as these homemade food operations operate primarily as residences, the conditions of their operations can change drastically in a very short period of time, making a DOH inspection worthless from a public health perspective. There's simply no value with us going into somebody's homes and that are not and cannot be transformed into a commercial food establishment. We do, however, offer the following amendments, even though we do oppose creation of any temperature control for safety foods or hazardous foods. If the legislature wishes to move this bill forward, we strongly recommend the following changes. Number one, we would request to replace the proposed permitting requirements with a system of registration whereby homemade food operators submit information about their home or farm kitchen and food production to DOH on forms prescribed by us, which will enable us to adequately investigate any cases of foodborne illnesses or adulterations. So we would like to delete section 3, lowercase b, which has to do with permitting and inspections. We would also like to mention that section 4 is problematic, as the measure asks the DOH to adopt rules to protect public health, but exempts 25 items that are critical to protecting public health, and all are in our current rules that we regulate food establishments under. So the DOH cannot make rules regulating the industry if we are prevented from doing so. So in summary, we strongly oppose this measure if temperature control for safety foods are included. We do ask that the creation of a registry and obligation to register as a homemade food operator so that the DOH can track its source and take appropriate action if necessary after the fact. And in the context of food production within a person's private residence, permitting is really meaningless. It serves as an effective regulatory tool only when used to establish and enforce clearly identified standards for operation and equipment, none of which will be present in the home or farm kitchens this measure envisions. That's about all I have. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'll be available for questions.
Thank you very much. That's all who have indicated they'd like to testify. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this matter? Okay.
Can I testify?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so Angela Melody Young testifying on behalf of peers in strong support. So this is a necessary measure. Although, they can't go into people's homes, you can still create a standard at the commercial kitchen, right, to eliminate the barriers to access for the small business owners who operate the food businesses. And if you've ever watched Iron Chef or Gordon Ramsay, the Gordon Ramsay show, Hell Kitchen, you'd want to support commercial kitchens and small business enterprises. Eliminating barriers to commercial kitchens will help small businesses thrive, which this act will do. And the policy will set forth parameters to help microenterprise home kitchen operations, which is a food facility that is operated by someone at a home where food is stored, handled, and prepared for and served to consumers. From the Federal Small Business Administration Office, 99.3% of Hawaii businesses are small businesses. A majority of all companies and businesses in Hawaii are small businesses. So it'd be interesting to study how many of those small businesses are food businesses, because this measure will set forth an act to boost small business food owners navigating the commercial kitchen process. So micro enterprise kitchen small businesses have a positive effect on minority demographics and women-owned businesses. And this act will set forth standards for operations of a home kitchen to meet applicable food safety standards. So, this act defines within the Hawaii Revised Statute hazard analysis and critical control points plan, which means a management system in which food safety is addressed through the analysis of control of biological, chemical, and physical hazards from raw material production, procurement, and handling to manufacturing, distribution, and consumption of the finished product. While that is defined, there should be consideration for defining important safety terminology, which is highlighted in the Hawaii Administrative Rules, which does set parameters to define commercial operations for food businesses, such as defining food processing plants and imminent health hazards. Thank you.
Very much. Okay, committee members, questions?
I have a couple questions for Department of Health.
Good afternoon.
Hi. I don't know if it was in this testimony or the one for the previous committee, but you said, I think you just said it too, that Department of Health doesn't want to allow these types of foods or microenterprise kitchens or expanding the cottage food laws. So I'm just curious if you know how many states or how many states have cottage food or microenterprise kitchen laws that actually do go beyond the FDA rules?
I don't know what you mean that goes beyond the FDA rules. It waives most of the rules, I would suggest, because home kitchens cannot be held to the same standard as commercial kitchens. It's just not feasible, which is why the 25 exemptions are in here.
For the current cottage food rules for our state,
Correct.
do we go beyond the FDA rules?
Yes, we do. The federal government typically does not allow any food products to come out of people's homes, but various states, including ours, since 2014, we have allowed non-potentially hazardous foods to come out of people's homes and be sold directly to consumers with no permits or inspections from the department.
Okay, thank you. In a previous testimony, you mentioned more specific concerns, such as relating to pets and birds. So I was curious if instances relating to pets, birds, or rodent pets, or illegal venomous animals that could possibly exist in private homes may possibly exist in food establishments?
Not, we wouldn't allow them. They may exist and it's a violation. We would mark them for, but we do not allow them to have any of those items you just mentioned.
Okay. But so if I'm at a restaurant and the windows are open and birds come in, that should be a violation?
You know, that's kind of a loaded question because we do have outdoor seating, and the expectation is if you're outdoor, a bird will fly by sooner or later, so we will not count that as a violation. If the bird flies into the kitchen where they're actually preparing food, yes, that is a violation.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
No problem.
Okay, and then I think this will be my last question, but just to clarify, you talk about home kitchens would be 24/7, 365 food operations. And I understand that as a part of a residence, it's a part of a residence, right? But they would be required under this to provide hours of business and hours of operations in which times they intend to utilize that space for the business. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, I did notice that, correct. You're
Okay.
correct.
And that if inspections were a part of that, that there would be business hours that you would be aware of.
Yes,
Okay.
as provided by this bill, yes.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Ward.
Roshiro, in your vast experience, what is the safest, cleanest kitchen in Hawaii?
I can't speak to that.
But
'Cause
name
we
one
won't, we won't endorse anybody's kitchen. So anybody that has a green placard right now is currently safe to eat at.
Okay, I'm gonna name one, Zippy's. Question.
Yes.
If Zippy's wanted to form an Ohana family of home kitchens, supervised by them, authored by them, part ownership by them, would you testify in the same way you did about this particular bill?
Well, you know, that's a supposition, but there's no way the attorneys for Zippy's would allow that thing to happen, knowing that the FDA absolutely prohibits
How about
any
McDonald's
foods
then?
from same thing.
No,
Right.
If there's money to be made, it can go.
Don't, I mean, need to ask McDonald's if they'll do it. I have no idea whether they think it's profitable or the liability that they expose. They throw away so much food at McDonald's per se because they don't want anybody taking that food out of the trash can, possibly eating it, and they're getting sued for that. So they dump food rather than give it away. And that's a big problem we all recognize. They should be giving it away because they can control the temperatures if they wanted to, but it's cheaper for them to dump the food, right?
But you seem to be
It's
arguing
liability issues.
against, we have 1.5 million people, we make 3 to 4 meals a day. The millions of meals that are made in home kitchens, you make sound like they're very dangerous. Because somebody other than someone who lives there is eating it. In effect, these people are living and they're healthy and they're going along. That's just a macro numbers supposition that your testimony seems to or put it as a dangerous rather than, hey, this happens every day. The final question is, if there was a pilot that said, okay, maybe I'm wrong, let's let this run for 6 months or a year to see if it works, because you have been adamant in the position that you've taken, but you've never given the opportunity for the other side to prove its case to you. I've tried to give you a McDonald's or a Zippy's example. What if we just did a pilot, given what's based upon the bill?
So the department's objective is to not allow things to happen that we think is going to cause illnesses. We're here to prevent the illnesses. So we're not going to run a pilot program to see if somebody gets sick.
You know, from an economic suppressor, you're denying a lot of micro.
I do not believe that. We issue 700, what they call special event permits a month statewide, about 7,700 a year. These are people that are not Zippies and they're not McDonald's. These are people that are actively selling food to the public at fairs, carnivals, and such.
One shot. This is more for.
Sure. But I mean, I don't believe we're suppressing the food business. There's 10,000 establishments
You
in the
mean if this
state.
bill passed, you don't think it would be an economic generator?
No, I don't think so. No, that's just, you're asking my opinion. I'm not an
Okay.
economist, so I don't think so. With the amount of competition out there now, right, we see people open and close so frequently. This is a very high-risk business, and most of the businesses do not stay around very long.
High
because
risk, is that's an economic factor. You're not
It-
talking
I'm
about
sorry,
health
yes,
factor. Yeah,
economic,
It's
not
easy
food,
to
I'm
get in
sure.
and easy to fail.
Correct.
Especially if
Exactly,
it's
right.
with COVID. Okay, one more question. Sam Choi sends up a ohana of micro businesses.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna have to ask Sam Choi. I can't answer to that. I'm sorry.
Supposition. But the point is, if you've got a critical private sector self-policing, of which you guys don't go to McDonald's every day, you don't go to a Hilton Hawaiian Village restaurant every day. You trust that they're professional, they're self-policing, self-made.
We rigorously inspect them 3 times a year, and we put placards on them if they
But your
fail.
trust doesn't go to the family mom and pop.
No,
in
it
their
does
own
not.
kitchen,
Absolutely
which
not.
make
Yeah, no.
5 million meals a day with very few people having any of the repercussions.
You know, when you're cooking in your home, you know when you're sick. You know when mom's sick. You know when the child is sick. If they're the primary people that actually create the meals, and they will stop. Most people will stop. In the private sector, these people are just completely excluded. You can't even come into the kitchen. So these are the things that you cannot control in a household, and that's why we don't want to look at home kitchens. It's-
Sam Choi would come in and do that.
Again, the person's name.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Mr. Shiro.
Thanks.
Questions? Oh, yes, Representative Kila.
So I think to Representative Ward's comments, I mean, we as a state, right, we're trying to find ways to uplift our communities in forms of financial sovereignty. I mean, full disclosure, my parents started in the same capacity, right? And they were able to elevate to now a much more efficiency and standards of Department of Health. But but knowing that challenges that exist, I mean, I know your folks' comments talk about some altering of the measure, but I'm just trying to figure out to the extent, like, what's more powerful than the placard program is social media. And they've been able to, I mean, from my experience as somebody who has touched food, whether you're at home or in a kitchen, you do take extenuous pride in doing it, knowing the consequences that can happen, right?
I beg to differ because you close numerous establishments every month that do not follow our rules and regulations. And we're not trying to, our amendments allow your economic revitalization to happen. We don't want the liability or the issue of going into someone's private residence and trying to hold them to the same standards as McDonald's. Nobody has the capital to do it. That's why you guys are introducing this bill. And you guys are introducing exempting a lot of issues that cost a lot of money, that make it impractical for a homemade operator to compete at the McDonald's level. So what we're saying is, go ahead, if you insist on allowing the hazardous food items, we're not gonna be happy about it. We're just saying, go ahead and register them. We always have the right to investigate into any foodborne illness investigations or adulteration, so we always have that right. The right private residents can just say, stop, get out of my house, unless you have a warrant, right? That's what we face. So that's why we don't wanna go down that road. But if the legislature wants to open the door for any foods to happen and see if people get sick, we're not opposed to that if you adopt our amendments. Just have them register so we can investigate after the fact, have them take certified food manager safety classes to ensure they have a minimum education to prevent people from getting sick, and then go ahead. I just don't want my people in there trying to inspect a facility that cannot meet code. Impossible. It cannot meet
Well,
code.
can there not be a commitment that, of course, with the program, that your property is subject to compliance?
Yeah, I'm not an attorney either, but we have conferred with our deputy AG on this, and this is what he feels he's comfortable as far as willing to expose the department to liability
Okay.
and issues of enforcement down the line, right? If we have to close, right? We close the kitchen down, issue a red placard, they have to shut down. We can't go into a house and tell them, close your kitchen, right? Shut down, you guys can't eat here anymore. Go to your neighbor. So it's very important, it just doesn't fit. And we're not even talking about zoning, DLU, parking. So you got the hottest home restaurant and you got 500 people coming to every day. God, I don't want to be the person living next to that house. These are just things, and the city and county asks us for a list of all our brand new food establishment permits every year for the sole purpose of making sure they have grease traps to make sure that their food waste doesn't get into their wastewater system. So again, this is something that we do. If you start issuing permits to all these home kitchens, I'm sure city and county wastewater is gonna come in and say, wow, you're cooking steaks every day or every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, you need a grease trap. $20,000 after the fact, dig up your home. It's not gonna happen, right? But there's just so many other things to think about, I think, so. But again, we're not standing in the way. We will investigate if people get sick, and we have the right to do that now. So we're just asking, we don't wanna go in there and inspect someone's home. It's gonna create so much issues. They're not gonna pass. Right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, okay.
Just to follow up on entering private residence for inspections, if you did do an inspection and it was found to be in violation, you wouldn't shut down the kitchen for private use. You would only shut down the kitchen for the commercial part of the use. So they would still be able to use their home kitchen for personal use, just not to make food to sell.
Right, and therein lies the big problem, because our biggest complaints we have now of residents that are quote unquote illegally cooking and alleging that they're supporting other establishments is basically that. All they have to tell us is they're cooking for their family and friends, and we need to walk away.
But there are business hours associated.
Yes, if they follow them, correct.
Well, I mean, if anybody follows the rules,
But right, we don't have business hour restrictions on any private business and commercial operate. They can operate 24/7, 365. That's just a huge difference. That's why we're just saying it's incompatible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
have a
Yes,
question.
Representative.
Just to follow up on the kitchen issue, if a house had two kitchens, one dedicated only for this commercial area, would that make a difference?
Absolutely. Technically, that's possible. In reality, it's very difficult.
Well,
But
the
if you
zoning
create,
and other things.
if you turn your garage into a kitchen, and
Yes.
we can access it from the outside, we don't have to walk through your house, go ahead. We're good. Just ask to pass the plan.
Garage is the thing. But the other question you said, we close down numerous businesses every week or month or whatever. But you only do that temporarily. You put up a placard and say, hey, not
Yes.
good, but what's the average shutdown that these guys have to go through?
Probably 1 to 3 days if they want to stay in business, right?
So you're not
They'll
shutting them
fix
down,
the
you're
problem.
just giving them a little bit of slap on the,
No, we shut them down. They have to
Yeah,
stop
but-
operating and chase everybody out of the place.
but 3 to 5 days, as you just said.
Well, it's up to the restaurant. We don't tell, once we close them, our problem is over. How long they take to correct and re-inspect and open is on them.
But they do pretty lickety-split, don't they?
Most of the time,
Yeah, but
yes.
that's
If
their
they want to stay
livelihood.
in business, or they go out of business, yes. One or the other.
You must love your job.
Oh, I do love it.
Thank you very much. Representative Morikawa.
That's why he's still working.
There you go.
Sorry, Peter, if this passes and we do have products that come out of these kitchens, is there a labeling system that might help to warn the public?
Yeah, so I think the bill does allow for labeling, and we also, as part of our amendments, just to ensure that any foods coming out of a person's house, even right now, all foods have to be labeled regardless. So even if
Okay.
you're doing non-hazardous cookies, you're still required to put a label on it, saying it's not
Okay,
inspected
good.
by the DOH, and we have no objections.
Okay, thank you.
Very much. Okay, see.
Hey, thank you for your hard work, and when
Oh,
he
no, I
asked you what the
appreciate
cleanest, safest kitchen, you're supposed to have said it was yours, but.
My mom's that line.
Okay, thank you very much.
Room 308.
That was our last bill on this agenda. We're going to recess for decision-making for about 30 minutes or so.
Okay, we're going to reconvene the Committee on Finance for decision-making on our first agenda. First is House Bill 1941, HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1941 HD1 as is. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Ayu is excused. Representative Chun? Representative Cochran is excused. Representative Garrett is excused. Representative Kahaloa? Aye. Representative Keela? Representative Kobayashi?
Aye.
Representative Lamosao? Representative Morikawa? Representative Nishimoto? Representative Poi Poi is excused. Representative Takinouchi? Representative Alcos? Representative Ward?
Aye.
Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you, members. Moving on to House Bill 2805, HD1. Recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2805 HD1 as is, noting the presence of Representative Poi Poi and the excused absences of Representatives Ayu, Garrett, Cochran, and Garrett, who will be excused for the rest of this agenda. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1624, HD1 as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1624 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations?
Yeah.
Any noes? No. Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 408, HD2 as is. Discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 408 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to House Bill 2806, HD2. Department says that it may be redundant, and they already do some of these things, so we're going to defer. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 2341, HD1. Recommendation is we're going to be blanking out the dollar increases and the percentages, and then we're going to be adding a section to add a floor tax. Any discussion?
A what?
A floor tax. So basically,
Floor.
their inventory on the floor, they're going to have to inventory it and then add the tax to that. So, any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2341 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2504 HD1. We're going to be blanking out the increases and adding the floor tax language in this one also. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2504 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2415 HD2 as is. Discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2415 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to House Bill 1675 HD1 as is. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1675 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2744 HD1. We're going to be blanking out the FDE. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2744 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2556 HD1. We're going to be blanking out the FDE. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2556 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1834 HD1 as is. Discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1834 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1830 HD1, blanking out the FDE. Discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1830 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Thank you. House Bill 1831 HD1 as is. Discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1831 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2451 HD2. We're going to be blanking out the dollar amount. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2451 HD2 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2159 HD2, as is discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the Chair is to pass House Bill 2159 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2042 HD1, as is discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the Chair is to pass House Bill 2042 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to House Bill 2084 HD1, as is discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the Chair is to pass House Bill 2084 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2544 HD1, as is discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the Chair is to pass House Bill 2544 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1591 HD1, as is discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the Chair is to pass House Bill 1591 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna adjourn this hearing for a few minutes and then move on to the next one. Okay, we're going to convene the Committee on Finance for our second agenda. Members, we're going to take one bill out of order. On page 4, House Bill 2083 HD2, relating to school meals. Okay, first up is Office of Hawaiian Affairs. Okay, not here. Next is Department of Education. Not here. Okay, we're gonna move on down the list. Greenpeace Hawaii. Okay. Next up is Jennifer Kawahara on Zoom. Oh, she's present. Go ahead.
I just would like to testify in support of the intent of this bill. The one thing that I think is important is that it shouldn't just be a pilot program for Mililani High School. Although our students have been pretty outspoken in support of this bill, we know that many students in the DOE depend on school meals for their well-being, and it's really important that we don't just leave it for the privileged or outspoken people, that we make sure that we provide whole meals for all of our students in the DOE. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Mililani High School Sustainable Food Systems and Agricultural Students. There's a petition.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the Committee on Finance. Thank you for scheduling this bill today. I am Bonnie Parker, a teacher at Mililani High School. On behalf of the students of our Sustainable Food Systems and Agriculture classes, we urge the passing of HB 2083 to not only uphold Act 175, which was put into effect July 1st, 2021, but for the sake of the total well-being of all students under the care of the Department of Education across the Pa'aina of Hawaii. We believe that the passing of this bill will not only benefit students, it will benefit the people of Hawaii as well as the land in which we reside, our Aina, the land which feeds and nourishes us, extending from our oceans to our soils, to our fresh waters, to our skies, to our heavens. We are in a climate crisis. We can't deny that we are only one natural disaster away from a total food system collapse. Is it not our responsibility to give our future generations something better than this? The DOE is the state's largest institutional consumer of food products, serving over 100,000 students a day. 100,000 meals each day equals 100,000 opportunities every single day school is in session to make a better choice. And imagine if each of these choices was to support a healthier diet for our keiki, to support our local farmers, to support total food sovereignty. Imagine if each of these 100,000 choices each day were opportunities to decrease our reliance on 98% imported foods, opportunities to revitalize and maintain the health of our waters and soils, opportunities to develop infrastructure that does not contribute to the devastating effects of climate change. We would also like to make a couple of recommendations to the plant-based meal options. We would like to extend the pilot program of the plant-based meal options to a minimum of one school per complex, so that each complex can establish a local network of food producers in their own areas. We would also like to add a recommendation to add that based on the results of the plant-based meal results of the report of these plant-based meal results to be implemented at each school by 2023. And so lastly, just to end, everyone present in this room understands that it will take a collaborative effort across all industries and state departments to make a real change in this climate crisis. This is a crucial and pivotal moment for our future, and we need this committee, as well as every single committee in the House and every single committee in our Senate, to take charge in the leadership role that you are entrusted with and lead us towards a more secure and environmentally sustainable future. The cost of the negative impacts to our food system, our health, our environment will far exceed the cost to implement this bill. We cannot afford to ignore House Bill 2083. The solutions are right in front of us. We need to put them into action now. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to Quincy
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita and members of the House Committee on Finance. My name is Quincy Colohan, and I am a senior at Mililani High School, and I am here to testify in strong support of House Bill 2083. Today, me and my peer took off school early to come down here to testify in support of this bill because we really wanted to use our voices to show the importance of supporting the students at our school, not only now, but for future generations. As Ms. Kuwahara stated earlier, this is our school is very outspoken in terms of support for this bill. And I have heard how many of my peers aren't eating the meals because it does not apply to their dietary restrictions, or they are just simply not appetizing because these foods are frozen and thawed out and not fresh. And vegetarian friends that I have are told to just remove the meat from their plates if this is something they're unable to eat, which does not provide a nutritious meal for these students, many of which this is the only meal that they are able to have in a day. This is the only affordable meal that they come across. And so I see this bill really as offering an inclusive opportunity for all students to have the ability to be fed during the school day. We see that I know that this is possible because in New York City, I have found that there is a Meatless Mondays program that has been implemented, and this has been implemented without a change in the cost allocated towards school lunches throughout public schools. And I think if a city that has a public school student body that is 8 times larger than that of the entire state of Hawaii, we should be able to implement this just as they did. And I think it's only fair that we try to give back to our land and our farmers and our community. And we can also see this concept through the Aina program, which was once established at Mililani High School but has since been withdrawn. And this program has saved Mililani High School money, and it was eaten by much more students, which really limited food waste and allowed more students to be fed throughout the day. And I think that since we know that this is something that works at Mililani High School, it's important that we expand this pilot program so that we can see that it does work in a larger aspect as well. So I support this bill because I think it is necessary to support our community, support our land, and our students as we move forward with climate and social justice, because this is not just supporting students now, but these are ideas that students will take with the rest of their lives to be more conscious about the decisions they make and the food that they eat. Thank you for allowing me to testify for this bill.
Okay, thank you very much. Next testifier is Malia Matsuno.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita and members of the House Committee on Finance. My name is Malia Matsuno, and I'm a senior at Mililani High School. Just like Quincy, I did take off school a little bit early today to come here to testify in strong support of House Bill number 2083. And I would just like to reiterate the success of the previous Aina program that took place at Mililani High School, which introduced locally sourced and home-style cooked meals into the cafeteria. And while I wasn't a student yet when this was initiated, I had friends, and my sibling was also a part of this program. And I recall their excitement about having healthy meals that they were able to eat, which, unlike me and a lot of my other peers today, the current school food system isn't very inclusive, especially for people with certain dietary needs and people who are vegan, as you can see, which is why including a plant-based program would be a lot more inclusive for these students. I would also like to emphasize the economic benefit this would have. The DOE returned about $7 million in the past decades of unspent federal money that was supposed to have been used to buy fresh local produce. And this is $7 million that could have been used to improve what is oftentimes the only balanced meal students have in a day, which is why House Bill number 2083 is especially important. I would just like to also note the importance of supporting the cafeteria staff with adequate funding and resources, given that this bill continues to progress. And just to reiterate one last time, I would like to see this plant-based program also being expanded to other schools. that are willing to take on the journey to a healthier, more sustainable diet. So given the diverse palates of our state, I believe that us students deserve better, and House Bill number 2083 will lead us one step in the right direction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Please come forward. Hold on.
We got it for us and we don't care about everyone else.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Ted Boland on behalf of the Climate Protectors Hawaii. You have my written testimony. I wasn't sure I was going to be able to make it today personally with the change in schedule, but I'm glad to be here. This bill's a good idea. It's good for students to have fresh local food, more nutritious. It's good for the farmers because it gets more markets, and it's good for the climate because it reduces the amount of food that we need to ship in from great distances. I would suggest that it would be a good amendment to the bill to expand, as the previous speaker said, it'd be good to expand the plant-based options for students, both in terms of their choice and in terms of healthy options in different places. So that would be, in my mind, a good amendment that would help the bill, and I urge the committee to make that. But mostly, I urge the committee to adopt this bill. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify?
Yes, Dave Molex here from Greenpeace Hawaii. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much for hearing this bill. This is excellent, and I'm very happy that this is happening. I just want to reiterate that the importance of this program to get more plant-based meals to the students. I have one school now in a pilot project, and I encourage you strongly to amend this and include many more schools. The vegan and the vegetarian population is growing across the country, especially here in Hawaii. And me and my wife both were high school students, and there was nothing for us to eat. It was very hard. And so we're really cutting out a huge population of students. I think there's several thousand here in Hawaii who only eat vegan or vegetarian. And so we really need to have this come forward. We need to have this happen. The students shouldn't have to suffer and, like they said, pull the meat out of the spaghetti or something, which is so absurd. But that's the things that they're told, and we're not really speaking to a population who this is how they live. This is their lifestyle. They're not going to change. They're not going to suddenly go eat roast beef or whatever. So I please encourage you to include more schools. I know more students want to be involved. This is a very exciting thing for them, that they can take kind of control of their own destiny and their own meals. And so thank you very much for having this bill and hearing it. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none. Members, any questions? Representative Board.
The Mililani teacher that came earlier.
Can we testify? Hello?
Yeah, we moved into questions already, sorry.
The measure indicates there will be a recognition program. Do you have any idea what that might look like? How will you recognize and incentivize the program as according to the bill? Or any guesses? Or does anyone have some? It says recognition to incentivize are keys, variables.
I think being that there is the act in place, the law saying that by 2030, we need to have 30% of our schools' food lunch locally sourced, and currently we're at about 6%. The idea is for the DOE to create a recognition program, and I believe that will be worked on with Trish LaChica's office on what that might look like, but a way for them to recognize schools who are abiding by this law and making progress towards the Act 175. I don't know exact details, but,
You're giving us a lot of credit because we said so, they're going to do it, right? Which doesn't always happen, actually.
Hopefully we can help make that happen as students and teachers, and walk the walk, not just be here talking the talk, but pushing that forward and making it happen. Yeah.
Much. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Colbert.
Is there anyone from DOE here? No, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no other questions, let's go back to the top of the agenda. First bill is House Bill 2484. This is relating to conformity to the Internal Revenue Code. This conforms Hawaii's income and estate and generation skipping transfer tax law to the IRS. The first up to testify is Department of Tax.
Good afternoon, Gary Suganuma, Director of Taxation.
Great, thank you very much. Next up is Tax Foundation of Hawaii. On Zoom.
Good afternoon. Yes, hi, good afternoon. This is Jade McMillan on behalf of the Tax Foundation of Hawaii. This is a very simple housekeeping bill. We will stand on our comments submitted on the measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all who have indicated they'd like to testify. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing no questions, let's go to our second bill on the agenda, House Bill 2388. This is relating to Money Transmitter Modernization Act. First up to testify is DCCA, Division of Financial Institutions. Thank you very much. That's all who has indicated they'd like to testify. Is there anyone else wanting to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to the next agenda item, House Bill 2361 HD1. This is relating to the Hawaii Community Development Authority, and it authorizes them to render services to and assist state and county agencies upon request. First up to testify is HCDA.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Craig Nakamoto, Executive Director of Hawaii Community Development Authority. This is a housekeeping bill for us. What it does is clarify our statutory language and really allow us to do what we are already doing now, which is to use our expertise in development of infrastructure and construction management to help other state agencies and the county with their infrastructure and other projects. I'm available for questions, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's all who have indicated they'd like to testify. Is there anyone else wanting to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Seeing none, let's go on to the next item, House Bill 2366 HD1. This is relating to Greenhouse Gas Sequestration Task Force. It repeals the task force. First up, actually, we have no one who indicated they'd like to testify on this measure, but we do have two supportive testimonies from DBED and OPSD. Is there anyone here who would like to testify? Okay, seeing none, committee members, nobody to ask questions to, so we're going to go on to the next item. House Bill 2367 HD1. This is relating to energy, and it clarifies that the party responsible for renewable portfolio standards support and reporting on certain energy matters shall be the Chief Energy Officer of the State Energy Office. First up to testify is the Hawaii State Energy Office.
Stephen Walls, Hawaii State Energy Office. We stand on a written testimony.
Great, thank you very much. That's all who's indicated they'd like to testify. Is there anyone else wanting to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions for the State Energy Office? Seeing none, let's go to our next item. HB 1688 HD1. This is relating to the environment. It requires DOH to conduct a statewide needs assessment and establish an advisory council to determine what would be needed to transition to a more circular system with less waste generation, more reuse, and extended producer responsibility. First up is Department of Health.
Department of Health, stand on our written testimony in support of the bill.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Hawaii Reef and Ocean Coalition Climate Protectors.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Ted Boland on behalf of the Hawaii Reef and Ocean Coalition Climate Protectors Hawaii, and also the Solid Waste Task Force of the Hawaii Environmental Change Agents, who also asked me to testify. This is a good bill. The Hawaii faces a landfill capacity crisis. All of our major islands are running out of space. We currently have a linear waste disposal system where we use it and toss it. Makes for a lot of waste. Whether it goes to the landfill or incinerator, it's an environmental problem. It's also a cost problem because the counties are currently taxpayers are currently paying all the waste management costs. Producers who make a lot of money off of this stuff are not paying costs, and visitors are not paying costs. So it's a big financial burden on the counties. We need to move to a new system that is more circular. That is a system where we reduce, reuse, refill, compost, and then if appropriate, recycle. We have limited recycling in Hawaii because of our geographic isolation. So it's not the option it is in some places or the option that some people think it is. But using less is an option, and we need to transition to that kind of system. This bill would provide a first step toward moving toward that kind of system because we need to assess our needs in making the transition. And the counties are all very different, so we need to have all the counties represented. So this bill would set up a stakeholder process with an advisory council to advise the Department of Health and enable people to indicate, all the counties to indicate what they need, and for the department to make an assessment of what is needed to make the transition that I'm talking about. The department has asked for additional time. I don't have an opinion on that. I leave it to the department as to what kind of time frame they need to finish it. But I would say that the bill is a good idea. It's a critical first step toward solving our waste management problems. With consultation, I saw some testimony regarding concern about the producer definition that's in the bill. I would have no objection if we just took that out. It's going to be resolved, and the definition of who is a producer is going to be resolved in the need assessment anyway, so that's an amendment that could be made. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Please pass this bill. We really need to get going on this problem. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. That's all who have indicated they'd like to testify. Is there anyone else wanting to testify on this measure?
I'm here. I indicated I would like to testify.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I thought Ted said he was testifying for you as well. Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
I didn't catch that.
Hawaii Environmental
Oh.
Change Agents, this is the one.
Yes, thank you.
Go
Thank you,
ahead,
Chair
sorry,
Yamashita
Jennifer.
and members of the Finance Committee for hearing this bill. I would echo a lot of Ted's testimony in terms of our needs to address our landfill capacity crisis and reduce waste. Packaging waste nationally makes up about 30% of the total amount of waste that goes into the waste stream. We don't have an exact number of what the amount of packaging waste is in Hawaii, and this needs assessment would be one step we could take to start getting better understanding of that. We've been, trying to pass an extended producer responsibility bill for the last 2 years. We've heard a lot from industry trade groups in particular, really advising to move in the direction of doing a needs assessment or a study first. And so that's essentially what this bill is. We have 4 states now in the United States that have passed extended producer responsibility bills for packaging. 2 of those states have now completed the needs assessment process. Other states have also passed bills similar to this one, where they're just looking at a needs assessment or a study first to gather the information that's needed and necessary to understand how to design a system, or is basically design a producer responsibility program. We do have unique needs here in Hawaii. We are very different than all the other states in the continental United States. We're very isolated. It's 2,500 miles to existing recycling markets. So really, we need to look at the solutions that are going to work for us due to these circumstances, which are really looking at systems of reusing packaging where packaging can circulate locally. And this has the opportunity to provide new economic opportunities in the state, as well as create jobs. We also need to look at creating more local markets within the state. So processing of materials within the state rather than having to ship to outside markets. And, the upfront costs of the infrastructure that would be required both for local processing of materials and for reuse systems would be very high upfront costs, but would cause for a lot of savings in terms of not having to site new landfills and that sort of thing. So this measure really is, I think, a good investment to set us on a track so we can reduce the amount of waste we create and get producer funding to move our necessary initiatives forward. And thank you for hearing my testimony, and happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wanting to testify on this measure? Okay, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 1972 HD1. This is relating to electric vehicle batteries. It establishes a working group within the Hawaii State Energy Office to make recommendations for the reuse and recycling of electric vehicle batteries. First up to testify is the Hawaii State Energy Office.
Chair, Vice Chair, Stephen Walls, the office, we stand on our written testimony.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Department of Health.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Noah Klein. I'm with the Department of Health Solid and Hazardous Waste Branch. The department supports HB 1972 HD1 and will stand on our written testimony. I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Alliance for Automotive Innovation. Thank you very much. Next, we have Redwood Materials. Not present, they are in support. That is all who have indicated they'd like to testify. Is there anyone else who would like to testify? Seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 1829 HD1. This is relating to electric vehicle charging infrastructure and requires the design of all new state building construction where parking is to be included to provide at least 25% of parking stalls be electric vehicle charger ready. First up is DAGS.
Testimony, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Great, thank you very much. Next, we have the Hawaii State Energy Office.
Also, I State Energy Office, so you stand on our written testimony.
Great, thank you very much. Next, we have Ulupono Initiative.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Micah Munekata here on behalf of the Ulupono Initiative. We stand on our testimony in support of this measure. We really appreciate the House moving this forward in its majority package. We think this policy around EV readiness is smart policy. It's future-proofing for our state and really showing the state's commitment towards the electric vehicle adoption that's currently happening across our state. Just wanted to provide some of our stats and research that we have. Research shows that in some cases, EV-ready costs were an estimated 0.13 to 0.17% of total construction costs, usually about $1,000 additional per space. In some cases in California, retrofits, which is coming behind after parking spaces have already been developed and then putting the conduit, digging up the ground, putting the conduit in, the cost can range from 2 to 8 times more to do it at that point. Ulupono's own research shows that a typical structure parking space here locally can cost $42,000 to $57,000 per space to build. So this relatively low incremental amount of roughly $1,000 on top of it to make parking stalls EV ready may be worth it, especially around looking for our future proofing on electric vehicle adoption. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Hawaiian Electric. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Alliance for Automotive Innovation. Okay, not present. They are in support. Next, we have Greenpeace Hawaii.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Dave Mullins here from Greenpeace Hawaii. We stand in strong support of this legislation. 2023 was the hottest year in human history. And the Secretary General UN said we're on the road to climate hell if we don't get off of fossil fuels. So we need to be moving quickly to get off of fossil fuels. So for new construction to have EV ready, right now, if people have an electrical vehicle and they're living in an apartment or other places like that, condominium, they can't charge up their electric vehicle. So we need to have EV charging ready in our new buildings. In fact, we need them in all our old buildings. Like you said just a moment ago, it's going to cost a lot more to install it after the fact. The fact is we are going to have to get off of fossil fuel cars, and we're going to have to get onto electric and other type of vehicles. And we have to have that infrastructure. Without infrastructure, we can't accomplish anything. And so it's really essential. And so I'm really happy you're hearing this legislation, and please pass it. It's essential for our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was all we have who've indicated they'd like to testify. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify?
Can CARES testify?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. CARES, in strong support of the House Bill 1829 for electric vehicle car charging infrastructure. From the electric power that lights up homes to the cars we drive to work, modern life was built on fossil fuels like coal, oil, and natural gas. Fossil fuels are bad for us because they emit pollution that leads to early death, heart attacks, respiratory disorders, asthma, and it causes people to be absent from school and work. Environmental concerns are when fossil fuels are burned, it emits nitrogen oxides into the atmosphere, which contributes to smog and acid rain. Based on health and environmental reasoning, fossil fuels are very damaging to health and the earth. Research from Harvard University in collaboration with the University of Birmingham, 8 million people died in 2018 from fossil fuel pollution. Ultimately, what this means is pollution from fossil fuels like coal and diesel were responsible for 1 in 5 deaths worldwide. Electric vehicles, also referred to as battery electric vehicles, have an electric motor instead of an internal combustion engine. The vehicle uses a large traction battery pack to power the electric motor and must be plugged into a charging equipment, also called the electric vehicle supply equipment. Because it runs on electricity, the vehicle emits no exhaust from a tailpipe and does not contain the typical liquid fuel components and runs on renewable energy resources. So CARES advocates for measures to create more environmentally friendly and sustainable cars and charging infrastructures for electric vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify on 1829? Okay, seeing none, committee members' questions. Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 2517 HD2. This is relating to renewable energy and allows the counties to establish by ordinance an opt-in program that allows an annual payment in lieu of real property taxes on the land or improvements thereon that are actively used to produce and store renewable energy that is sold to the electricity grid. First up to testify on 2517 is the Hawaii State Energy Office.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Stephen Wallace, Hawaii State Energy Office. We stand.
Great, thank you very much. Next up is Ulupono Initiative.
Thank you, Chair. Ulupono will stand on the testimony and support.
Great, thank you very much. Next, we have Clearway Energy Group on Zoom. Not present, they're in support. And Hawaiian Electric? Okay. Okay, we'll go to the next one, Hawaii Solar Energy Association. Also not present, but in support.
Hello, hi, this is Rocky Mold with HSCA. I'll stand on my written testimony in support of this measure.
Great, thank you very much, Rocky. Hawaiian Electric, are you there? Okay, not responding, but they're in support. Anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to our next item. House Bill 2614, this is relating to renewable energy and requires government entities in the state that issue building permits to implement by January 1st, 2025, Solar App Plus or a functionally equivalent online automated permitting platform. First up to testify is the Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority.
Sorry, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, I am not Gwen Yamamoto Lau. She had to go to an appointment and she apologized. I'm here to stand on her written testimony in support. Unfortunately, since Gwen is not here, I can't answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Craig. Next up is the Hawaii State Energy Office.
Stephen Wallace, Hawaii State Energy Office. We stand on the
Great, thank you very much. Next up is Ulupono Initiative.
Chair, Ulupono will stand on this testimony and support.
Thank you. Next up, we have Sonova Energy Corporation on Zoom. Not present, they are in support. Next, we have Board of Professional Engineers, Architects, Surveyors, and Landscape Architects.
Landscape architects.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Contractors License Board.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita and Vice Chair Kitagawa. I'm Candice Ito, testifying for our Board Chair, Neil Arita. And the board stands on its written testimony in opposition to the inclusion of commercial and large utility-scale PV projects in the self-certification process. And the board is also requesting clarification on page 5, lines 1 through 6, because we're unsure what this section is or what that is supposed to accomplish. Like, is it requesting written notice from the licensed architects or engineers in addition to the licensed plumbers and electricians, or in lieu of?
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Greenpeace Hawaii on Zoom.
Aloha. We're speaking in strong support of this legislation. This will cost nothing, and it's just common sense. Right now, some people have to wait up to a year to get their permit approved, and in places like California, they've got it down to a day. I just heard Mayor Blangiardi talking about they're trying to do this already in the city and county of Honolulu, and so it's a really excellent program. It's common sense, and we strongly support it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii Solar Energy Association.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Rocky Mold with the Hawaii Solar Energy Association. I'm going to stand on my testimony in strong support of this measure. And I'll just add that I want to thank you for hearing this measure. It's really important to remove administrative barriers and lower costs for all parties in our renewable energy transition. This measure makes sense. And it's time, and it has broad support from a broad array of stakeholders. I'm here to answer questions if you have them. And also, I'd just like to note that Sandy Wong is in person in the room representing us and can answer questions as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up is the Hawaii Food Industry Association on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Alexis Chapman for HFIA. Just one note from our testimony is that our members have routinely cited permitting issues as the main reason for not being able to convert to solar and renewables over grants and funding and other issues. So permitting is by far the #1 issue standing in the way of improving the sustainability of our food industry by converting more businesses to solar. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii Unified Industries on Zoom.
Aloha, Chairman Yoshida and Vice Chair Kitagawa. My name is Rhino Irwin. I'm the CEO of Hawaii Unified. We are a local solar contractor specializing in commercial and residential solar. I stand in strong support of this bill. We employ over 100 local jobs, and we are the 3rd largest employer on the Leeward Coast in Waianae. The permitting issues that we've been facing for the last few years have impeded our ability to grow our business, create more jobs, but also we're seeing homeowners that are being disqualified from going solar because their financing is timing out due to the delays that is happening within the permitting department. The Solar App Plus has been developed by National Energy Laboratories. It's a federal app. It does cost $0 to implement, and it would streamline our process significantly. This is very important to our industry. It's the national standard. There's no reason why we should not be on the national standard. It's a waste of taxpayer money to continue to internally develop softwares and pay software parties for things that already exist for free. So strong support. We really need this to happen for our industry and our community.
Thank you very much. Next up is the Hawaii Executive Collaboratives Climate Coalition.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kirigawa, members Morikawa and Ward. Good to see everyone. Jeff McLean, I'm director of the Climate Coalition, which is a fairly nascent organization, part of the Hawaii Executive Collaborative. And we're trying to do something new, bringing together a diverse set of organizations statewide with a common goal of addressing our climate challenge. So you can see in our testimony, we have a diverse array of partners of the Climate Coalition, everyone from Young Brothers to Zippies, Sun Noodle, Blue Planet, Chaminade University, and Catholic Charities recently just chimed in their support as well. So we have nearly 20 partners that are supporting this measure. And as you heard from other testifiers, something you discussed last year and fairly common sense, breaking down some of those barriers to permitting solar, which is a key part of our clean energy future. And right now, permitting is one of those barriers that's preventing us to move at the speed and the scale we need to reach our 100% renewable energy goal. So this measure does three things, laid out pretty clearly using this app that was developed by the federal government, the National Renewable Energy Labs, removing some onerous data that's not really necessary, and then allowing for a self-certification process. Three things that we think are really important that will accelerate the permitting of solar. So we appreciate your patience this afternoon and hearing this measure and the opportunity to testify. Thanks much.
Great, thank you very much. That is all who have indicated they'd like to testify. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify on this measure? Yes.
Sorry for my tardiness. Annie Macapagal on behalf of Sonova Energy. Did you get my testimony? Yes. Just want to stand in support of that testimony and available for questions. There's a serious concern with the backlog in DPP. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify? Okay. Seeing none, committee members' questions on 2614. Yes, Representative Ward.
The coalition, please. The nascent coalition, as you called it. Self-certification. Is it pretty solid that, what's the experience rating, or what's been the experience? It's not just yesterday that it came out, but how does it fare in terms of all the bureaucrats doing it?
You know, for this, I might have to phone a friend, and I'm looking at Sandy. She might have more familiarity with that process that's happening.
Round. Okay, let me, while you're still there.
Sure.
What's the time frame now to get a solar permit for the average residential or then the commercial? How much time do we waste or do we wait on?
Again, I think Rocky will have exact numbers, but I've heard everything from 1 to 2 years for some from solar permits. When in other locales, it could be, a few weeks to a month. So too long is the answer.
Yes, exactly. Rocky, are you there? Or is it, what's his name?
I'm here.
Rocky Mold,
yeah,
can
so,
you answer those two questions?
Yeah, so for self-certification, the key element of self-certification is that these plans will be stamped and put together by licensed architects or engineers. That will a certification regime. There is a final inspection, so it's not like totally going through without DPP or the county authority being able to check on it. They do get the final check. What it is it's the private installer sort of taking the risk of installing it correctly on their own, so that they can get through a lot of the administrative barriers that they have. So I hope that answers that question on self-certification.
So they are
it's been tried in. It's done for other areas, and there's currently an ordinance at the city and county where tenant improvements and affordable housing are allowed to go through a self-certification process. So it's already being done there as of last year. And I think the city and county noted in their testimony in the prior hearing that if this bill were to pass, they would be able to add solar to their ordinance. It would help them to add solar to their ordinance for self-certification. So they're putting all those plans in place. Regarding the time it takes for a permit, once you get something online, a permit happens in a day. And at the city and county of Honolulu, they've actually implemented an online tool for somewhere around 60% of residential, single family and two family permits. Those permits take about a day. It is the 40% of the other permits that are a problem and that are causing this massive backlog at the city and county. And so this bill, it really is laser focused on clearing up the rest of that backlog, the rest of those projects. And keep in mind that solar represents a high number of projects. If you can get those projects through and simplify those, you're going to open up a lot of space and a lot of time for DPP and the county authorities to get to like the more complicated, more complex projects that they have.
So the self-selection is that those professionals are putting their license on the line? Is that
Correct.
What you said? What's the failure rate so far, or the self-selection where the inspector comes out and said, this is a dud?
I don't have that information. I'm not sure we have it yet because, again, we haven't had self-certification for solar yet.
But isn't that in
So
other
it's
states
new.
already been, is it, you have no experience from other states in this regard, or we're just now ahead of the game?
I think for self-certification on solar, we may be ahead of the game. I don't think other states have gotten as far as we are at all in our solar industry. So they aren't facing the same kinds of issues that we're facing. Hawaii is far and away a leader in the solar industry, particularly rooftop solar. So we're starting to hit some of these barriers before everywhere else.
Now, the big question, if this is successful, can it migrate to being for building permits, which take years and years and years and years?
I believe so. And I think that's part of the design of this. And I think it's why you're seeing such a broad array of stakeholders that are supporting this measure.
Your hero said our economy is suppressed because of this very factor. So I hope you guys do very well and we learn a lot from it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks. And I should point out Rhino Irwin, who has a lot of really in-depth experience on this stuff, has raised his hand. So, and he's an HSCA member. So thanks, Rhino.
Absolutely. If I may I chime in here?
Got anything to add, Rhino?
Yes, I think it is also important to notate that this isn't just self-certification. If we've done the research on Solar App Plus, and they actually use advanced AI technology to scan the plans to actually make sure it is to code. So this isn't just us, willy-nilly getting the permit and going out and do the work, which we're perfectly qualified to do. This is not rocket science work. We repeat the same process over and over and over. But there is guardrails in there with Solar App Plus to ensure that the designs that we're submitting are meeting code, and they do issue a permit on the behalf of the county. But in more so than that, it also issues an extensive checklist for the inspector to utilize when they go out and review the work to make sure that everything is up to code. This is a far and beyond an advancement of what we're using. Over 170 counties have already adopted it. California has made it the gold standard that every county must transition to. There's no reason why we should be left in the dark here if we are going to continue to be leaders in the renewable energy.
Who is using the AI, the professionals or the government, or both?
So Solar App Plus uses AI to scan all the plans to make sure they meet code requirements. And they're the most advanced code requirements. And what continues to happen now, as code changes are updated, we fall behind as an industry and at the DPP, because then we have to play catch up and spend tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, improving the existing softwares that we have to try and update. Whereas with Solar App Plus, the federal government is already doing this on an ongoing basis. So we benefit all the way around.
Could DPP use the AI to check on the architect's AI?
Well, the plans that we submit will be reviewed by Solar App Plus's AI, and then it would issue a permit.
So AI is helping, clearly. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Real quick, just to answer your question, to Rocky's point, if it's not one of the 60%, I would argue that's actually a lower percentage on average, like a 50%, because a lot of times the homes that are here in Hawaii, they need an electrical upgrade, service upgrade. That also has to be a permit needs to be issued for that, which Solar App Plus would also address that issue. But as far as if it's part of the, let's say 50% that's not given an online permit right now, it's taken 4 to 6 months just to have it reviewed, And when you look at commercial, that's residential. Commercial, we're waiting 18 months to 2 years for projects for permitting. It's ridiculous. It's killing projects left and right. Millions of dollars. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I got a quick question for you, sir.
Yes.
So if in other, you said counties have it, so has it increased capacity of how many projects are pushed out? Is it increase it by 20%, 10%, 50%?
Well, they look at days, and these are, these are counties that already have permitting processing departments that are pushing out permits in 2 weeks, and it's bringing it down to 1 day.
2 weeks to 1 day. So it could
Yeah.
over double.
So, yeah, I would say 2x, 3x, 4x multipliers on efficiency gains here.
Thank you very much. Department of Taxation. Okay, right now, the solar credit is costing us about how much?
We didn't submit testimony on this
Yeah, I
bill.
know,
I don't have
but-
that information with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I can get that.
Because, people testify that this is a zero cost, but if it could double, the credit could cost.
Yeah,
double.
I'm sorry, I didn't come
So
prepared for that.
so we have to build that into the financial plan. Can you, based on if, let's say this is a 2x, could you give us a number?
Sure.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very
Chair,
much.
could I
Yes.
follow that, Mr. Sugunuma? The other side of that
Is there,
question
is there possible to follow up to that statement there?
Oh, no, I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm sorry, no, I'm sorry, we don't do that.
If you're in person, you
Yeah,
might.
we just need information. We're just
Mr.
gathering
Sugunuma,
information.
the other side of the chair's question is, how much economic
We can do that too.
increase?
Yeah, we can get that from you, Hiro. I don't think
will
that's
we be
him.
able to do to offset that? Because, I mean, that's a real concern that he just mentioned.
Yeah.
But in terms of a suppressor of the economy, if we had some numbers to say that this is gonna jack up, the industry by 5 times or whatever, because if we're waiting this long just to get simple permits for solar, it used to be where the solar companies would go and get it for the owner, and it would be like a piece of cake. So I just see the economic suppression as one of the bigger variables here. Obviously, there's tax credits that are there.
Yeah. That is a discussion that I think we need to have with you, Hiro, and others, but,
Exactly.
yeah, we need the tax number from the Department of Tax, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to the next agenda item, HB 2685 HD1. This is relating to energy, and it establishes the Solar Hui Program to allow multifamily residential property owners to invest into a Solar Hui investment fund, which will provide repayment of income derived from energy services agreements to low and moderate income households to install solar energy systems. First up to testify is DCCA.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Jasmine Wong here on behalf of DCCA, Division of Consumer Advocacy. We stand on our written testimony offering comments on the Solar Hui program and are available for questions. Mahalo.
Great, thank you very much. Next, we have Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority.
Once again, Craig Nakamoto for Gwen Yamamoto Lau, standing on a written testimony in support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Public Utilities Commission.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Testimony, offering comments.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Hawaii Realtors. He submitted testimony in support. Next, we have Greenpeace Hawaii on Zoom.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I first want to thank this body for a couple of years ago passing the climate emergency, because we really are in a climate emergency. And we need to do everything we can to get off of fossil fuels and get more solar projects out there. This is an equity issue, this particular bill. It's helping lower income people get access to solar power. And this is really important. So I encourage you to vote in support. It goes in line with what this body has committed to getting us off of fossil fuels and getting us into clean energy. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Hawaii Executive Collaborative's Climate Coalition.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Jeff McAleen in support of House Bill 2685 for the Climate Coalition. I'll be really brief. This is a really innovative program that Gwen developed at the Green Bank, and the Green Bank is just an incredible success story for Hawaii in delivering results for low-income families, bringing solar to the roofs and lowering their energy bills and helping us reach our clean energy goals. What's novel about this is it allows folks who live in condos to participate in renewable energy. Currently, if you own a condo, live in a multifamily, you really don't have access to put solar on your roof. So this would provide a vehicle to do that by letting you put your own capital into a fund. Green Bank would deploy it on low-income rooftops, and they would enjoy some of those savings. So just a real win-win, both for folks in condos, but also those who aren't able to access traditional financing to put solar on the rooftops. So we hope we can move this novel. I know it's a first year for this, and it's kind of difficult to move things the first year, but I think this is a real winner and something that can help us achieve our equity and climate goals faster. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all who have indicated they'd like to testify. Is there anyone else wanting to testify on this measure? None. Committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Ward.
Jeff, question. Do you have any participation rates, actual or projected, in terms of how many are picking this up and running with it? Generally speaking, if you're low income, you don't think of solar energy as your first priority.
Oh, in terms of the Green Bank side.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think, and it's too bad Gwen's not here. I mean, they've served over 1,000 families.
1,000 families.
Households with the GEMS program, that Green Energy Market Securitization.
We have
So
hundreds of thousands.
true, and we have a need for, a couple 100,000 rooftops with solar. But it's constrained by capital right now. Their original $150 million bond, she spent that down. Last year, the legislature
So
appropriated
for
50.
in a year, you're going to give me what numbers have taken advantage of this?
Again, constrained by capital. So, I think Gwen could speak to the adoption rate. And it's also ironically constrained by permitting as well. So, comes full circle. But again, this would provide a new pot
it's
of
good if
funding
they take
for her.
advantage of it. It was almost like
Yeah.
the child tax credit. It was there for years, but people were not either trained or energized or motivated to do it.
Yeah.
And the same with this, I suppose.
But again, a success because they've deployed systems and folks are using it. And what's really exciting about it is it requires a reduction in that first month energy bill. It's on your bill, and they see that reduction immediately. So it's a real win-win.
Still having blackouts in Hawaii. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 2738 HD1. This is relating to renewable energy and requires state agencies to prepare a report assessing the feasibility of installing distributed energy resource systems at each state facility. First up to testify is the Hawaii State Energy Office.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, I'm Stephen Wells, here for the Hawaii State Energy Office. I stand under written testimony.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Greenpeace Hawaii on Zoom.
Okay, aloha. Yes, we're standing in strong support of this. You may remember that they had a huge hurricane in Puerto Rico back in 2017, that wiped out the 95% of their power grid. And then back in 2023, they had another big hurricane that wiped out a good chunk of their power grid. But there was a difference this time. One of the towns, the fire station, actually had solar plus battery backup, and they were the only facility in that area who had power, who could help the community, who could communicate what was going on. So it is essential for our first responders to have battery and solar panels and battery backup. It's only a matter of time before a huge hurricane hits Hawaii, Oahu in particular, because of climate change. Unfortunately, we're having larger and more consistent hurricanes. It's only a matter of time before one of those hit us and can knock out our power grid. So it's essential that our essential services have solar panels and battery backup. Thank you so much for the time to testify.
Thank you very much. Next up is the Hawaii Solar Energy Association. On
Aloha,
Zoom.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Rocky Mold with the Hawaii Solar Energy Association. I'll stand in support. I'll stand on my written testimony in support of this measure and just note that solar plus energy storage is a critical resource, to provide clean, affordable power during times of crisis. And we saw this at play after the disastrous Lahaina wildfires, where solar and energy storage systems went in to help provide for the people in their time of need, but also support, emergency responders. And, to this day, some of the solar energy storage arrays that were installed in West Maui are still providing free, clean power to those distribution centers. I'm here for any questions if you have them. Thank you so much for hearing this bill and giving me an opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. That's all who have indicated they'd like to testify on this measure. Is there anyone else wanting to testify? None, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing no questions, let's go to the next agenda item, House Bill 2767. This is relating to renewable fuel. It updates the renewable fuels production tax credit to incentivize local production of renewable fuel sold in the state. First up to testify is the Department of Taxation. Thank you very much. Next, we have the Attorney General's Office.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita and committee members. My name is Cynthia Johiro, and I represent the Department of Attorney General. We provided written comments regarding our concerns about this bill. To summarize, our comments relate to the stated purpose of this bill, i.e. that it incentivizes locally grown, produced, generated, or collected renewable fuel. To accomplish this purpose, the bill provides taxpayers an additional credit value of $1 per gallon for renewable fuels produced from renewable feedstock locally grown or recycled in the state. In this bill, locally grown as defined as renewable feedstock that is grown, produced, generated, or collected in the state. Our concern goes to the fact that this bill could be subject to challenge as violating the Commerce Clause of the United States Constitution because it favors local fuel producers over out-of-state ones. Accordingly, we did recommend that you delete the requirement that renewable feedstock be used to obtain additional credit. This change would resolve the department's constitutional concerns. I am available for questions if you have any. Thank you.
Very much. Next up is the Hawaii State Energy Office.
Stephen Wallace, Hawaii State Energy Office. We stand on it.
Great, thank you very much. Next, do we have Pacific Biodiesel Technologies?
Hello, I'm James Forrest. I'm General Counsel for Pacific Biodiesel Technologies, and we are here in support of the bill. We did submit written testimony. We are recommending two amendments to the bill. Primarily, if you look at the intent of the bill in Section 1, the bill is originally intended to provide firm renewable energy to the state, and that's a need that the state obviously has to meet its renewable energy standards by 2045. Part of that benefit, we created I helped draft this bill. We created a tiered system of benefits where the more the state gets back, the more that you earn as a tax credit. Part of that tier is the locally produced feedstock. And if you look at Pono Pacific's testimony, you'll see a really good rebuttal on the argument presented by the Attorney General, which we agree is an issue that may be challenged, but we think that we could overcome that challenge. The Pono Pacific written testimony does a great job of explaining that legal rebuttal. The other benefit that we would like to be reinstated, there wasn't originally an extra benefit if you could reduce greenhouse gases by 75%. At the previous committee, that was deleted, and then inserted, there was a section to benefit aviation fuel, or SAF. And we're asking you to reinsert the benefit that rewards people who reduce greenhouse gases by 75%. Again, it's based on a concept that increased incentives are justified by increased benefits to the state. And I think if you look at our company, we produce second-generation biofuels. We take used cooking oil, which keeps the cooking oil from the landfill, and it also protects it from our pipes. So it's a very good product that we give. There is a very limited resource. We're not asking for we're not trying to increase our production by 10%. Last year, we produced 6 million gallons. If you add that into this benefit, the numbers we're looking at are much significantly lower than PAR would get, for example. So we are a minor player, but we are an important role because we benefit the local economy. So we appreciate your scheduling this for a hearing. We do recognize the need for staff. It's a great part of the whole renewable portfolio, but if there is limited resources, we would ask you to focus on local renewable resources like our Pacific biodiesel. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Tax Foundation of Hawaii.
Good afternoon. This is Jade McMillan on behalf of the Tax Foundation of Hawaii. We've submitted some comments on the measure. Our comments are noting the Constitution Commerce Clause as well, and that will be all. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Next, we have Pono Pacific.
Hi, good afternoon. Chris Bennett on behalf of Pono Pacific, and we'll just stand on our written testimony and support. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have PAR Hawaii.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Mark Inouye on behalf of PAR Hawaii. We'd like to stand on our testimony in support of HB 2767. Mahalo for letting us testify.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Theodore Metrose.
Hello, Chair, Finance Committee as well. I'm Ted Metrose. I work for PAR Hawaii. I do not represent PAR Hawaii. I filed a claim against PAR Hawaii for tax practices that the Attorney General and Department of Taxation have taken up. I want to support the notion of renewable fuels. However, I want to bring caution and reject the idea that tax credits should be used to achieve the goal of renewable fuels. The tax credits are a very rich compromise here that is being proposed. You've heard $1 for SAF, $1 for locally produced, and $1 for renewable fuels. What is the magnitude of that? The latest proposition that comes from PAR Hawaii, as published in their press release, was 61 million gallons per year. That equates to, on the simplest form, $34 million in terms of tax credits, bumping up to $95 million if we get to the 75% high efficiency for renewables. And it goes all the way up to $131 million if the credit is given for sustainable aviation fuel as well. These are very big numbers. We would tap out of any proposal for a credit very, very quickly. I think some of these push the levels of the Maui relief phase. And we didn't even get to another 60 million that might come in as a consequence of being locally produced. So you're talking about $190 million, essentially for one company to benefit from the tax credit program. And so realistically, there is not going to be the capacity to provide all of these credits, nor would it be necessary to promote the locally grown initiative that's part of the proposal. And one of the biggest challenge, and the reason why I came in today, is because the notion of this would largely go back to the foreign trade zone to produce the renewable fuels. And it's precisely giving a tax credit to the company for which is under investigation for false claims and allegations of tax avoidance. So here we have potentially the legislator taking action that is inconsistent with some of the initiatives that are going on with DOTAX and the Attorney General. And lastly, I'll say that the notion that we could actually produce enough fuel and give tax credits from local sources is not realistic. The amount of land that is required here just dwarfs the amount that is needed for the amount of renewables that are available. It's something like, just this alone would require 2 Oahu's to be full of soybean oils in order to get as much renewable. So the reality of it is we're going to have to import renewable sources in order to make it happen. And that's precisely what PAR Hawaii expects to do. Special compensation was provided to allow importation through the foreign trade zone. They've got advance authorization to do that. And again, it's hurting the local people because it comes in at a discounted rate. Good for Hawaii because it's a cheaper source. But the idea that local farmers will be able to benefit from this credit is kind of diminished and undercut by the authorization to import soybean oil. Thank you for letting me make the testimony. I can answer questions too.
Thank you very much. That's all who have indicated they'd like to testify. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Ayu.
Is Hawaii a leader in renewable fuel production?
For our scale, yes.
Okay, what does that mean? Sorry.
So leader can be defined in a few different ways. I think Pacific Biodiesel, Pono Pacific, and recent investments from PAR demonstrate the commitment to renewable fuel production in the state of Hawaii. And generally, I think that's a good thing. Okay. But if you look at volumes, then Hawaii is not on the, doesn't produce enough volume like a California would.
Okay, because I reviewed the testimony from the AG's office. It seems like they want us to strike the language about locally sourced. So I'm just trying to figure out if we can't favor in-state resources, are we actually a leader in this space, or are outside companies from the mainland going to come in and be able to offer this renewable fuel at a cheaper price and be able to take these tax credits away because they can produce at scale or whatnot?
Well, we haven't analyzed that question specifically. I'm not sure if what the Jones Act implications would be on the import of renewable fuels produced in CONUS. I don't know if others have thought about that, but I do think that generally speaking, we're more supportive of an approach that incentivizes local feedstock production as opposed to importing feedstock.
Okay, but the feedstock production is not necessarily tied to the creation of renewable fuels, or is that what you're asking for? Are you asking for feedstock alone, or are you asking for it in the production of renewable fuels?
To be clear, we're not asking.
Okay, yeah.
But the bill,
what you're advocating for?
Again, we're not advocating for. We submitted testimony with comments.
Okay.
But the bill describes a few different tiers of tax credit. The highest is for locally produced feedstock, but it is possible to refine into biofuels feedstock that is grown somewhere else. So hypothetically, you could import soybeans from Brazil or palm oil from Southeast Asia and refine that into a biofuel in-state.
I see. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Very much. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. The Pacific biodiesels, please. 2 questions. One, do you have anything to say about the constitutionality issue? Being that you are a lawyer and you authored this, right? Did you dodge and weave to get away from that, or is it what they're saying is that that's going to stop you in your tracks?
Thank you for the question. We've had this come up in every hearing so far, and I'm confident that we could overcome the objections. The cases that they quote is a liquor case. This would be a renewable energy case. Our state interest in producing local energy would provide us with the actual reason to promote local over foreign. I think that's a clear objective that would, whenever you're looking at a legal challenge, it would overcome that legal challenge for why you're given a benefit from local over outside. And again, the case that they were quoting I think it's a Supreme Court case, and it is related to liquor production. So there's a different standard, but even if you go through, say you did get challenged, again, the argument that's laid out, detailed in the Pono Pacific written testimony is how I believe the case would go. There's also an additional standard that when you're talking about health and safety, you can also trump the Commerce Clause, and health and safety here would be related to climate change, sea level rise. Also we have health and safety issues related to our program, which is, by the way, a cover crop program. We do not take away from food crops. We implement cover crops in addition to your food crops, which replenishes the soil, which ultimately should help production of food crops. So I'm confident in that. It is an issue, but I'm confident we could overcome it, especially when you apply the facts of the emergency that we're in Hawaii.
Another issue that was brought up was the size of the tax credits. Can you guys operate without a tax credit or with smaller tax credits?
Okay, so we are much different than PAR. We are smaller, so we need much smaller tax credits, frankly. And the reason why I started my testimony with the fact that we're here because of firm renewable energy is because the state has decided that we need renewable energy, a renewable energy standard, 100% renewable for our utilities. Our biodiesel goes to utility companies to produce electricity, and it is a firm renewable energy. It's one of the only firm renewable energies there are. So when you're saying, like, what can we do? We can keep the status quo, which is 6 million gallons produced. But if we want to increase, if the state wants us to increase, then we do need a partner, basically. And we have had a partner. If you were familiar with the project that was announced on Kauai, Senate President mentioned us in his opening remarks, and there's a new program on Kauai for farming. And again, it's using cover crops, not a field. We're not going to take away food crops that are already there. Our model is called food, then fuel. So we are expanding right now, and if we need a partnership with the state. And again, that's to help you meet your goal of 100% renewable.
And you want to meet that goal.
And what?
You said the state wants to do this, but you guys want to do it.
We definitely will meet that challenge. And we have been doing this, by the way, for 20 years. So yes.
Pull out all the stops. How much can you produce? You said now you're doing 61 million.
We're doing 6 million.
Oh, 6 million, sorry, 6. What's
Yes.
your max?
We have some very detailed plans that we've been going through for the last 2 decades, and we're sort of halfway there. We've been increasing, but yeah, we'd like to double our production in the next 10 years. So that would get us to 12 million.
What percentage of renewable energy are you guys?
What percentage?
Of renewable energy. In other words, what are you supplanting with what you're doing?
We reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 85%.
Of all the other inputs, I'm trying to get your.
What percentage we would be of the 100% renewable standard? We were a very small percentage of your energy needs. We supplement wind and solar.
5%, 4%?
Right now, I'd say we're around 1%. And so if you're, last session, I believe, there was a bill that was trying to achieve 50% firm renewable energy. That would be great, but even 5% firm renewable energy would help. And again, we're talking about backing up what you guys have been working on today, which is solar and wind. And when you talk about the rolling blackouts, how you supplement that is by firm renewable energy. So if you want to invest in firm renewable energy, and again, this is local production for your question, you can produce energy locally from outside sources. You get the credit if you're producing it in the state. And then you would get an additional credit if you're using local resources. So the local cover crops, for example, but the one that we're using now is the local used cooking oil. We get all of the cooking oil, and we change that into biodiesel. Only about a third of what we produce, so 6 million, so 2 million of that would be locally produced. And the reason why you would give an incentive for that is because you want more of it to be locally produced. If we can get, instead of a third of our oil to be locally produced, if you could get it 100% locally produced, that would be our goal.
What percent are we now at renewable energy? I know this is probably the energy office, but do you know the figure where we are?
I defer to the energy office for that, for sure.
Mr. Energy Office.
most recent figure, I believe.
Oh, can you come to the mic? Sorry.
Probably want to know this figure.
The question of what's the percentage of renewable? So I believe HECO published last week the updated figures. They are just over 30%. I believe it was 33%. Renewable sources for their electricity production in the HECO service territory. KIUC, the Kauai co-op, is at just over 60% renewable for its electricity. On the transportation side, the number is probably 1%. Right.
And your goal at the Energy Office is 100% by when?
Consistent with state law, we want to achieve 100% decarbonization economy-wide by 2045. So we recently submitted a decarbonization report for this session pursuant to Act 238. We analyzed different pathways to do so. We have one pathway that achieves that goal on schedule and saves money. There are two other pathways that achieve the goal but increase cost. So we do have one scenario
We'll get into those
that might
another
work.
time.
Yeah.
That means I ran out of time, I think.
Thank you very much. Yes,
Just
Representative
to
Ayu.
follow up on your conversation with Representative Ward, what is the compelling state interest that for having locally grown or locally produced?
It's energy security, energy independence, and then the health.
Isn't that just mere economic protectionism? How is that a compelling state interest? We could ship in energy from a different state, and that
Yeah.
would give us the same independence. So what is the compelling state interest?
I think the compelling state interest, which is part of our project on Kauai, is actually locally produced. So we have a
I don't think that's
partnership.
going to meet the strict scrutiny standard that the Supreme Court laid out.
Okay, if I can go further.
Sure.
Okay, just the project that we're working with the Army Corps of Engineers is exactly that, which is a local source of oil seeds that can be put into a local facility to produce energy if we are cut off. So we're talking about if we're cut off. So you're on the point. We would rely on a steady stream of shipment, like we have to rely on that for a lot of different products, but we would be capable of switching the switch instead of creating these, right now we produce cooking oil, by the way. Instead of producing cooking oil, we could put that seed crop directly into the plant and create electricity. So it would be exactly for that point of when we're cut off. And if that's cut off by natural disaster, if it's cut off by war or economic, the fact that it's the prices raised because of imports, all of those would be reasons why we'd need it local produce. And this is, if you look at like the military contracts that we're working on, that need has been basically proven over the last couple of decades, where they were trying to make these island places where they're energy independent, where they're truly energy independent, and that is a firm energy source that they're growing locally and manufacturing locally.
Okay, thank you. For the Attorney General's office? I guess the question is, do you have any comment to what the discussion?
I don't want to engage in a legal debate.
Okay.
Because it would be up to the court of law to decide if, the bill, if it was passed as is, would pass muster. So I don't think that this is the proper place
Okay.
to.
Are you aware of any case where, being cut off is sufficient to withstand scrutiny in this manner and not just mere economic protectionism?
Well, not at least that I know of.
Okay.
But I
Okay.
can go back and look.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 2103 HD1. This is relating to long-duration clean energy storage, and it amends the Hawaii Renewable Hydrogen Program and Hydrogen Investment Capital Special Fund to include a broader focus on long-duration clean energy storage. First up to testify is the Hawaii State Energy Office.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Stephen Walls, Hawaii State Energy Office. I stand under written testimony. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. That's the only person or only testimony we have. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions for State Energy Office? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next bill. We've already covered HB 2083, so we're going to go to the next one. HB 1988 HD1. This is relating to county housing powers and expands the county's authorization to exercise the same powers as the HHFDC for purposes of developing, constructing, financing, refinancing, or providing mixed income projects and mixed-use developments. First up to testify, we have HHFDC. HHFDC, not here. Okay, they are in support. Next up, we have the Office of Housing, City and County of Honolulu.
Aloha and good afternoon. My name is Denise Iseri Matsubara. I'm the Executive Director for the City's Office of Housing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. You all have my written testimony. We're in strong support. What I just wanted to emphasize is that this bill is very important because it helps all the counties provide its residents with two things: housing options and access to mixed-use development. We're talking about access to grocery and convenience stores, schools and childcare centers, and even government offices that provide direct services like renewing your driver's license, all within close proximity to where you live. Without it, the counties can only concentrate on low to moderate income housing for the area. That's it. So that's why this bill is so important for all the counties. I'd also like to ask the committee to consider changing the effective date to effective upon approval. It does have a defective date, and that's it. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Great, thank you very much. That's all who have indicated they'd like to testify. Is there anyone else wanting to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing no questions, let's go to our next agenda item, HB 2328 HD2. This is relating to affordable housing, and it appropriate funds to the Hawaii Public Housing Authority to acquire and renovate parcels and buildings located between Bethel Street, Pauahi Street, Fort Street, and Chaplain Lane in Honolulu for affordable housing purposes. First up to testify is Hawaii Public Housing Authority. Thank you very much. Next up to testify is Governor Abercrombie.
Chairman, with your permission, can I distribute a couple of visual aids to the members?
Normally, you pass that on a table on the outside.
Oh, yeah, well,
Then they distribute to the committee, but what do you have?
I'll leave them, how's that?
That's good, thank you.
Yeah, I think you already have one. This is the, and I have my testimony here, I'll leave too, some for visibility. I'll just show and tell for the moment. This is the Bethel Street block, and inside this testimony that the chairman has had is this incredible opportunity. I'm here today as an advocate for truly affordable, low income, I hesitate to use that word these days, but truly affordable rental units that will stay permanent. This is absolutely crucial. I'm sure everybody recognizes that. At least we recognize it rhetorically. The Bethel block constitutes, just as the HB 2328 indicates. If you're familiar with the 4th Street Mall, it has fallen into disrepair and disunity. I'm doing my research and I guess going back in my own history, it includes the Blaisdell Hotel. I'm looking around the room and I'm probably the only one here that maybe actually went to the Blaisdell. Oh, maybe Bert did at one time. The Blaisdell Hotel, when it was the centerpiece of downtown and Chinatown activity. I remember in 1977, the big thing was Gabby Patanui and Palani Vaughn and Peter Moon were all playing at the Palm Garden, which is the center courtyard, in between the Ohia Building and the Whitlow Building and the Blaisdell Hotel. Those properties, those commercial properties, have fallen into disrepair. Probably Gene Ward might have gone to the Blaisdell Hotel, too. And that whole square block now, for the first time in decades, is now actually up for sale. And we can get that, if we can get that block, that block, we can put in truly affordable rentals that will stay permanent, so that we don't run into this, well, in 15 years we can sell it, in 30 years we can sell it, that kind of thing, or it has to be renewed 60 years minimum. The Hawaii Housing Authority, under Hakeem Awansafi, is very anxious to get started. This feels it's an ideal opportunity to do reuse of commercial property for residential use. Every city in the country, every area in the country is now doing it. This is our opportunity to do it in central Honolulu. And one other point, if you do a comparison right now with what's taking place in Chinatown, and parenthetically, Mr. Chairman, I should probably say, I have my office down in Chinatown now. That's being an advocate for affordable rental housing, which I've built in Chinatown at Mauna Kea Marketplace. So I'm not speaking theoretically here. I'm speaking as an advocate and someone who's helped develop truly affordable rental housing. Walmart has gone out of business. That block there going towards the Hawaii Theater is now under consideration for being for reuse, the commercial side of it, into residential housing. And the Cariso Group has bought the middle part of the Fort Street Mall. They're going to do rental housing. The comparison with the comparable, in other words, on Fort Street Mall with the Bethel Street block, there is 100, and if you look at the material, 109,000 additional square feet over the affordable housing that's now being built in the middle of Fort Street Mall. 109,000 square feet of commercial space that can be reused for residential housing. What we're asking is for the Finance Committee, in the midst of this enormous responsibility that you have under the present circumstances where CIP is concerned and where property and housing is concerned, unprecedented. I mean, when I look back on my legislative career over the past 5 decades, I don't think, including being on the Ways and Means Committee, I don't believe any Ways and Means or finance people have the responsibility that you have right now to determine how we're going to do all the financing. But this, and I'll conclude with this with your kind courtesy and permission, this is unprecedented. It will not be repeated anywhere else, and particularly for the core of central Honolulu, we cannot find a better deal than this to get truly affordable, permanent rental housing. So my plea with you, if you will, is that you give the legislature, including yourselves and the senators, an opportunity to come to a comprehensive conclusion about how you're going to deal with housing, not just on Oahu, not just in Lahaina, but all the counties and statewide. And I know you're going to have to make those decisions. They're weighty decisions, but this opportunity in terms of affordable housing is outstanding and cannot be repeated. Thank you for your kind attention. I'm very, very grateful to you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's all who have indicated they would like to testify on this measure. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on HB 2328? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Ward.
Governor, thank you for acknowledging that I've been at meetings at the Blaisdell Hotel, but I've never slept there. Maybe you have, I don't know.
No, it would be, I stayed late, but I didn't stay all the way.
Okay. We're in the same boat then. The structural stability and costs to make it renovated and housing ready, if you will, is,
yes.
I mean, it's old, but it's in terms of the renovation, the cost,
Yeah.
it's not gonna be a
There's
problem.
three buildings we're talking about here. There's the Blaisdell Hotel, and in the brochure which I'll leave for you, it shows each of the buildings. There's a Whitlow building, which is a two-story building. It has a lot of commercial activity all of which will be protected and in fact enhanced on 2 floors and small businesses on the second floor. There's the Blaisdell Hotel itself, several floors. Then there's the Ohia building, which is 8 floors of commercial space, virtually empty now. The Blaisdell Hotel is virtually empty now. The Whitlow is just deteriorating. And there's a huge courtyard in the center. So what would happen is that a suggestion has been made in here. Obviously, the Public Housing Authority would have to make a decision as to what kind of apartments, single-room apartments, maybe studios, maybe some one-bedrooms. It all depends on the configuration of the building. The reason it's less costly to have affordable rental apartments if you use a commercial building is you don't start from scratch. You already have, the buildings are sound, you already have your plumbing, you have your electricity and so on, and generally the ceilings and so on and the room inside the offices is fairly large. So you can split the offices in half generally. So the cost, especially if you did single-room apartments in 2 of the buildings and perhaps studios in the third building, would be infinitely less than if you're starting from scratch, trying to build affordable, the Kahali concept. If you take the Kahali concept as it's presently done, which I'm in favor of and I think is doing an excellent job, Governor Green and John Mizuno, thanks to Speaker Psyche, has presented 2328, figured that we can take the Kahali concept and make what I'm calling urban villages, and by changing commercial buildings into residential use. So we'd have an urban village in effect. And I think single-room apartments, you could probably do it for about $100,000 an apartment, I think.
That's really expensive, but do you have a total cost?
That's a bargain if you could do that.
Exactly, but for the Finance Committee to look at the whole project, do you have any estimate?
Oh, no, the Finance Committee isn't being asked to look at the whole project now. It's to give us the opportunity to be able to come back to the legislature, that is to say, the Public Housing Authority, come back to the legislature and say, we've got the property, here's our proposal for the affordable housing. If we don't get it, in other words, if we don't get the property to begin with, then it remains theoretical. I pay close attention to what affordable housing projects are, and I say not affordable housing projects, but low-income permanent rentals in urban Honolulu is slim and I'm not going to say none, but otherwise it'll take private capital and leveraging of the Affordable Housing Fund from the city or the state or the Housing Finance Corporation. All of it, I'm all for it, not an argument. The legislature has been forward-looking and very supportive in putting forward money to housing finance and that, but it's an extraordinarily involved process that does not end up with permanent, low-income, affordable rentals. It's all 80%, 100%, 110%. I'm all for it. Workforce housing, I'm all for it. But what about the people that I deal with every day down in Chinatown right now who are working but living in their car?
Are you a developer now?
Yeah, I'm a developer. I developed Mauna Marketplace, which I'm very proud of. We did this, in fact, the city of Denise, you're gonna have to be my, is Denise still here? I'm gonna tell her she gotta be my counsel on this.
Sounding more and more like a developer.
The city now uses the project that I developed at Mauna Kea Marketplace. Now, everybody been down to Mauna Kea Marketplace? Sure. You remember the whole first floor is, the takeouts and all, the whole second floor was empty. 25,000 square feet empty. I said, come on, we can put apartments in here. Well, the owner of the building said, how am I gonna do that? I can't do it. I went to the city with the Affordable Housing Fund. We made a proposal. There's 38 apartments there right now, 38 apartments with laundry room, rec room, small gym, outside rec, security for the second floor, 38 apartments, occupied the first minute they were open. People were down there and ready to do it. And I want to see Chinatown renewed. I want to see Evil A renewed. I want to see real, I'll bet on the neighbor islands too. You can take, Chinatown used to be that you had the commercial on the first floor and people living on the second or the third floor. And so if you have a commercial building that's just deteriorating right now, we don't have the opportunity for, they call it urban reuse from commercial building to residential. And the kind of residential will depend on, obviously, they have to do a survey of the different buildings to see which is the most appropriate, studio, single-room apartment.
Governor, two more things.
Yes.
One is to thank you for being here in person. And secondly, for not lessening any of the enthusiasm that you brought to this building for many, many years. You're still the same guy with the same enthusiasm. You have a big cause. You've got a big one that you're biting off now with housing. We have a real crisis, so stick with it.
You're very kind to say, I don't know if it's a threat or not, but I just had a physical and my blood pressure is so good that it's scary. So, but, and I thank you for your kind attention in this long day, but I want to then leave by saying that we have to get past the discussion of permanent, affordable rental units and give us the opportunity to do it. If we could succeed at Mauna Kea Marketplace, we can concede at Bethel Street Block, and we can concede in your areas all over, wherever it is, unused commercial space, we can put permanent rental housing in for people who desperately need it.
Thank you, Governor.
I appreciate your kind attention, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Just Representative
I
Takino.
apologize for not leaving this with the kind folks that you have out there working so hard. I'll take it out to them now.
Hold on, Governor.
Governor, sorry, one quick follow-up
Oh,
question.
sure. Yes, ma'am.
What's the price breakdown per TMK to purchase, and then how much is
I'm
out?
sorry, I missed what you said.
Sorry, of the price per TMK? What's the cost per TMK parcel?
It's of a piece.
Okay, so what's the cost
$30 million.
for all three?
To buy the square block, yes.
And then,
Yes.
and then how much for the plans and designs that's listed?
That depends on what the, Mr. Mizuno and Hakeem wants if he come up with the, I know what I would suggest. I think they should do single-room apartments totally, but I'm not the developer.
So the
in
30
that.
million is just for the purchase of the?
I'm advocating for it. Yes, just for the purchase of the property, yes. The comparison is, I'm glad you asked the question, the comparison is the comparable property right next door, if you look in the figures, I can tell you, the comparable property right next door, which is now being developed, Mr. Creasel and his group, is approximately the same land area and approximately the same commercial space, but the building floor space in what we're proposing with Bethel Street Block is 109,000 square feet larger than the comparable space right next door, which was bought for, I believe, $20 million. That was a $20 million. This is $30 million with 109,000 square feet of more of building floor area. 1,238 more square feet in terms of land area, and 1,800 square feet more in terms of commercial space. So the Bethel Street block is larger in land, larger in commercial space, and 109,000 square feet larger in terms of residential building floor area. It's an incredible bargain.
Thank you.
That was my commercial, the last part.
Representative Ayu.
Thank you, Governor. I know you presented this project to the Housing Committee. What due diligence have you done since then regarding this property?
The due diligence is the comparable that we have.
Did you get an appraisal?
Well, I haven't gotten an appraisal, no.
Okay.
but the appraisal will be, it doesn't match the commercial value.
Okay, but the tax assessed value is 21.4 million.
Yes.
And so we're gonna pay 30 million when the tax assessed value is 21.4
Well,
million?
Representative, nobody, what we're talking about here is the commercial floor building space that would be available, or if it stays for commercial use. To buy the land raw, or the buildings as they are right now, unused, I suppose the assessed valuation is as you say, but the asking price for it reflects what the commercial value is.
But we're gonna develop this into residential
Yes.
units, so what does the commercial value have anything to do with it?
That's, the commercial space is what I'm talking about. The price reflects what could be, what the owner thinks the land is worth in terms of its commercial value if it was used. So we, in order.
Sure, but just because the owner thinks it's worth a certain value doesn't mean the buyer is willing to pay what the owner thinks the value is.
That's correct. The
Okay.
question for the state, and the reason I'm bringing this forward is, what is the value of permanent, affordable rental units in the absence of any coming forward with the crisis that we have for people being unable to afford apartments?
When we do permanent affordable, HPHA does permanent affordable in other
Nowhere
places.
near what, nowhere near what.
You're telling me where Mayorite housing is nowhere near this block?
I said,
Or Lanakila housing is nowhere near the scope of this,
I helped
this
put
little block?
I helped put Lanakila housing together, Representative.
Okay.
So I'm thoroughly familiar with it.
Okay.
My administration originated the mayor housing rejuvenation that's taking
it's
place.
taken
I'm
years to get
thoroughly,
Lanakila off the ground.
I'm thoroughly familiar with it.
Okay.
So, the answer to your question is, or the answer to your observation is that the state has to decide whether or not it wants to invest in land and/or commercial buildings to transpose them into permanent, affordable rental units that otherwise are unlikely to be able to be built or moved unless it's done incrementally through the kinds of vehicles we have right now, the State Financing Housing Authority, the City Housing Agency that Denise is working with the mayor. I'm not objecting to any of that. I'm for all of that. Everything that you mentioned, I'm all for. What I'm saying, in addition, if we don't move on opportunities like this, where a commercial space is put up for sale, if we don't move in that space, the likelihood of us being able to build permanent rental units at 60% and less is diminished considerably. Diminished considerably. Virtually all of the units that are being built now are either in commercial units that are 80, 100, 110, or 20%, or even market, with some 60% or below thrown in, 10 or 15 on the side, 20 on the side, and that takes capital existing previously, which can be augmented in the capital stacks by the state financing or the city financing. In capital stacks, this is an opportunity to start with a Kahali concept, moving into a commercial reuse that will address the unmet needs that are out there for the kinds of apartments with the kinds of income and the folks that I'm talking about.
Okay, so how many units can you build on this parcel, and what would be the cost per unit to build those units?
It depends on the number of units, the kinds of units that's appropriate to each building. But if you did a single-use concept, as I've indicated in the proposal here, I think you could probably do more than 200 units, and if you had double occupancy, it could be 500 people. I think.
And the cost per unit would be?
Well, I have an educated guess of say $100,000. I don't know, it might be less, it might be a little more. You divide the bill. The question is do you want to do it?
I know, actually, the question is, you're asking us to buy a piece of property without the proper due diligence about how many units you can fit on a parcel, and what the cost would be to build those units. And what if it doesn't pencil out and now the state is holding on to a $30 million parcel that it's not economically feasible to do what you're saying to do? And I don't think that we should have to buy something first and then do the study to figure out if it's economically feasible or not, which it seems to be what you're advocating for.
I'm not advocating anything of the kind. The Public Housing Authority has indicated that they do think that this is a feasible project, that they will be able to come up with a proposal for permanent, affordable rental units in this block that will be financially feasible in terms of what the benefit to the city and the state will be.
Okay, thank you.
And that is also the conclusion of Mr. Mizuno, who is the homelessness coordinator now for the governor. They are in favor of this.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Poi Poi.
Thank you. Hi, Governor. In your testimony, you mentioned that existing businesses at street level will be maintained and enhanced with expansion encouraged, but
Yes.
in the bill, I don't see that that is listed as a use. or
I don't think
something.
it's not in the bill because the purchase is the purchase. But the housing coordinator and the Public Housing Authority already indicated that, and I don't know of any other project like this that doesn't advocate commercial interests on the ground floor and where appropriate on other floors.
Okay.
In the Blaisdell Hotel, for example, right now, a couple of the rooms there are rented by, for example, artists who are craftspeople who are able to work there. They will be accommodated.
They may be accommodated?
No, they will because projects like this don't work, and the whole reason that they're there is to enhance the capacity for small businesses and neighborhoods to develop.
Okay.
It's an income. If you have, right now, not all of the ground level has occupants right now, but the encouragement would be is to have small businesses of a variety in nature in the area as they are right now, particularly in Chinatown, to develop the community so that people are living there can shop and do business
I
there.
understand the idea.
Hold on, wait, hold on. Go ahead.
Well, just from my reading of the bill, I don't see that it's explicitly listed as, it says that the authority can use parcels for affordable housing purposes.
Yes.
It doesn't say, that's what it says. So
Well,
I'm questioning
if
the business
amending the
part of it.
bill to stipulate that would be, make that clearer, all I can say is the intention is to have businesses associated with the development because that's what developments do, is they want to, if you are accommodating people to live in an area, you want them to have small
Yeah.
businesses to go to. I'd be happy to have the bill amended.
I understand the intention. Just wanted to ask the question.
Well, it's a good point, and I would enthusiastically support an amendment like that to make that more clear, if that will help move the bill along for further consideration. Thank you.
Governor, I'll just follow up real quick. So, based on the line of questioning, and I do agree with some of the line of questioning. So, what I would suggest, and this committee will not amend it, but the housing committee could amend it to address some of these concerns.
Sure.
Yeah, but so they can recommend it, as we go through the process. As we get to conference, we can try and amend it.
I would be delighted to have that
Okay.
opportunity,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman. I appreciate the possibility. As I say, I'm here advocating for the concept.
Right.
And concepts have to be worked over and refined. And if it is agreeable to the committee that the idea of accomplishing these kind of apartments in an urban commercial setting is a good goal, then actually bringing it to fruition is something that is subject to the legislative process, and I'd be happy to participate in it.
So my suggestion is that, we can, by the end of sometime in April, before the middle of April, we should kind of have some of these things in place. One of the things that I'd suggest is that, the state cannot buy anything that does not appraise. We cannot pay more than what it appraises for. So my suggestion is that some level of work be done to address that.
I will do my absolute best on that.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Ward.
Regarding the level of work, Governor, I want to read a statement by Mr. Quinsafi, who unfortunately is not here, but in his testimony, he said, "Please be advised that should this measure become law, consultant services, legal services, and other costs will be incurred prior to purchase to ensure that taxpayer dollars are spent wisely. The Housing Authority will perform the necessary due diligence prior to financing the purchase and making sure that, one, these properties can be converted into affordable housing at reasonable cost, and two, appraisals, inspections, and cost comp analysis will be conducted to determine fair value." So it sounds like he's got a lot of check marks along the way.
Yes.
And this is only the preliminary part of that.
You're quite right. I mean, I thought that was all part of the testimony that came in.
No, it is, but Governor, again, I think if it's not even close, then
Yes.
as was brought up,
I agree.
that may be a problem. That's why I suggest.
The motivation behind this is could we get some agreement that the concept is worth pursuing? And it's gone through two committees now that are willing to move the concept forward. If this committee is willing to move the concept forward, then exactly the kinds of things that Public Housing Authority has written in testimony will be pursued, and I will certainly pursue it.
Thank you.
Sure, one last point. And if your statement about $100,000 is correct, that's really a good deal. I mean, if you
It
can get
is.
if that estimate is reasonably accurate.
I live in hope.
Purpose and meaning.
Mainly hope.
I will say one thing. We worked very hard to try and get a number for Monacam Marketplace, and we came within less of $1,000 when we came up with what we thought it would take to build the apartments. We started from scratch there. It was a heck of a lot more. My assumption is that, and the assumption of the Public Housing Authority is, if you have an existing building, you have a commercial space that can be utilized, plumbing, et cetera, already there, that the cost can be diminished considerably. And whether it's 100,000 or not, I can't say. All the things other than that would be the goal. That would be the goal. Now, whether it would work to that, again, then the legislature has to decide, and the state has to decide: is this worth the investment in terms of what the goal is, what we want to accomplish, and will it be accomplished otherwise if we don't do it?
Okay.
So I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Okay, committee members, no more questions. Great discussion. Let's go on to our next bill, House Bill 2662, HD1. This is relating to human services. It requires the Hawaii Public Housing Authority to reestablish a 2-year recreation and education upward mobility pilot program for youth tenants in public housing. First up to testify is Hawaii Public Housing Authority. Thank you very much. Next up is Kalihi Community Center. Okay, they are in support. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure?
Yes.
Okay,
May CARES testify.
go ahead.
Aloha, Angela Melody Young, testifying in strong support of the Hawaii Public Housing Authority to create the 2-year recreation education upward mobility pilot program for youths in public housing. I think that is very necessary. I'm a board member of Neighborhood Board number 15, which is near Kamehameha Schools in Kalihi, Kapalama, and it includes a lot of public housing buildings. And I'll be testifying on behalf of CARES, a grassroots. We have a branch which operates as an art class, and we work with various organizations providing services to low-income, marginalized communities. And the lack of resources and access to after-school programs, healthcare, and social services has a disproportionate effect upon communities in public housing. This measure will set forth a policy to create this extra additional level of care for the youths in public housing, right? The youths need a community outreach action plan. Maybe some of them are at risk. They need support beyond the classroom. And there are just no appropriate programs. And I think that with this program, it can be the start of the creation of it. And it will provide youth in public housing with opportunities such as to be a champion athlete. It offers an educational component with courses and opportunity designed to increase financial literacy while providing career training. It enables youths to gain knowledge and experience in preparation for college. Public housing youths are disadvantaged, and after-school programs provide necessary support beyond the academic learning experience. After-school programs provide social-emotional support, art classes, extracurricular activity, so that youths can be equipped and trained to elevate in life. Kaliki Kapalama has a high concentration of marginalized, low-income, impoverished communities with a lot of the public housing such as Kuyo Park Terrace, Kukui Gardens, and Mayor Rights Housing. So we really need this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee members, questions for this bill?
Isn't it?
Okay, seeing none, we're going to go on to our last bill on this agenda, House Bill 2720 HD2. This is relating to collective bargaining. It establishes a collective bargaining unit for graduate assistants employed by the University of Hawaii and its community college system. First up to testify is the University of Hawaii. Oh, you're coming? Oh, okay.
Yes, we're thinking she's on Zoom.
Deborah Halbert?
I'm on.
Okay.
I'm
go
on
ahead.
Zoom. Oh, there I am. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair. Deborah Hellett, Vice President of Academic Strategy. And we do, as you know, have people in the room in person, but we stand on our testimony. Thank you.
Very much. Next up, we have Hawaii State Teachers Association.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I commend you on your stamina, and congratulations. We're at the end of this agenda. I just want to, I'll keep it brief as I can, that HSTA and our parent organization, the National Education Association, is absolutely here to help support the graduate students of UH to attain their own bargaining unit, and it's something that's right. They are been declared government workers. And we want to support them as best as possible. You're going to hear from them how passionate they are, and that's what we need. Mahalo.
Very much. Next up, we have Academic Labor United.
Aloha Chair Yamashita and Vice Chair Kitagawa. Thank you so much as well to the members of the Finance Committee for the opportunity to provide hearing. I'm Nan, I'm the Chair of Academic Labor United. I stand on our written testimony and are available for questions if needed. I would also like to talk on behalf of our members who are from the Haina. The strongest argument is that no appropriations are asked, therefore no diversion of funds from the Haina recovery. In fact, ALU has appropriated money and labor to the Lahaina efforts this past year at members' own expense. Unions like ALU actually help to stabilize situations until government can step in and provide relief. We had members of ALU working on the ground with medic and transport from day one, and they still continue to contribute to the efforts to this day. Those members knew what to do because of our training in mutual aid and collective organizing. Therefore, an investment in ALU's future, in the future of graduate student workers, is an investment in one more long-term solution for our next disaster, and it comes at no appropriations to this bill. More unions like ALU means more social and material support infrastructure for this crisis and the next. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have University of Hawaii at Manoa Graduate Student Organization.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Ben Wiseman. I'm with the University of Hawaii at Manoa Graduate Student Organization. I'm also a GA and PhD student. The Graduate Student Organization unanimously passed a resolution in support of this bill. We believe that a bargaining unit will promote better academic environment and better workplace conditions at the University of Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have the National Education Association on Zoom.
Good
afternoon, everyone. My name is Danielle Duraco, and I am a higher education organizational specialist with the National Education Association. I join you today to express the National Education Association's steadfast support for Academic Labor United and HB 2720. I've had the pleasure of working with ALU leaders for the last 2 years, and I can speak to their passionate determination to secure their collective bargaining rights that they, just like any other public employee of Hawaii, deserve. ALU is ready. In November 2023, the graduate workers at ALU voted to affiliate with NEA. We are honored to welcome ALU members into our 3 million member family of education employees. With NEA, Academic Labor United is going to find support, resources, and the kinship necessary to empower graduate workers at UH to sustain a member-led, stable, and resilient graduate worker union for years to come. The NEA is ready and eager to support ALU in many ways, including but not limited to access and training on digital organizing tools and communication platforms, leadership development, organizing support, strategic planning, guidance for budget development and chapter management, support in the development of an effective and robust governance structure, legal and legislative support, and much more. We will also continue to provide subject matter expertise regarding graduate assistant unionization history, applicable labor law, professional development, day-to-day chapter management, and graduate worker-specific engagement strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, and kin, the University of Hawaii's grads are ready to be placed into their own unit, and the time is now. I implore this honorable committee to take action tonight and pass this bill. The grad workers of ALU have done everything this and so many other committees have asked of them year after year, and I assure you they're not going anywhere. I can't imagine that they will stop until they are successful. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify tonight. I will remain to answer any questions from the committee you might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have the University of Hawaii Student Caucus.
Hello, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa. My name is Dominic Bonifacio. I'm a student currently enrolled at Leeward Community College, and I'm a part of the UH Student Caucus. Today I come to provide testimony as provided. The University of Hawaii Student Caucus is once again it's a formally authorized to serve as a system-wide association of all University of Hawaii campus student governments, representing approximately 46,400 students across the 10 campuses of the UH system. The UHSC unanimously shares a position of strong support for House Bill 2720, HT1. Graduate assistants, GAs, have a direct impact on over 14,000 undergraduate students in the UH system who depend on the GAs to instruct or provide multifaceted support. The quality of work and life of a GA is directly tied to the quality of education received by the undergraduate students and by extension of the quality of education provided by the University of Hawaii system. The people of Hawaii are all invested in the success of the University of Hawaii system. I'm sure we can all agree on that. But the HLRB ruled as of January 4th, 2024, that GAs are public employees who have a right to collectively bargain. Without the ability to collectively bargain, the GAs are at risk of exploitation. GAs are students and pursue an education whilst providing a service to the University of Hawaii system. GAs should be properly represented so that they do not have to choose between struggling to keep the lights on and getting an education. Quality GAs are a gateway to supplement the staffing and mitigating the impact of hiring shortages plaguing the University of Hawaii system. The establishment of a bargaining unit would allow GAs to further assist the critically understaffed positions of the University of Hawaii system, and this issue is a particular of importance to the Student Caucus, as understaffed services cause a decrease in the quality of educational experiences for the students of the University of Hawaii system. Mahalo once again for your time for testifying.
Very much. Next up, we have Noel Lati. Not here, okay. They are in support. Next, we have Nikhil Kurana on Zoom. Not present, they are in support. Next, we have Sarah Maria Sastamoinen. Not present, they are in support. Next, we have Aliyah Jaraj on here. Okay, great.
Make it in person. So aloha and thank you so much for giving us the time and opportunity. My name is Aliyah Jaraj and I am a graduate assistant at the University of Hawaii at Manoa in Asian Studies, and I'm here today in strong support of HB 2720 in its current amended form that upholds the constitutional right of graduate student workers to collectively bargain. When students apply for graduate programs, one of the big factors we consider is the financial implications of going to grad school. Will we be able to live and to feed ourselves while focusing on our research and our work at the university? With our current conditions, if a prospective student were to ask me that, I would have a hard time saying yes. Many grad students are increasingly selecting programs where graduate students have a union, which excludes the University of Hawaii right now. For 52 years, the state has denied graduate students at UH Manoa a union, and in doing so, has inadvertently driven brilliant students away from our programs. I'm a second-year student, and so I'm graduating this May. When we win our union, I will not be here. I will not directly benefit from the contracts that ALU negotiates, but the success and well-being of graduate students at UH and the health and reputation of the university is important to me and should be to everyone here. Our graduate student numbers are declining. By supporting, sorry, I haven't had water in a few hours. By supporting graduate student workers in our fight to win our constitutional right and collectively bargain, you actively show your dedication to maintaining not only the rights and health and longevity and reputation of our university, of graduate student workers, and of the wider community in Hawaii. So mahalo nui for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Miles Drakowski.
Chairman, members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to offer my testimony today. My name is Miles Drakowski. I'm an organizer with Academic Labor United, and I would like to voice my strong support of HB 2720 in its current amended form. So we've been asked why make the choice to be a graduate student worker. I think that this question stems from a fundamental misunderstanding of our contributions and the value that we bring to our wider communities. In fall 2023, out of about 1,500 grad student workers, around 600 were teaching assistants. If TAs average about 20 students, that means around 11,500 undergraduates have been directly affected by our labor. The UH Manoa undergraduate population is approximately 14,500. That's almost 80% attending TA-led classes. And that's only considering an individual class. In most cases, undergrads take multiple classes that are taught by TAs. The students that we teach, the students that I personally teach, will wind up as engineers in your government, your Department of Transportation, your Board of Water Supply. The benefits that students in society reap are in large part due to our labor, and yet the compensation and working conditions offered to TAs has led to hiring shortages. For example, those in the physics department in the School of Life Sciences. As a result, sections of required classes have been canceled and student progress has been delayed. Being able to collectively bargain in our own unit will allow graduate workers to improve our living and working conditions. Inevitably, this will result in hiring a more diverse and typically underrepresented background, bringing not only monetary value, but also intellectual and cultural contributions to the university and Hawaii as a whole. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present my testimony here today.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Ken Reyes. Here, he is in support. We also have Lily Fisher.
Aloha. Thank you, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and committee members for the opportunity to give testimony in strong support of HB 2720 today. My name is Lily Fisher. I am a PhD student and graduate worker at the University of Hawaii. Graduate student unions have existed in the U.S. since 1970. We have heard concerns about GA's willingness to pay union dues due to the 2018 Janus ruling. However, grad students already pay almost $1,000 a year to the university, almost 5% of our $20,000 paychecks. This comes in the form of student fees for services many of us are ineligible for or just too busy to use. We would rather pay dues to people who represent us. Academic Labor United has proven its commitment and its ability to represent graduate assistants. For years and without institutional support, ALU has created avenues to serve the unique needs of our diverse membership. We offer support without a single paid staff member or collecting dues, redistributing resources through student hardship funds, paying out of pocket for food and supplies for events, sharing skills through transformative justice trainings, and giving tips on accessing food stamps and healthcare. In spite of the compounding academic, economic, and interpersonal stresses that make life as a graduate student assistant unsustainable, we have found ways to sustain one another. We will continue to work for the rights we deserve because we genuinely care about keeping each other safe and making higher education accessible to people of all socioeconomic backgrounds. And because we know a graduate student union will benefit not only the students and workers of UH, but workers in Hawaii more broadly. We are asking for a legal pathway to do what unionized grad students across the U.S. have been doing for the past 50 years to fight for and support our community. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify.
Very much. That's all who have indicated they'd like to testify. Is there anyone else here wanting to testify? Yes, come on up.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Ronald Sturgis, Vice Chair, UH Student Caucus. I just wanted to bring a brief amendment to our testimony. There was an error in our writing. That should reflect House Bill 2720 HD2, not HD1. Just wanted to make sure that's clear in case that comes up. Mahalo.
Much. Anyone else here wishing to testify? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, so many UH students that have come out to testify. I want to ask the first testifier. The gentleman with the long hair. Yes, because I was a GA and I had hair almost as long as you. So this is kind of a deja vu. Also, please know that the last survey that was done, 65% of the legislature are UH graduates. So we've always listened to you. I think UH has always said we can't afford it. Now with Maui, I don't know about the timing of it. But the issue is, what are the grievances that this will resolve, or what are the pile-on benefits that you guys are not getting now that really is a serious thing? In other words, say you're unionized, what will be your first things you want to get straight with? There was a generic reference to living conditions and livelihoods or something like that. Is it just more money or what?
Yeah, I can speak to this briefly as the GSO representative. I also ask if you're ALU to have opportunity to comment on this. From a GSO perspective, a few things that have been brought up over and over are the grievance procedure, also a clear roles and responsibility in our contract. Things like differentiating between what's a student responsibility and a worker responsibility, because that difference gets can be used against against the student or to put on a very heavy workload. But the wages are certainly important, and the grievance process.
What are the wages now, if I may interrupt you?
I don't have this on the top of my head, so we're at step 12, which.
It's at 20,000.
It's low 20,000. It's a little bit over 20,000, yeah.
And free tuition on top of that, though, right?
So we get a tuition stipend, or the tuition waived.
Okay.
From what I understand, there's a policy change that's in effect that's going to modify our tuition waiver to be. It's going to add a cash value to it, so graduate assistants will be charged tuition, and then their department will have to pay for that tuition. And so that could affect the accessibility to have a GA-ship, and I'm not sure of the ramifications of that, but.
Thank you for your testimony.
And
Very much. Yes, Representative Kobayashi.
For someone from ALU, one of the testimonies here by Jason Alexander says that he has his own GA contract. Is that common at UH?
Representative, I would love to see the context of this testimony. It's very hard to determine. But do you mean like, each GA, whether a research or teaching assistant has their own contract?
Oh, so that's common.
Yes, yeah.
How is the contract developed?
The contract is developed depending on your funding source. And so, for example, I was a research assistant for 3 years. And so we had a external grant, and that was developed within my department by the lead advisor who was supervisor of the grant. But if you're a teaching assistant, then that is decided upon the professor who is taking the lead on a course, and that is developed, from how I understand it, within the department.
So contracts do exist, but they are determined in many different ways, it sounds like.
Yes, it's highly dependent on your supervisor and department. And in many cases, we have asked about the 20-hour, because all of our contracts say 20 hours, but often we work way beyond that. And so it's almost like, we're just putting a number, and yeah.
Right. Yeah, I was a grad assistant over 50 years ago, and my experience was that working conditions varied tremendously between grad assistants depending on who their professor was. And the odd thing was that amongst tenured professors, there were some who were kind of cruising and put little work into both what they were doing as well as the work basket of the individual TAs or grad assistants, whereas there were other professors that really worked people quite hard. And the problem was that there was huge inconsistency because you had classes of 25 versus classes of 300. And we would game the system ourselves because we would oftentimes be writing the test. And so in some situations, we would slant the test very heavily toward multiple choice if we had a huge class. So while we didn't have negotiating rights, we kind of gamed the system to suit our purposes. And this was not always in the student's best interests. So my situation, of course, is back in the days of the dinosaurs, and I'm not sure what really exists today, much less the working conditions at University of Hawaii.
Yes, so thank you, Representative, for sharing that anecdote. And it is kind of disheartening to hear that 50 years later we're still doing something similar, where you have TAs who could be assigned, they could be assigned a class that they have to develop the syllabus for. They have to grade every assignment. They have to teach every class. And they are paid the same as someone who is just there to grade papers. And so we have a huge disparity in terms of the responsibilities, the pay. We have currently, I think we are ranging from step 12 to step 20. That's 8 steps. And there are 2 classifications. You have a 9-month or an 11-month classification. And among those pay steps, there isn't any single kind of guideline on how departments should pay their TAs and their RAs. And so it's up to the departments to figure that out. And so you have kind of a large amount of inequity among GAs, and we are here together trying to fight for our rights as a collective and understanding that
we can only kind of demand the kind of change that we want as
So
a
you have
union.
8 steps, you said?
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 9.
9
12
steps.
to 20.
And
And then you have
what's
9-month and 11-month appointments. So that's kind of like 18
So
possible.
what's the salary difference?
So for the 11-month, step 20, that's $35,460. And then at step 12, I believe it's at $20,000. So that's almost a $15,000 difference between the lowest paid and the highest paid. But again, to point out, none of these steps are actually within the living wage of a single adult with no children in Honolulu, which is $46,000 before taxes. And so none of the existing pay levels actually address that.
I'm shocked.
Oh,
I was paid $2,500 at Michigan State University and still had
Per
money
month?
for beer.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, there has Representative Markell.
Thank you. More for HSTA. I kind of went through your testimony pretty quickly, not as closely as I probably should have. But am I seeing that you're willing to take them on if they become a bargaining unit?
No, not willing to take them on. They're willing to affiliate with our national that we're also affiliated with. So we're willing to be like big sister, big brother to them, help them along, guide them, give them pointers, tips, telling them don't bring every single person today to testify, just a couple, please keep it short and sweet, things like that.
So does that mean they're just their own union?
They would be their own bargaining unit. So similarly, UPA used to be under National Education Association, and we were two kind of sister unions, but we weren't the same union. We were all just existed under the National Education Association. They then left and went to something else, but it would be a similar situation
As
here.
far as assistance for, like, you know, how HGA, UPW has their organization, that's where they get their assistance from. You do pay your dues and you get all representation.
So yeah,
from-
they would have their own, they would form that, and so NEA is helping with that too, and then NEA is helping us to help them as well.
Oh, okay, I see. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions? Yes, Representative
I
Ayu.
guess my question's for the University of Hawaii. On Zoom, right? Is she still there?
I'm here if you
Okay.
can.
We can't see you, but my question is, if the legislature does approve this, where is the university going to find the additional monies for the increased salaries?
Well, we have, as one of the testifiers has already discussed, we have a range of steps for GA salaries. So I guess that any increases would have to be a notion of collective bargaining, and we would have to do that as we would with all of the unions as we negotiate through that process. So, and it would be done, as you mentioned, a matter of what we have in our budget and how that would fit with the larger structures of the budget and the university.
So I mean, we could essentially pass this, and you could have no more money to fund the salaries.
Well, I mean,
in
and I
theory.
should note also that some of the GAs are paid out of federal funding. So a lot of the, and so there's a range of other mixes of funding besides state funds that would go towards GAs. A lot of them are paid out of different grants. And so either private grants or federal grants. So those would be negotiated using the funding from their specific entities. Again, why it's a little more complex than some of the other bargaining units potentially.
Okay, and then just to understand the amount of the tuition waiver, what is the graduate tuition?
The graduate tuition, there's in-state and out-of-state. For in-state, I believe it's about $5,000 a semester, and the dean for the graduate program is there, so she can correct me if I'm getting those widely out of whack. And then I believe for out-of-state, actually, Julie, maybe you can say what it is for out-of-state. I don't want to be inaccurate on that one. But it's much higher for out-of-state, as you can imagine.
The tuition for resident students is $5,200 for up to 8 credits. For a non-resident student, it's $11,216, up to 8 credits, which is considered full-time for a graduate student.
So for out of state, it's like 22,000 a year, in addition to whatever they're getting paid.
Correct.
Okay. And then I guess my last question, I don't know who this is for, but what is the university doing as far as some of the other issues that the graduate students raise, as far as like the grievance process versus, and like the student versus worker responsibility and like the hours worked?
Julie, do you want to answer that
Yeah,
one?
okay. In terms of the grievance process, there is a grievance process. It's actually in progress of being revised, but there is a grievance process both for graduate assistants and for graduate students. It's a parallel process. In terms of student and GA responsibilities, it depends on the GA responsibilities. For a lot of the students, their GA responsibilities coincide very closely with what becomes their thesis or dissertation. And so there's kind of it's a blurry line, right, between their graduate assistant work, which is their research that becomes their thesis or dissertation, and academic work. They do enroll in credits for their academic work, especially when it comes to specifically the thesis or the dissertation. And those credits then balance out the time, you could say. So yes, GA work is limited to about 20 hours per week. Then their academic work would need then to go on top of that in terms of if it is the research for their thesis or dissertation. If their GA work is unrelated to their academic research or project, then yes, it's about an average of 20 hours per week. If they are being asked to work more than that, the unit is supposed to offer them overload, which is equivalent to overtime.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Right, for University of Hawaii, just a quick follow-up. So, when we're talking about step movements and the contracts the grad students have now, how does that currently work? How is that set by the departments and everything, or what goes into it? How do they gain those step movements currently? Is it depending on like the level of class they're teaching, how long they're in the system? Like what goes into making those contracts currently? And then when we're talking about doing this change to collective bargaining?
Okay, I'll take the step part. There is a minimum step that is required, that all GAs would be paid at this minimum step. Units are free, if they have financial resources to do so, to pay higher than that minimum step. Within the departments, if they have the financial resources, they do try to distinguish between a master's student and a doctoral student, where a master's student would be paid a step lower or two lower than a doctoral student. If that master's student then changes to a PhD student or a doctoral student, then they are increased. Again, if they have financial resources after at least a year of experience, the unit can move them up a step. Usually those funded by extramural grants or contracts are increased each year. For the others that are supported by state funds, we're trying to increase them every year, which actually starting in academic year 24-25, we will be. For the next 3 years, each year will increase a step.
Okay, I think that answers my question. Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Yes, Representative Ward.
From UH's perspective, what are the grievance issues resolved or unresolved that you can speak of?
The majority of the concerns that I hear from students are largely concerns that they just want me to know that there are concerns, but they don't want me to do anything, only because they fear retribution, retaliation, potential negative effects on their career by the person who is inappropriately behaving towards them.
So the grievances are like harassment or?
It's a mixture.
Can you speak?
It's a mixture. Some of them relate to a mentor who is not really paying attention to them, and potentially delaying them because they are not very responsive. Sometimes it is harassment. Sometimes it's abuse in terms of workload.
Okay, so it's a relational issue with whoever they've been assigned to.
Correct. Correct.
Chair, I have a question to HSTA, if I may. Thank you, UH.
Thank you.
Does,
I'll come get close to you.
just to sit over here. Does DOE have a lot of part-time positions?
For teachers or for?
Teachers or wherever?
There are
What is-
many.
Can they be in, can they be in your union?
We have part-time teachers that are not in our, well, we have half-time teachers that are us. There are part-time teachers that are not us.
But that's self-selection, right?
Yes, you would apply for a part-time teacher position that's available.
If you're a school bus driver and are you an employee or you're just a contractor?
School bus drivers are contracted, as
So
we know,
they're
because
not in the category.
they're not even in, yeah. And we're lacking bus drivers and buses and.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
I'll go real quick. Okay,
Chair.
University of Hawaii. Quick question. So, when there are grants, are there any limitations on what you can use for the grants? Like I'm aware of certain grants you cannot use for utility costs, you cannot use for repair and maintenance. You can, so are there restrictions for labor or anything?
It would vary on the grant, as you just noted. I think that in many cases, GAs or graduate assistants or postdocs are oftentimes fundamental to the grants, especially research grants.
Okay, so there should be no obstacles.
Yeah, for the most part, that is what is most often used when you're getting some of those grants.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no more questions, we are going to recess and we're going to do decision-making for this agenda after the third agenda at the end of the day. Okay, recess. Calling our third finance agenda to order. This is the 2 p.m. agenda. We are going to get started on the first bill, HB 2705 HD1. This is relating to agricultural leases and requires the Department of Ag to conduct a study on the requirements and restrictions relating to the department's disposition of non-agricultural parklands. First up to testify is the Department of Ag.
No one.
On Zoom. Okay, they are in opposition. Next up is the Hawaii Farm Bureau. Not present. They're also in opposition. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go on to our, committee members, no one to ask questions to, so we're going to go to our next agenda item, House Bill 2483 HD1. This is relating to criminal history record checks and authorizes Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation to search criminal histories and fingerprint records of current and prospective volunteers and purchase of service contracts and subcontracted service providers and their employees. Okay, so first up is Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. Okay, they are in support. That is all we have who submitted testimony, so no one to ask questions to. So we're going to go to our next agenda item, HB 1655 relating to education. This requires the DOE to work with the BOE to create a public digital platform by the 2027-28 school year that shows how schools are adopting high-quality instructional materials for K-12 English language arts. First up to testify is the Department of Education.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa. I'm Heidi Armstrong, testifying on behalf of the Department of Education. The department stands on its written testimonies, and we offer comments in our testimony. Thank you.
Very much. Next is Hawaii Kids Can.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the committee. I'm David Sun Miyashiro, Executive Director of Hawaii Kids Can. While I stand on our written testimony in strong support of HB 1655 HD1, I'd like to share a few notes. It's alarming that just over half of Hawaii students are reading proficiently, based on the 2022-2023 Strive High results. Unfortunately, it is next to impossible for students to find, or for parents to find information about the quality of reading curricula being used by schools, and if they are grounded in what works, such as phonological awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension. That's why a simple digital dashboard would be a user-friendly, transparent, and cost-efficient way to make things easier for families. Respectfully, the statewide curriculum materials inventory summary on the DOE's Learning Design website is inadequate, as it is a spreadsheet with a lack of clarity around quality, especially with teacher design materials. States like Rhode Island have used accessible tools such as Tableau to create dashboards that provide the level of detail and clarity families deserve. The DOE has produced many informative digital dashboards, including for data around summer school, computer science, FAFSA completion, and even strategic plans. Greater transparency and usability matters. HB 1655 HD1 is a step in the right direction to support the fundamental human right of literacy. Thank you.
Very much. Next up, we have Jennifer Leowicki-Drino on Zoom.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and Finance Committee. I'm Jennifer Leowicki-Drino, and I strongly support Bill HB 1655. I am a mother of a dyslexic child, a coach and advocate for families and individuals with dyslexia, and a board member and public awareness chair for Hawaii's International Dyslexia Association. I urge you to look at the cost of not implementing a platform to monitor curriculum and the cost of not providing a curriculum based on the science of reading. The cost will be to continue to follow the trend of 50% of our students not reading proficiently. Implementing a structured literacy curriculum and evidence-based support for systematic reading instruction are essential components of addressing dyslexia and supporting struggling readers effectively. When a child or individual cannot read, the outcome is an increase in negative behavior, suicide, dropout rates, incarceration, homelessness, and the individual not reaching their full potential. Becoming society's burden. We must do better. Yes, there is an upfront cost for this platform, yet continuing on the path we are on will far outweigh the cost of the implementation. Our children deserve and have the right to read and an appropriate education. Please support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all we have who would like to testify. Is there anyone else wanting to testify on this bill? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Kobayashi.
For DOE, can you implement this as written? It would seem that the question of how material is selected is secondary to the other question of what that material is.
Correct. And thank you for the question. Currently, we do have a list of our vetted curriculums on our Hawaii Department of Education Learning Design resource, which was referenced. It is still being built out. If you go see it, you will see all of the school's curriculums. As we continue to build it out, hearing the testimonies or the concerns, we should put what the criteria is for a school to have, for these curriculums to be approved, as we do have a very stringent curriculum approval process that, for instance, in English language arts, it must address the science of reading, as was mentioned earlier, and have been vetted either by a professional organization or or we have a stringent vetting process that goes through layers of approval.
So you can implement
Oh, absolutely.
this as written.
Well, not as it's written. We do have a site that has our curriculums listed that we are currently building out. You can look at it and see the status now. And currently, our English language arts and our math curriculums are on, and they must be selected meeting this new criteria by the end of this school year, and most schools have already accomplished that.
Any other questions?
I'll ask a quick question. Oh, you want to go ahead? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
go ahead, Representative Takino.
Sorry, I guess maybe for Hawaii Kids can. So, David, so what are you guys looking for if they're already starting to put some of this stuff online? And if, as they start expanding it, is that going to essentially become this bill, or what are we looking to get out to the parents and the public exactly?
Thank you, Rep. I'm sure everybody at the legislature can appreciate, you know, it's not just a matter of having data, but how accessible and understandable is that data, right? And is it something that passes the kind of everyday family test? Is it something you can look through, or is it a spreadsheet that you have to click through and go down pretty far? So again, I'd reference the Rhode Island example as my favorite. I think it's pretty easy. It uses kind of a Google Maps type format, so you can actually see region by region, community by community. Is it green? Is it orange? Is it red? And again, very simple. I think you could show to your own family and friends for their opinion on that. So I commend the DOE. They've done a great job of collecting information. They have staff working very hard behind the scenes to make sure schools are offering the high quality curriculum that they should. And so I just really want that extra step to make sure it's something that's accessible and usable for everyday families.
So usability is, I guess, your main concern with how we're presenting the data, and just presenting it in different ways that all levels of people might be able to, I guess, manipulate to see the actual health of the programs in the schools.
And again, I think that's something the DOE does well on many different fronts. If you look at academic results, for example, you could download the master file, which is a large Excel sheet, and see, you know, the specific scores for each school. But they do a great job of putting together a summary that shows folks in 30 seconds, this is where our schools are doing. Here's math, English, special education, etc. Same with FAFSA completion. You could click through every single school and try to compare how many kids submitted versus how many there are, but they've done a good job of having that actual dashboard, so you can check and very quickly understand how is our state doing. So, and I think that's something that would be reasonable to expect here.
Okay, and so we're just looking for one about literacy.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep,
Thank you,
thank
Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, Department of Education. You know, this is kind of a general question. You know, when we look at these types of bills, and there's several going to the legislature right now, so, but sorry to pick on you, but where they have the word requires, right? Even this bill requires the DOE to do work with the bill, and the next bill that says requires the public schools to implement universal screening. right? When it says requires, it implies that now you have to do it, right? And so there's a mandate to do it, and then there's a cost to do it. Do you evaluate these mandates as far as what it'll cost, so this committee is aware of these future obligations?
Right, and the tableau view is beautiful. It does require a cost, and so if we move forward with this, we would need to put together a cost and what it
But
would
it'd be
take
good
to.
for this committee to kind of know when we put these bills that have no money per se in it, but it actually implies costs, that we kind of know what that is, so we go into these things with our eyes wide open.
Yes, we can do
So-
that from this point forward.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item. House Bill 1657 HD1 relating to education. This requires all public schools to implement universal screenings for students in kindergarten through third grade to identify and support students who are at risk of dyslexia and other learning disabilities. First up to testify is the Hawaii State Council on Developmental Disabilities. Not present, they are in support. Next up is the Department of Education. Thank you very much. Next is Hawaii Kids Can.
Aloha again, committee members, David San Miyashiro from Hawaii Kids Can. I stand on a written testimony in strong support of HB 1657 HD1 and offer a few notes. We've heard directly from parents and parent advocates on their frustrations with the lack of understanding about what dyslexia is and how many areas it impacts. Despite the DOE's current multi-tier system of support, families still feel like their kids are falling through the cracks and are being denied services and eligibility. It should be noted that this bill builds on previous work by the legislature and Hawaii DOE between 2010 and 2014 to convene a regular working group, produce a nearly 110-page comprehensive plan for teaching reading, and additional reporting from the DOE. This was supported by multiple bills and resolutions. These efforts are well documented on the website of the Hawaii branch of the International Dyslexia Association. We support the amendments suggested by the Hawaii DOE in their testimony to provide additional capacity on this issue. As one of 3 states to have no dyslexia-specific laws related to student supports, it's Hawaii's time to start turning to action. Thank you.
Very much. Next up, we have Jennifer Leowiki-Drino on Zoom.
Again, aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and Finance Committee. Thank you for having me. I'm here to express my strong support for Bill HB 1657, which advocates for the recognition of dyslexia and the implementation of the dyslexia screening across public schools. Currently, I have seen a lot of a screening that is being used that doesn't have a dyslexia sensitivity in it, which then many times children go unrecognized, and not being recognized has far-reaching impact on these students. Many students are not then identified until at least third grade. For some of them, they are never identified, making it nearly impossible to catch up. This delay not only affects academic performance, but also impacts students' confidence and behavior. The confidence of not being able to read proficiently are directly linked, as I said earlier, to dropout rates, homelessness, and incarceration. We want these students to reach their full potential, and with screening and early intervention, being able to put in evidence-based support, we can change these outcomes. I strongly hope that you will support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all who indicated they'd like to testify. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Yes, Representative Ward.
The DOE? So what you're doing now is not systematized hit list, or what is it?
It is systematized. It is not, and our system is assessing for reading strengths and reading deficiencies. It does not identify a particular deficiency title. And so the content of we do support the intent of this, and in our comments, we did make recommendations for language changes so that we could support this bill.
Which will then identify, what percentage generally of the population is this dyslexic? Or those that we are not finding out until later on?
About 20%.
19%? 20%? Wow, that's a lot of people. Aren't some of the smartest among us the dyslexic,
Yes.
creative, and
Yes.
innovative? So that's a waste of human resources.
And we identify the need areas. We just don't identify what that particular deficit is called.
But the testing is pretty crisp. There's not false positives, false negatives.
Well, in what we put in our written comments is we would want to work with the experts in this
Yeah.
field to ensure that the assessment that was selected accomplishes the purpose of the intent of this bill.
But the reputation of the testing is okay, standard, very respectable.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 2577 HD1 relating to education. This authorizes the Department of Health to require the DOE to report coronavirus disease 2019 potential outbreaks or other public health emergencies and related information in a manner most appropriate to public health and safety. First up to testify is the Department of Education.
Good afternoon. Heidi Armstrong. The department stands on its testimony in strong support of this bill. Thank you.
Very much. Next up to testify is the Attorney General's office.
Good afternoon, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members. Emma Christofferson from the Department of the Attorney General. As we noted in our testimony, there's a potential for the DOE to be asked by the DOH to provide personally identifiable information. Under FERPA, the DOE must determine whether there's a health or safety emergency that warrants release of this information before doing so. We recommended adding language to the bill to clarify that the DOH may not require the DOE to include personally identifiable information unless the DOE has determined that a health or safety emergency exists. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Very much. Next up is the Department of Health. Department of Health is not here. They are in support. Okay, anyone else wish to testify on this measure? Okay, seeing none, committee members, questions? Okay, oh yes, Representative Ward.
Department of Health?
They're not here.
No, Department of Education. What are other states doing? This is nothing new in terms of COVID and precautionary measures. Is this standard procedure?
Many states are moving toward this. And the reason is we, at the school level, we don't have the accurate information. We no longer require testing results to be shared upon the return to school. So a parent can choose to share with the school the nature of the illness of their child, or they can choose not to. And so if it is reported, that's fine, but I can't tell you, or we can't tell you if how many more cases that our students are experiencing, because we don't get that information anymore.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, let's go to our next agenda item, House Bill 2578 HD1. This is relating to early learning and exempts pre-kindergarten only public charter schools from certain provisions affecting charter schools related to funding and finance, the use of the weighted student formula, athletics, enrollment, computer science courses, and content and enrollment in industry credential programs. First up to testify is the Executive Office on Early Learning. Great, thank you very much. Next up, we have the State Public Charter School Commission. They are not here, they are in support. Next, we have He'e Coalition. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this measure? Seeing none, committee members, questions? Seeing no questions, let's go to the next agenda item, House Bill 2217 HD1. This is relating to health and requires the Department of Health, Human Services, and Education to research and make recommendations on any rules, policies, and amendments to the Medicaid State Plan or Medicaid 1915C waiver that are necessary to ensure provision of clinically appropriate treatments and services for individuals 26 years of age or younger with autism spectrum disorder or fetal alcohol spectrum disorder are covered under certain Medicaid programs. First up to testify is the Department of Human Services.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Yamashita. I'm Ranjani Starr, the Health Analytics Administrator for the MedQuest Division. On behalf of the Department of Human Services and Director Betts, we stand on our written testimony and appreciate the intent of this bill and offer comments. We support the measure as long as it does not reduce or replace the priorities identified in the governor's budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is the Hawaii State Council on Developmental Disabilities. Okay, they are not present. They provided testimony in support. Next up is the Department of Education. Thank you very much. Next up, we have individual Lindo Ilento on Zoom.
Aloha, this is Linda Ilento. I'd like to provide some comments in support of this bill. Regarding actually the history of this particular bill started 2 years ago with a Senate resolution that passed in 2022, primarily for applied behavior analysis for children with autism. And anyway, first of all, I'm Linda Ilento. Aloha, Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the House Committee. ABA is applied behavior analysis. It's been a game changer, not only for my son, who's now 23, but also our family, school staff, and health providers. A few years after the Hawaii Autism Health Insurance Bill became law in 2015, my son first received medically necessary ABA services through health insurance. He later received ABA as supplementary services to benefit from his special education program through the Department of Education for a limited time during high school. We need the legislature to specify no age cap in our statute so that medically necessary ABA services will start being covered for individuals diagnosed with autism who are 21 years and older, even if they're still in special education or not, through the Medicaid insurance plan, health plan. I do not believe we need any more studies specifically for this group of people. And I'm asking that the Finance Committee, as well as the rest of the legislature, to continue deliberating on this particular measure in conjunction with House Bill 2712. I'd like to ask you to continue or to read my testimony. I give a little bit more reasoning as to why I am in support of this bill. And I would like to conclude that my son also gets DD services. Those are developmental disability services. So I provided some comments regarding the current IDD waiver program and why I do not support that. And I wanted to ask that, to consider that the Medicaid beneficiaries who may be provided with an annual IDD waiver budget, such as my son, to cover community learning services and respite care, is that some of these individuals, like my son, are actually not able to access those services and benefits that are entitled because he doesn't have the correct behavior support and the training that he still needs in order to be able to benefit from those state services. And I wanted to note once again that those behaviors are treatable by ABA even at the age 23. So thank you again for listening to my testimony. Aloha.
Thank you very much. That's all who have indicated they'd like to testify. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this measure?
I would testify.
Okay, go ahead.
Angela Melody Young on behalf of CARES in strong support. Autism treatments include behavior therapy, speech therapy, behavioral management, early intervention, educational therapy, joint attention therapy, school-based therapies, and medication treatments, nutritional therapy, and routine is important, and the programs should be designed in a way that they can be sustained. So we are in strong support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, committee members, questions? Okay, seeing no questions, let's go to the last bill on this agenda, House Bill 2430. This is relating to the Summer Electronic Benefits Transfer for Children program. It establishes a Summer Electronic Benefits Transfer for Children program and appropriates funds. First up to testify is the Office of the Governor. They are not here. They are in support. Next up to testify is the Department of Human Services.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. I'm Scott Morishige, the Administrator for the Benefit, Employment, and Support Services Division at DHS on behalf of Director Betts. The department strongly supports this administration measure. I'll stand on the remainder of our testimony, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have the Department of Education.
Department stands on its testimony and support.
Thank you very much. Next, we have the Hawaii Public Health Institute.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Nate Hicks, Hawaii Public Health Institute. This isn't news to any of us. There are a lot of families here struggling to make it, struggling to pay for meals. This would allow these low-income families who might be eligible for SNAP or free and reduced lunch currently to be able to get more additional federal funds during the summer. This is free federal funds coming into the state. We just need to allow these families to apply for and get it. So I think this is a no-brainer for us, and I really appreciate your support. Aloha.
Very much. Next, we have the Hawaii Children's Action Network Speaks on Zoom.
Aloha, I'm Nicole from Hawaii Children's Action Network. Thank you for hearing this bill. This bill is a new program from the federal government to fill in the gap during the summer when kids who are low income don't get free or reduced price lunch at school. In Hawaii, only 1 in 13 of those low income students are getting a meal from the equivalent federal program at like a summer camp or summer school. Recognizing that, the federal government is starting this program to give parents of these lower income children basically debit cards to be able to buy groceries during the summer. In Hawaii, families would get $177 per child to buy groceries. That comes out to about $16 million potentially if we can reach all the kids. $16 million that go to our local grocery stores and other food retailers. So it does help not just the families, but our grocers and our economy. The original version of this bill asked for $2 million for the state match to the federal funds that's just for the admin. And so it seems like a good investment to put in some money to help administer the program, and then we get many more times back in our economy. So thank you for letting me testify.
Thank you very much. Next up is Hawaii Appleseed on Zoom. Not present, they are in support. Next, we have the Hawaii Farm Bureau. Not present, but they are in support. Next, we have the Hawaii Food.
I'm Hawaii Food Industry Association.
Oh, yes, now you can, yeah, Hawaii Food Industry Association. Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Alexis Chapman for HFIA. We are in strong support of this program. This is one of the most important bills that you'll hear this session. As the previous testifier pointed out, this is close to a 10-to-1 match of federal funds being pulled into the state to make sure Hawaii kids don't go hungry in the summer. As a testifier on a much, much earlier bill from, I think, the 10 a.m. agenda pointed out, for a lot of kids, their school lunch is the only reliable meal that they get during the day. But what happens to those kids in the summertime? This bill would pull in up to $18 million in federal funds to feed Hawaii's hungry kids. Another really important thing to understand about this program is that it works. This is based on the pandemic EBT program, which data has shown had positive outcomes in reducing childhood hunger and improving nutrition and health for food insecure children. There are a lot of states participating in this. The few states that have rejected these federal funds for their kids tend to be very conservative states. We strongly urge you to pass this measure and invest in this great program to secure these funds and make sure that Hawaii's kids aren't experiencing hunger during the summer. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. That's all who have indicated they'd like to testify. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify on this measure? Seeing none, we're gonna see if there's any questions. Committee members, yes, Representative Ayu.
I guess for the department, from the testimony, it seems like we just need to obtain federal funds. So I'm not sure why is there a space in the bill for an appropriation and FTE?
So, as mentioned in her testimony, the administrative cost for the program requires a 50% non-federal match, and so that's what we're asking for the administrative cost.
Okay, what is the cost?
So DHS estimated that it would need $2 million in general funds, and I believe the resource request was for Department of Education was $50,000 for one position, but I would refer to DOE for their resource needs.
Okay, thank you. That's
Great,
it.
thank you. Yes, Representative Kobayashi.
But Scott, then you would get $15 million in food benefits.
Potentially,
Potentially.
depending on the number of students that are eligible.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna recess for decision-making. Recess.
Okay, we're going to reconvene the Committee on Finance to do decision-making on Agenda 2, 3, and 4. Okay, first up, Agenda 3, House Bill 2484. Recommendation is the effective date, that's it, HD1. Any discussion? This is a vehicle. Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chairs to pass House Bill 2484 with amendments. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Ayu.
Aye.
Representative Chun. Representative Cochran is excused. Representative Garrett.
Aye.
Representative Kahaloa.
Aye.
Representative Kila.
Aye.
Representative Kobayashi.
Aye.
Representative Lamosao. Representative Morikawa. Representative Nishimoto. Representative Poi Poi. Representative Takenouchi. Representative Alcos.
Aye.
Representative Ward.
Aye.
Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to House Bill 2388, we're going to be defecting the effective date. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chairs to pass House Bill 2388 with amendments, noting the excused absence of Representative Cochran, who will be noted excused for the remainder of this agenda. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to House Bill 2361, HD1, as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chairs to pass House Bill 2361 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to House Bill 2366, HD1, as is. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chairs to pass House Bill 2366 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2367, HD1, as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chairs to pass House Bill 2367 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1688, HD1, we're going to be making an amendment recommended by the EEP Chair to blank out the definition of producer. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chairs to pass HB 1688 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to House Bill 1972, HD1, as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chairs to pass HB 1972 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1829, HD1, as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chairs to pass House Bill 1829 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2517, HD2, as is. Discussion. Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chairs to pass HB 2517 HD2 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2614, HD1, as is. Discussion. Okay, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chairs to pass House Bill 2614 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. House Bill 2685, HD1, blanking out the FTE. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chairs to pass House Bill 2685 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2738, HD1. We're going to be, right now it requires some things to be implemented. We're going to change it to a may. Because there's some big financial implications on this, so we should be able to review this in the future after the report is given to the legislature. Any discussion? Okay, HD2.
Recommendation of the chairs to pass HB 2738 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2767, HD1. We're going to be blanking out the credits and blanking out the year. Any discussion?
Sure.
Yes.
I understand that there are probably good intents with the measure, but noting Attorney General's comments that this may be deemed unconstitutional, I'm just going to vote no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Ayu.
Sure, and I also found concerning the PAR employees' testimony regarding who this was actually going to benefit. I thought it seemed odd. So I will also be voting no, also based on the Attorney General's constitutional issues.
Understood. Any further discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chairs to pass House Bill 2767 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Noting the no votes of Representatives IU and Kila, are there additional no votes? Seeing none, Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2103, HD1. We're going to be blanking out the dollar amount. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the Chair is to pass HB 2103 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2083 HD2. We're also going to be making this mandate to a May. Any discussion? HD3.
Chair, I appreciate the edits that you're making to this bill, but my understanding is that there's just a lot of food waste going on in our schools, and I'm not sure transitioning to plant-based is going to solve the food waste problem. So I'm just going to vote with reservations at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Okay, Vice Chair.
Sorry, I'm going to also have reservations on this because traditionally we know that kids don't really like vegetables all that much, although we try to make them eat them. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Chair, reservations as a pro-carnivore eater, so.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Representative Ward.
I love this bill is because it's a pilot. Pilot says, hey, see if it works, if it doesn't, because generally we don't do pilots, we just ram it through and then unintended consequences. So if this doesn't work, if they don't eat the vegetables, change them.
Okay, Representative Kobayashi.
This has a problem with the federal food reimbursement because they have to prove that the protein equivalent is found in the plant-based food.
Okay. So noted. Okay, members, this is defective and it's permissive, so any further discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the Chair is to pass House Bill 2083 HD2 with amendments, noting the reservations of Representatives IU, Kila, and Morikawa. Are there any other reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1988 HD1, as is. Discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the Chair is to pass House Bill 1988 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to House Bill 2328 HD2, as is. Discussion? Yeah, Representative Ayu.
Chair, I have some problems with, frankly, how much information we got regarding the value of the property and what the property is going to be used for. And it seems like there's a huge disparity between the value that we're appropriating and the actual value. So just with reservations at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the Chair is to pass House Bill 2328 HD2 as is, noting the reservations of Representative IU. Is there any additional reservations? Representative Poi Poi, any additional reservations? Any noes? Seeing none, Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2662 HD1, as is. Discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the Chair is to pass HB 2662 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to the final measure on this agenda, House Bill 2720 HD2. Members, we're going to be reverting this back to how it was drafted in HD1. Apparently, the two subject matters before us disagree, but I'm going to let them work that out, so I'm going to move it back to the original HD1 version. So, HD3, any discussion? Okay, Representative Ward.
Sure, I think increasing any of
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion, Representative Ayu?
Sure, I think I'm also going to be with reservations. It seems like the university is trying to make steps towards resolving the grievance process, as well as the worker versus student responsibility and wage hours. So I just think it's untimely at this time to take on this measure, and I think the university is going to pay for it by increasing tuition, especially if the legislature is not appropriating money, which is not the direction that we want to go. Also, finally concerned that, again, no one from the Board of Regents came to testify on this bill based on, actually, and there was a regent here in the room prior too, so just with reservations at this time. Thank you, Chair.
Understood.
You mean Neil?
Further discussion? Okay, thank you very much. Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the Chair is to pass House Bill 2720 HD2 with amendments, noting the reservations of Representatives IU and Ward. Are there additional reservations? Are there any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move straight into decision-making on our third agenda, the 2 p.m. agenda. First up is House Bill 2705, HD1. Okay, recommendation is to pass as is. Any discussion?
We had 3 opposing testimonies, no one in support,
Understood.
including DOA.
Understood. Okay, thank you very much. As is. Any further discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2705 HD1 as is. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Ayu.
With reservations, please.
Representative Chun. Representative Cochran is excused. Representative Garrett.
Aye.
Representative Kahaloa. Representative Kila.
Aye.
Representative Kobayashi.
WR.
Representative Lamosao. Okay, reservations, Representative Morikawa. Representative Nishimoto. Representative Poi Poi. Reservations, Representative Takenouchi. Representative Alcos. Reservations, Representative Ward.
Aye.
Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 2483 HD1, as is. Discussion? Okay, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 2483 HD1 as is, noting the excused absence of Representative Cochran, who will be noted excused for the rest of this agenda. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1655 HD1, as is. Discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass House Bill 1655 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Reservations by
Effective date?
Yes, there's the defective date.
No reservations?
No.
Oh, okay. Any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 1657 HD1, as is. Discussion? Hey, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1657 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2577 HD1. AG had some recommendations. We'll let the subject matter deal with that. So as is. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 2577 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, moving on to House Bill 2578 HD1, as is. Discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 2578 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next bill, House Bill 2217 HD1, as is. Discussion? Okay, Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 2217 HD1 as is. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to House Bill 2430 HD1. We're going to be blanking out the FTE. Any discussion? Vice Chair.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 2430 HD1 with amendments. Are there any reservations? Any noes? Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you, members. Moving on to the final agenda for today. We just have one bill that we previously heard, and we're just going to DM on it. So this one, we're just going to be, at this time, we're just going to be defecting the effective date. So HD1. Any discussion? Okay, Vice Chair for the vote.
Recommendation of the chair is to pass HB 1808 with amendments. Chair and Vice Chair vote aye. Representative Ayu.
Aye.
Representative Chun.
Aye.
Representative Cochran is excused. Representative Garrett.
Aye.
Representative Kahaloa. Aye. Representative Kila.
Aye.
Representative Kobayashi.
Aye.
Representative Lamosao. Representative Morikawa. Representative Nishimoto. Representative Poi Poi. Representative Takenouchi. Representative Alcos. Representative Ward.
Aye.
Chair, your recommendation is adopted.
Okay, thank you very much, members. We are adjourned.